you're going to get a lot of buyers stepping here.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're $100 off the high, a little bit more than that high that we put in on, I think, December 18th or so. So possibly a good area to start working in. We're below 400. We'll have to keep an eye out on this one, see if the bleeding stops. But they had a good catalyst today, Brendo. Tesla Tesla sales in China up 12.8% year over year in December, with a record 83,000 units sold there, despite the fact that global sales weakened as we got some of their delivery numbers yesterday. Lots to talk about CES coming up. Can't wait for that. Nvidia is going to be in focus there. Jensen with the keynote on that, so can't wait for that. And then there's another hit piece, the Hindenburg hit piece, this time against Carvana. So lots to move today.
Yeah, CVNA moving around. I wonder how I read something, I think it was on the weekend, about CES and the percentage of the show that will be robotics based this year. I feel like they're just going to have robots everywhere handing out pamphlets, and we'll see. Anyways, always an exciting time of year. A couple other things. I was just reading, there was a note from Goldman on Tesla as well, reiterating neutral on their stance for Tesla. They did talk about what happened yesterday with the overall delivery numbers, and then mentioned today, good to see for China specifically, completely bucking the trend of what we saw yesterday, coming in with higher than expected number. U.S. Steel deal is, looks like anyway, so officially dead. Biden going to squash this. So X downside this morning to the tune of about 8%. Apple, more question marks coming out of China. Downside again this morning so far here, about 0.5%. We're back to yesterday's low. That's an ugly day yesterday for Apple.
Oh, yeah. And to move the amount that Apple moved yesterday, that's an unusual movement for Apple, whether upside or downside. So that was a little eye-opening yesterday.
Yeah. I was watching it late in the afternoon, and there was just no bid. No one was even willing to lift an offer. So we'll see if there's a little more strength coming in for Apple today. A few other things. I mean, there's some Boeing news once again. There's Papa John's we'll get to, Paramount as well, all with individual news stories this morning. Sean is off for the day. Obi's in this morning. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, everybody. And, well, we don't care about Rivian's delivery numbers?
Rivian had delivery numbers?
I mean, they did.
I guess.
It's moving around a little bit. Obviously, it's not going to be the front of the mind for everybody, but hey, it's they're making a little bit of a run. It's up 4 points right now on their deliveries. Let me just double check here. They produced in Q4 Rivian 12,727 vehicles, delivered 14,183. Full year 49.5 and delivered 51,500. So those are, I mean, obviously not bad for Rivian. They're not going to be a Tesla, but yeah, bouncing off this nice 1275, which it's already done a couple of times here. So Rivian can be on watch. That's what happens when delivery numbers don't completely disappoint. I've seen a lot of people in the chat right now that have been speculating on where Tesla is a buy. And I saw 220 in the chat. I mean, yeah, that one's, when you start looking at obvious levels, that's an obvious one. I would also venture the triple top at 260s. 260, 270 is a big one. And then the one we're about to get to right now, the 50 period sits here at 360. Well, just underneath 360 at 350. With that triple top break was a 360 level. So I think that's the first buy zone. And if you think that's the first buy zone, I think continuations on Tesla is going to be one of the themes for today. Got to look for that short. And guess what's breaking out the high, Obi? One chip to rule them all.
Ooh. Nvidia?
Nvidia. Let's go. Nvidia is already breaking out the high. The other thing that Nvidia is doing here today, whoops, yeah, when that's not split adjusted, it kind of kills it. The 50 period moving average on the daily, it is cleanly trying to break away from this. Please break 142. I think 142 is a good level for a break. 140.5 is another big level as well. It's a lot to watch today, Obi. It was a pretty good trading opportunities day for the start of the year.
Oh, yeah.
And you had everything in there. You could trade the futures, you could trade the chip names, you could trade Tesla, and then all of the quantum names that were absolutely going nuts, and then the names that were just, even Faraday was moving around. So there's just a lot to watch. And this kind of market that we like, where there's opportunities for everybody.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. Lots of good trading opportunities yesterday. Tesla day one deliveries today. Tesla Day 2 delivery. So I'm definitely going to be watching that one today. I kind of, one of my best missed opportunities of yesterday was that Tesla Day 1 continuation kind of move there. So yeah, we can talk about how clean that one was off of VWAP. You can see right here, this red line is anchored. But let's take that off right now. So anchored off of that, I'm going to be watching more of that today. We're consolidating underneath that anchored off of deliveries just now in the pre-market right here. You can see some of these highs that are being lower highs that are being made just underneath the anchored at 381.83. So, but throwing in on the VWAP and getting rid of some of these other indicators right now, you can see how cleanly VWAP held off of the open there. You can see that opening range high, rejects it, the dip happens, and then you can see that still sellers are still dominant at that VWAP, and once again, even better in and around going into the midday, you can see another retest of the VWAP area fails once again. So again, a little bit of confluence there with that anchored now. That VWAP it's still holding underneath VWAP in the pre-market session right now. So deliveries Day 2, definitely Day 2 catalysts are something that I like to watch as well. So you can see that in the 4 a.m. Action, with the 4 a.m. action, we pretty much rejected this midday consolidation high there, and we've trailed off of it a little bit. So Tesla's definitely going to be on watch today. And something I'm just reading in the news right here, that Micron has been chosen as the main mobile DRAM supplier for Samsung's S25 Galaxy series. So I'm probably going to be watching Micron as well with a strong Nvidia. Let's see if the chip leader can give this one some tailwind. We can see that Micron also closed pretty strong into the end of the day, 87.50s, and interestingly enough, we're consolidating above yesterday's range currently with all of the pre-market action. So I like that one there for a potential continuation look. We can take a look quickly at the NASDAQ as well to see what that's been up to. You can see that we've been bought up off of yesterday's strong sell-off. Oh boy, what a sell-off we had coming in and around 12 o'clock yesterday on both the NASDAQ and the ES, giving some strong selling off of some prior technicals as well. Maybe we can get into that later on today, but consolidating higher on top of VWAP coming into the open on the day today. So let's see, we'll definitely be watching that. I know that Neil looked at Nvidia already, but yeah, with a strong Nvidia, I think that Micron could potentially be one to watch as well. On Micron? Yeah, sure.
That's the 15-minute on Micron. So you have to remember, 15 it had a good gap. So like there's
right here. Oh yeah. There's lots of room to go because off of earnings, or no, this was actually the 18th. So yeah,
Fed and then
the selling off of the Fed on December 18th, and then the earnings report comes out, and you get even more of an extension. And yeah, that was thank you, Neil, for putting that one out. I totally forgot that part of that move was earnings, and that was an aggressive sell, like a cherry on top of the FOMC sell-off.
I don't know if you want to call it a cherry because it was a down day. Like what would be?
The cherries are red.
Okay, true, but like cherries are good. Yeah. Is one more I was.
Yeah, but if you're short, that was also good.
Well, if you're short, it was fantastic.
The beautiful thing about the market, Neil.
You can go either direction.
You can you can like red apples or green apples. They both taste amazing.
Well, that said, I think everyone's more happy when it's to the upside. I always lean into that. But I think what that gives you is like two opportunities on Micron. You've got the first gap, like 88 to 92, which is the range from here to that prior high, and then you've got the massive gap above 92. Whatever, like this for some reason we're missing a little bit of data that day, but you've got the 88 to 92, and then you've got 92 to infinity on Micron. I think that's a great look, and it's got a catalyst as well. Let's get back onto this. Lots to cover here today. Oh, wait a minute, before we do, Kling Daddy in the chat. Did you buy Bitcoin at your 91 to 93 area? You said it was a good place to buy. Sometimes it'd be like that. I have a bid that I've been sitting underneath that in the 80s, thinking that I was going to get my bid on Bitcoin. I didn't. It's what I'm not super aggressive like in Bitcoin. I'm very much a buy and hold person. So, like I basically have I don't get too bent up about if I miss a dip buy. I know I'm only ever accumulating, so I know I'm just going to get it at some other point. But I was bidding in the actual 80s, kind of thinking that there was that point where we ran through and like, oh, this is breaking through that level. I should get the 80s because it's a key support. But if it gets back down there, I'll probably slap a bit in there and see if we can't get it again. But I did miss that opportunity because I thought we'd get a little bit deeper.
Yeah, I thought we were going to break 90s as well, but it is what it is. Maybe not yet. Maybe you will still get that held, but we're still doing that consolidation around 100.
Exactly.
That's what it is. Yeah. Back to the desk.
All right, a few other things to note here this morning. Here's Bitcoin. First off, a little bit red right now. 97.5 ends up being a little bit of resistance at the end of the day. Yesterday, we're pulling back in today. There's a pivot there for sure over this last few weeks in this consolidation. So we'll see if we can't get back above 97.5 at this point, but really not doing a heck of a lot. We were talking about Apple, 0.47 to the downside. November China iPhone shipments year over year downside unexpectedly, on top of the fact that we were talking yesterday about other Chinese concerns for Apple. There's been a lot of negative, not necessarily reviews, but comments, I guess, from people in high places about this 16 model. And then you put that on top of what happened with the headset getting completely squashed and already swept under a carpet like it never even happened. It seems like no one's even willing to talk about it. So I think Apple might be happy that it's a new calendar year and, want to start with a fresh slate and see what happens in 2025.
So the China lack of sales concerns me, but there is also a silver lining to that. So we know that, some of the other Honor, Huawei, a lot of these other local brands have really started picking up steam. I mean, because they had basically the chip embargo put in by Donald Trump a while ago, specifically the 5G chips. So that concerns me a little bit. What doesn't concern me is the potential a tailwind that they've got specifically with AI. So Apple is working directly with companies like Baidu and some other Chinese software developers to actually launch their Apple AI or the Apple Intelligence in Mandarin fully. And right now there's nothing. So if you're looking to buy the 16 as a Chinese customer, what incentive do you have? I mean, it's not like that's not a glowing endorsement for the Apple Intelligence available over here because it's not fully released either. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is, I think that the best days for Apple still ahead of it, especially because we still haven't seen the full gauntlet of their products.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was definitely a rough year, I think, for Apple overall. If you look at the chart, however, I refer you back to Tesla's chart because this is starting to look very similar. Huge move up to all-time highs over the past couple of weeks. This pullback is getting to a point where you got to ask yourself,
where do you buy?
Where do we buy this? And I mean, the obvious answer to that is somewhere in this consolidation once we get back into that point, only 0.5% today into negative territory. But maybe Michael Noss will have some opinions on where to buy Apple at this point. I think Michael Noss was very consumed with Fartcoin over the weekend. He was telling me yesterday that Fartcoin got to all-time highs. And I actually pulled up a weekly chart of it, and it just goes straight up.
And I gave him the opportunity last week when we had the breakout in Nat Gas. I'm like, you're going to talk about seasonality when we had the opportunity to, pound the table about Nat Gas? He didn't take it. But, we'll have to wait and see how that does.
All right. With that said, Mr. Noss is in, what is it, day 2 or day 3 of your fast here, Michael Noss?
Day 2.
Day 2. All right.
It's still standing.
All right, still standing. Good.
Fall down randomly.
Good. This is a water-based fast, obviously, correct?
Yeah. Water, and I'm giving myself some black coffee so I can stay mobile and keep my brain working.
And conscious, right? Good job. Well, I applaud you because that is incredibly challenging. And good job. I mean, I've read that if you make it beyond the 50% mark, it's no big deal to get the rest done.
Good. I hope you're right on that one. Because right now it's a little hard. So
okay.
Yeah, we got a couple hours to the 50%.
I won't tell you about the steak that we're having for lunch today or the. What do you want to talk about here today? I mean, I feel like there's a lot to cover. Going into, I mean, I'm kind of writing off yesterday and today as the start of the new year. I feel like next week will be more like the start of the new year and getting back into more normal volume.
Yeah, and I mentioned that a couple of times when I was on too, that I don't put much stock in this week or last week's action because you have the A team of the institutions are on vacation. You've got your B team. You've got a lot of retail speculation. It's why I think we've had these crazy moves in a lot of these low float names. But what I'm going to talk about today is I just want to visualize to everybody how much the mega cap guys have really led this market in the last year. So I have a bunch of charts going through the last year. I think this is the story of the year. So I spent a lot of time on New Year's Day when the market was closed going through charts. Of course, that doesn't surprise anyone. And just trying to say, okay, what do I think was the theme if I had to paint for a theme? Sometimes it's an industry, sometimes it's a sector or something like this. And this time, I just think it was these mega caps. And I'm going to show you guys that, and I'm going to talk about what I think needs to happen for this bull market to continue for another year. So the first chart I have is just MAGS, which is the Mag 7. So it has all of those in it. Sometimes releasing ETFs like this can actually be top and bottom signals. I remember when they delisted the coal ETF right at the bottom of the coal market. So sometimes when you see thematic ETFs getting like this narrow, you can see some problems here. But again, yeah, it's just the Mag 7. So it's all the big 7 guys. And I just wanted to show you the chart. This went live on May 2023. So we have over a year of data here. And pretty much straight and up and to the left. And the reason I use line charts for this is because we're zooming out quite a bit, and I think the theme takes place. So the next chart we have is the S&P 500. And I've drawn a purple line here at the high from before the bear market, right? So that 2021 high. So every time you see this purple line, again, that's a 2021 high. You can see the S&P 500 looks a lot like that Mag 7 line because that's what has been really driving the market. If you sum up those as the market cap weighted index, if you sum up those big 7 names, that's a lot of the index, right? That's a big percentage of the index. It's, I think, 30% or something at this point. So you can see when we broke out, we've had a great year in this. But let's start going to some other. Let's ignore those, I guess, is one way to look at it. So the next chart I have is the RSP. This is the same 500 names as the S&P 500, but it's not cap weighted, it's equal weighted. So those big names don't have as much of effect on this particular chart. And you can see not nearly as interesting when it broke out. Yes, it broke out, at new all-time highs. That was good, showing that the big cap names, even if you take the big guys out of there, are still doing okay. Not as well as those big names, but are still doing okay. Next, we start getting into some other, we're going to go down the cap scale now, right? So we're ignoring large cap now. We're using MDY, which is a mid cap ETF. So mid cap, I believe, is 2 to 10 billion. So these are your guys who I like to fish in this pond, just because these guys are eventually, if they're good companies and are going to grow, they're going to be those large caps and they're going to get adopted into the S&P 500 and all of that. But these are your middle companies. You probably haven't heard of much of them, but they're solid businesses. They have good earnings. They do okay. And you can see a little bit worse than the RSP. So broke out a little bit choppier when it broke out of that purple line, which is, again, the end of the last bull market. And it's just been a little bit sloppier to be in the mid-cap space. Next guy is down here. So the next chart is IWM, and this is small caps. So under $2 billion is generally speaking with small caps. And if you look at a candlestick chart on a weekly chart, we broke that high very briefly. On a line chart, we got right to that all-time high and then rejected from it, just showing the weakness. You can see pretty linearly as we go down to smaller and smaller and smaller companies, they're not doing as well. And the last chart to kind of really hammer this home, this is the microcaps, right? So the microcaps are your really little guys, right? They're, I think, under 500 million or something, just very, very tiny companies. Didn't even get close to those prior highs. Right? We haven't even tested that at all. So this is saying it's not as bad as a lot of people on Twitter will say that's only 7 companies leading the market or something like that. But it is showing that if you weren't in these big mega cap names all year, you didn't really get much done. And most of the companies in the market didn't, right? So we have, the S&P 500 has 500 names in it. The mid cap has 400 names in it. The IWM has 2,000 names in it. And then I think the IWC has another 1,000 or so names in it. So just the bulk of companies out there didn't get to their new all-time highs and are struggling under that area. So what I think we need to see going forward, and what I'm really going to watch this year while we're waiting for the first 5 days and the January effect, which I talked about earlier, is do we get this rotation? Do we get people taking profits from the Mag 7, that first chart where everybody made money? And does that money get filtered down into these smaller and up-and-coming companies? If so, then I think that's our next leg higher going into next year. If we don't get that and people just either hoard these large companies or, take the money and go off exchange with it and put it into bonds or cash or something, that's where I'm going to start to get nervous. So I'm really going to watch some of these ratio charts between, large caps and small caps and micro caps, just to see if we're getting down this cap scale. Because again, that's what I need. I think I am going to need to see in order to really think we're going to have another 20% plus year like we had this year.
It's an interesting point. If you zoom out even on a bigger scale, I was reading a story this morning that was essentially saying I believe it was the cumulative market cap of the top 800, I want to say, stocks is as big as it's been since the 1920s, I believe it was. I'll pull that story up again, but yeah. And that was going into the Great Depression. So it was basically highlighting the simple fact that the market's so heavily weighted to the top end of the market cap scale currently that we haven't seen that since, the Great Depression, which is not necessarily concerning, but it's, I would say, notable at least.
Well, and right, I don't want to be a doom and gloomer. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that these Mag 7 are leading, but I think it's important that we kind of figure out why they're leading. And it's AI, right? All the Mag 7 have something to do with AI. So it makes it the entire stock market hinge on a single story. And I think that's what's kind of unnerving to some people out there, where if AI just doesn't come through, if people aren't seeing profits from it, those big names sell off and then everything else sells off with it. So it's almost like you like to see a diversification of stories. It'd be nice, if home builders were doing as well as AI stocks and as healthcare stocks. So you're kind of diversifying your economy, because right now it seems like the entire market is just all in on AI. Either AI does fantastic and everyone does well, or AI fails and then everyone has a bad day.
Or quantum just squashes AI and no one cares about AI anymore by next week anyway.
Yeah, anyway. Or whatever else comes next, I guess.
Real quick, some housekeeping for everyone out there watching. Next Thursday, markets closed for the Jimmy Carter event in the U.S. We are going to be here. We are going to do a special live stream for everyone and talk about our top stock picks for 2025, top trade ideas for 2025, whatever you want to call it. We're going to have some fun, some guests come through. Michael Noss is going to be one of those. And join us on Thursday around 10 o'clock. I think we'll get Mr. Noss coming through. So we appreciate you doing that. And we'll talk to you next week anyways before then.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's going to be a lot of fun. I've got some research to do, and that always makes me excited. So I'll talk to you guys then.
Have a great weekend.
You too now.
Yeah, Michael doing research? No, come on. He's not going to do any of that. Hopefully he's not still doing that fast. I can't do, I gotta do intermittent, I'll do intermittent fasting on a regular basis. I find that's good because I eat less junk in the evenings, but full fast for multiple days. I don't think that would make me very happy.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him, is that no water as well, or you got to be drinking some water? Come on, yeah.
You have to drink water.
Shout out to him. That's definitely difficult thing to do, and I guess it builds discipline as well, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's 100%. I think when
exercise.
It's like working out or any kind of plan, it gets you that internal discipline built. And there's lots of ways to do it. I think it's fantastic. You want to find other, if you want discipline in trading, you want to find other places in your life where you can sort of reinforce that. For some people, it's a workout schedule. Maybe, heck, man, it could be cleaning. I don't really know. But I just have to find your own. There was one note I wanted to make about on theme for Michael, something that I'm looking at right now. And this won't be when we talk about our ideas for next week, this isn't going to be mine. But the 200 period on the Russell here, all these crazy wicks. But the best idea you can find here is since the 200 period has held, this is November 2023, or actually it was December of 2023. The 200 period on the daily for the Russell has been very much respected. So this is a major test coming in for the Russell at 215. And it looks, we're trending back down into it. I think you get any kind of a dip and bounce, like recovery like this, like see that dip, and then higher low recovery, dip, higher low recovery, dip, higher low recovery. That's going to be a long signal on the Russell. I don't know that we've already gotten it here. I think maybe another chance for it to leg down even a little bit more. Obviously, with what's going on with the Fed and the fact that it's a non-zero chance we get no cuts, and certainly less cuts than were expected before. It's probably weighing on it a little bit here, but that 200 period starting to get very, very close. Objects appear closer in the rear view for that 200 period moving average. What I also noticed today is it was a rough start for the market. We need 5 red days in a row for Michael Noss's indicator. Well, we had 1, but Adair decided to wear green to make sure that we don't have another.
We're going to take a look here at upgrades and downgrades, starting with SQ. This is Block Inc. with a Raymond James upgrade. They did gap a little bit up on this. You can read more about this on our watch list, but they're pretty detailed here about what they like for SQ going forward. JP Morgan getting upgraded by Wolf Research. Chewy also getting upgraded by Wolf Research. This former Roaring Katie name currently up about 2.5% pre-market. And then we have Sands Las Vegas. So we have Jefferies Financial upgrading this one up about 4% today. So great look for all of these names, mostly pushing to the upside pre-market. Then we have Wolf Research now here with some downgrades. All 4 of these downgrades from Wolf Research. Bumble down about 2%, BNY Mellon, Imperial, and Immunovant. So Wolf Research here coming heavy with the downgrades. But this upgrade side has a couple interesting opportunities, guys. Back to you.
Out to me on that list. Okay, I like Block, but the Block I've talked about before, and Block does look interesting on the higher time frame.
The Block is hot.
The Block is hot, baby. But Chewy is ready to maybe do some things. I don't think I have this channel drawn because sometimes when it's this good off a support level, you only have it confirmed this trend bottom, like the trend top. You can see, boom, there's your trend top. You're looking for it. Okay, where's the trend bottom going to be? Stupid clean between the 50 and the 200. But I don't think you get another shot at that when it's this obvious. So instead it bounces the 50 period. You're now near the top end of the range here. What you have to be careful with when you have an upward trend like this is like breaks of the high, like a break of this high. It's a pretty clean double top. But look what happened when you had this trend line and then the break of the high here. Like it was probably okay that day and then you pull back. So I think looking at these tops on Chewy, it's like it's good for a day trade, but then after that it needs to clear the top and close above the trend line. Otherwise, I think retesting the 50 period is at least reasonably likely because it's done it every other time it's traded. So I think it's worth watching Chewy if it can break this 36, but I put it in the more of the day trade than anything else because this has been respected. You've got earnings, and then you've got a clear top and a clear bottom of this channel, and as long as it respects the channel, you've got to be very, very careful getting aggressive for swing trades off of that high.
Yeah, I like the block chart as well. Now, something I've been doing more often this year is giving tickers the anchored only to the first earnings of the year and seeing how the year carried out relative to that earnings anchored. And you can see here that Block is doing some interesting things. Kind of a consolidative base since 2022, where we got that strong pullback off of the COVID run, 2020, 2021, all the way up to 289s right there. You can see we've been consolidating sideways here. And finally, the prior earnings got us above that initial earnings anchored here on Block, and we went for a bit of a run, a bit of a breakout as well, if you want to call it that. They're coming kind of back into that range, but I'm curious to know going forward this year on Block where this price action may potentially take us here. Do we come back into the range here as this selling has been happening over the past few weeks? This is a daily chart here. Each candle represents one day. But yeah, pulling back into this, 74, 75s as well. But yeah, with a bit of an upgrade today, let's see what Block does. Yesterday, didn't do too much, kind of a consolidation grind into the close. But interestingly enough, we're getting that gap up push in the morning today. And yeah, with a bit of an upgrade. So yeah, let's see if that gap up will give us some continuation into some prior highs on Square. Sorry, Block.
Either or.
Either.
16, guys, that's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract. The thing about this close is it brings us down below that 59.50 point level that we've been defending for the past few days. So we're going to actually use 59.50 now as resistance. Sadly, to the downside, we're going to use 5,900 as support.
All right, as always, if you haven't done so, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page. All you need is your email address, and you can get the watch list every day sent right to your inbox for free. We were just discussing this Nike position that Bill Ackman has. I had no idea, but apparently as of December 28th, he had, it was 16.28 million shares of Nike for Pershing Square, so that's not nothing.
That's not anything. Right?
Let's talk Tesla. Yeah, I mean, we covered it already kind of briefly, but I think it's a question of where do you buy this, not if. But yeah, if you missed it, China sales were a record. Say what? After yesterday?
I know, and especially after last year, we kept hearing that they had trouble in China, all these new Chinese EV makers really eating into their market share. Well, we have a different look today, 12.8% increase for December, hitting a record sales of 83,000 units. About 36.7% of all of Tesla's global deliveries were in China, making it's the second largest market. Sadly, yesterday we did know that global deliveries were down 1.1% year over year. And look, Brendo, they're not just doing this, they're not just getting these sales haphazardly. They're continuing to give incentives to Chinese customers, a 10,000 yuan discount, zero interest financing for up to 5 years. So they're really trying to move the needle there and stay competitive with some of these new EVs.
You were making the point yesterday that BYD was still crushing it, specifically in China. I mean, they're in other markets, but specifically in China on their total sales. Not only topping Tesla, but maybe a sign that the demand in China is still there.
It is. And Brendo, BYD, and we don't trade BYD because it's on the OTC market, shout out to Jeff Mendel, but overseas shipments, so cars that were shipped overseas other than China for BYD, up 72% year over year. They're really going hard, and they're focusing on Brazil and some of the Latin American countries to try to find their way into the West.
Let's see what happens today. We're back to green here right now, guys, for Tesla.
So look, Tesla yesterday, it's a tale of, I'd say, three stories. One, when sometimes when the biggest and the best move is in the pre-market, which is more or less what happens on the delivery number. I mean, you can see that you're not capturing, well, I mean, you're not necessarily capturing that because the algos will get it, but when you're getting that big of a move, you're very unlikely to see something that will extend further than the $30 drop that you already had in the pre-market. And then the initial bounce trade essentially giving you this push down into from 95. By the time you get to the open, it's already giving you $11, and then we open up and you're essentially at the low at 74. So you've gotten two massive moves in there, and that's where, hey, the gravy's in, you're up on the short in Tesla, but then comes, it's the open, I let you use. If you had that whole, I use more shares in the open than I would in the pre-market, which is true in a general sense, well, it was not clean coming back in through VWAP. And one of the things that I was going over is if anytime there's parabolic moves off of the open, I feel like the execution strategy should be mean reversion shots instead of trying to play consolidations. Because it's super clean at VWAP in the middle of the day, but here, there's just so much more shakeout. Like these wicks are, 84 up to like 90. It's just a heck of a lot more chop. That said, you're going to be looking for continuations today on Tesla. There's no question about it. You got pre-market highs at 82. You've got a resistance up there at 85, 86, and you've got another one at 90 to 92. So those are three places I'll be looking at on pops for Tesla. As we were saying before, I mean, it feels like we're headed to the 50 period on the daily here. That's 350. You had a triple top at 360 before a breakout. But I think that's a reasonable target area if we get down there to look for some bids on Tesla. So yeah, just got to be a little cleaner with the execution strategy. That's why you want to have a reason. It's not just a price area or a direction. You also have to have this is what I need to see to get into the trade, so that you're not getting sort of run over by a freight train or having to hold something way too far against you in order to let it work. And that's the plan of action on Tesla, just to be a little bit tighter. And we'll get to, we're going to get to Rivian deliveries in a sec, so no need to mention now.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you there on the execution on any trade. This is what Wade and I were talking about recently, actually a few times over the past couple of weeks there, that yeah, you can come up with great ideas, and the ideas can be pretty strong as well, but execution structure kind of making the difference between actually making profitable trades, making good trades on the idea versus not, right? So if you have proper execution sets and structures in order to apply. What's going on, Randy? To apply to the chart, then the idea, a strong idea plus execution, could definitely come in very well. And yeah, yesterday Tesla deliveries day one. We talked about this a little bit earlier there. You can see how cleanly it rejected off of that VWAP. I'm going to be looking for a continuation on the day today. Bit of a double bottom there at 373s. Let's see where that'll take us there. But if it doesn't, got range highs or opening range highs in and around 392s to 391.5. So I'm going to be watching this kind of range here. It pretty much ranged in this area all day, with a significant bottom, I would say. Sure, you can call it a double bottom, but majority of the mid to end of day consolidation held up that 376 to 373 level on Tesla. So let's see where Tesla takes us today. It was doing some decent relative volume coming off of the open, 1.6, which is pretty decent for a large cap right there. In the pre-market, currently doing less than 1 RVol, but we'll see what the open has in store for us today. But deliveries, day 2 catalyst on Tesla today.
All right, let's go on to Apple. Apparently Siri spying on everyone. Probably shouldn't shock anyone, but they have recordings. It's downside again today. I mean, this chart, as we were saying, looking a little bit like Tesla in the sense that it's coming back into decent levels here. I'm just going through some of these analyst moves this morning. Bank of America kind of standing out here, maintaining a buy, but a little bit lower on their price target.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that all pans out. It's never happened, Brendo, that we were talking and then a certain advertisement shows up on the phone. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea or anything like that. But no, seriously though. So with respect to shipments to China, we were talking about this to start the show. They tumbled. They tumbled aggressively, 47.4% in November 2024 compared to a year ago. So not a good look there. Separately, on the other side of the coin, Bank of America Securities maintaining the buy on Apple and the $256 price target. Bernstein, same look there, reiterating outperform and a $260 price target. But that's more long term. I think we've got a bit of a headwind right now for Apple.
The narrative going into this 16 cycle was it's going to be a super cycle and everyone's going to do the upgrade. I don't think that's happening yet.
We need the full release of the Apple Intelligence. We don't. With this piecemeal basis ain't going to cut it.
And it hasn't been great on that point yet, or the reviews anyway. But I don't know. Thoughts here, guys, for Apple?
Well, I have some thoughts on Apple, but before we get to that, how about we kick off 2025 with massive savings from Trade Ideas. Right now, exclusive to Trader TV, viewers get 25% off any subscription with code TraderTV25. Or you can go big with 30% off premium annual using TTV PREM30. Both of these are valid through January 3rd. Don't miss out on these New Year's savings, and let's crush 2025 together. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. Check the link in the description. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Well, I got one on Apple. I want to buy 238. So, I should say there's like two, but 246 I think is a fade zone on Apple. It was not super clean when it broke this flat bottom yesterday. So this is, I should just draw a line, because if I draw a line here at 246 and hit my save button, I can then go over to my 3-minute chart where I can show you yesterday a little bit better. So this is 246. When it broke at the open, that was not a clean break. I guess if you really just scalped it, great, but then the follow through was non-existent. But then look what happened after it retested. That same level was golden. So 246, I think that's the fade zone on Apple, and then 238 is simply right in here. 50 period on the daily, simple moving average on the daily, previous triple top. So that's the range I got for Apple. Want to buy that bottom at 38, want to look for shorts at the top at 46. Keep it simple.
Yeah. Apple's spying on us. We can't be serious. All right. So yesterday, I actually didn't even notice this. Apple, I was like, I did observe that Apple was selling off quite aggressively, and I was like, oh boy, this is an aggressive sell, distinctly different from some of the other Mag 7 tickers on the day, but doing almost 2 times relative volume on Apple, that's pretty significant. And yeah, a bit of a double bottom consolidation right there. It's kind of a similar story to that of Tesla in the sense where it finds a bottom and consolidates there for the later half of the day. But yeah, 241s, 242s. So clearly, I think something that we can kind of assume on this ticker here is over the past couple of weeks, you can see that sellers are definitely a little bit in charge, especially you see Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. So coming into today, I want to see if more of that is going to be happening. If the ticker shows us that sellers are still in charge, I want to see that some of these prior levels where sellers did come in aggressively show up again. And you can see that's already happening in the pre-market right now off of this just underneath this 245 level. You can see that aggressive selling that happened in and around 12 o'clock. Came off of that 245 level in the pre-market. We got a sharp push with the 7 a.m. volume into that area, and then some selling coming right back into that range low from yesterday. So continuation on Apple. Let's see if those sellers still persist.
We're just talking about Rivian. Yeah, it's up 5%, but I mean, when we sat here 24 hours ago and talked about 400 plus thousand vehicles, that was disappointing for Tesla, and then these are the numbers that we have for Rivian. 12,727 they delivered. That was produced. They delivered 14,183, so a little bit of backlog there, some leftovers in the year. 49,476, 51,579 produced and delivered. So better than expected on that end, but still, they got a long way to go here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we were talking with Randy yesterday during the How to Trade show during the midday, and I put it to him. I'm like, does the R2 move the needle, right? And can they get the R2 out in time? The Georgia plant's under construction, so we can't even talk about that because the plant that's supposed to build them isn't done. So we'll have to continue to wait and see. Obviously, they have the R3 that's slated for 26. But yeah, I think it's okay, Brendo, because this is nothing. This is not a shock. This is a $100,000 car. You can't sell too many of these, right?
I mean, they got to maintain it too going forward. That's going to be the key. They did also say that their backlog in supply chain had seemed to loosen up a little bit, and they had more access to parts. So that's good.
Huge volume on Rivian right now. So, it's one of those where delivery numbers come in and all of a sudden, it's going to be on your radar just because of that. So a couple of things, good bounce here, 12 and 12.75. I don't think you see that, but it's an important base because resistance to support, and now you're trying to break a little bit of a downward trend on this daily. I almost always like these prior resistance for pullbacks. So you can see like 13.8, this isn't a nothing area here. Maybe call it 13.75. I think it's better to give it a range like 13.65 into 13.80 or so. But if you just call it the 13.7 zone, you can see buying to resistance, to breakout, to resistance, to resistance. That's the dip buy zone. So when you find that on the 15-minute, as long as it holds that off the open, I think you're looking long. The caution will be once it gets above 14.30, you can't necessarily ignore what happened the last time we were up here with that ridiculous rejection up at like 14.70. So once it's above 14.30, it's like make sure you're banking profits and just be careful for any kind of reversion. Like if it fails up here, I don't know how excited I am to buy any dips. But first stop on Rivian, you can already see in the pre-market, like we draw you that line, there's your resistance. It's already bounced a couple of times. Well, not much of a dip there, but certainly already bounced once off this price area at 13.75. So that's the target zone. As long as it holds this off the open, you look continuations. Just be wary about that top it made a couple of days ago.
All right. So I got to see the super chat here by Jordan Ali. I'm a beginner here. Love the show. Thank you. We love you as well. What does it mean when you use the word fade? So when we're saying fade, I think we mean it's a bit of counter trend, right? So if you want to counter the move. So for example, if I were to fade this Rivian doing over 5 times relative volume in the pre-market, I'm looking for, so you can see that it's bid up. So if I'm trying to fade it, I might be looking for a reversion back down into VWAP. So, but if it's on the downside and you're looking to fade the down move, you might be looking to take a long. So by fading, it's like, like just shaving some off, kind of that kind of a fade. But yeah, fading the move just means kind of going counter trend. I think that's a good way to put it, right, Neil?
Yeah, that's the best way to talk about it.
Yeah, but going back to Rivian here, again,
I've never seen that description before.
What do you mean? Oh, right there refers to the over-the-counter trading.
I've never heard of that in OTC trading.
Interesting.
Taking someone else. But no,
I guess that kind of
makes
tracks,
sense.
Yeah.
That said, when we use it, 80% of the time, usually we'll probably use it more often if you're looking to short a top or short a stock that's in an upward trend. A lot of times we'll call like buying support or buying the bottom, but it's the same principle. It's going one direction, you're looking to go in the other. That's all.
Yeah. So something significant about Rivian that I do want to point out is right here. Again, doing significant RVOL, holding up on its VWAP. Now this VWAP is the same thing as it's anchored. Here, I can throw on an anchor just to prove that right there. Pretty much holding that same kind of level here in the pre-market. But interestingly enough, Neil, this strong pullback goes on to yesterday's consolidation highs. You can see we double topped yesterday before taking a little bit of a pullback going into the close. But this pullback is holding prior day's consolidation highs. So that's interesting for me as well. I think I have an anchored here from earlier here. It's probably off of an earnings or some sort of event. I think, whatever event that we had on December 9th with some strong action, we're kind of holding that as a bit of resistance. We can see here on the 31st, the last day of the year, we had a strong reversion with Rivian selling off aggressively into the close. So we do have a little bit of overhead resistance at that 1472 level, currently trading at 1395, just shy of that 14 level. So let's see if these delivery numbers can give us some continuation and drive Rivian to the upside today.
All right, let's go on to Block here. SQ back to the upside this morning. Raymond James with an upgrade, kind of out of nowhere, to the tune of 4% here, back to $90 for formerly known as Square Block. Just reading this too. Cathie Wood dumping a ton of both Tesla and Palantir over the past couple of days, both obviously with huge runs. So might explain some of the weakness in both of those over the past couple of days. Palantir selling 42,293 shares. Not nothing.
That's interesting. Yeah, she's always actively managing all her portfolios, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Raymond James upgrading Block from market perform to outperform and a new price target up from 86.75 up to that 115. The upgrade here is driven by confidence in what they call seller gross payment volume, GPV for short, and the growth potential. Some of the key growth factors they talk about are easier year-over-year comparisons, increased sales momentum and better distribution, ongoing international expansion, and product innovation. I've talked to you about this off camera a bunch of times. My brother-in-law absolutely swears up and down with Square for his point of sale for his business, and he's always able to manage all the metrics, remote or otherwise, and can't live without it kind of thing.
There's so many different parts to that business, but just that one is super convenient for small businesses. End of this list as well, I didn't even see that, but Block is in there as well. So Cathie Wood also selling SQ over the past couple of days.
Again, like sometimes you see that weakness and it gets explained away. Before we get to Block, just one note on Palantir. It got close yesterday to that 71 go zone. So if there's another flush off 76 like today, I'm looking for the 71 long again. Just it never got there yesterday. I think there's a decent chance on any kind of weakness you could see a revisit. So it's the same level we've been talking about for the last month on Palantir at that 71. As far as Block goes, this one looks, whatever. Cathie, buy, sell, do whatever you want to do. But when you look at Block, it doesn't have a ton of volume on this upgrade, but on the weekly chart, this is 87, 1, 2, 3, and then finally breaking it out. And then now you're getting a pullback, and I'll go to the daily chart here. Now you're getting a pullback, and that same level is now getting retaken after we bounce the 50-period moving average. So I just think it's a long back into the high in a general sense when I see a level like that. I don't know if you break this out. This is 91.60-ish that it needs to break that top out today, which is, it's about $1 and change away. It's going to ask a lot. It's already up 4%. You've already got prior lows to work off of, 88.5 and then 89. So I think you've got a good buy zone in there on block. Probably maybe go to Rivian first here just because Rivian's got so much more relative volume. But I do like that look on block as well.
Yeah, I think interestingly enough, it's doing a significant amount of relative volume on this upgrade, and I guess when Kathy keeps selling, it seems like a lot of these tickers keep getting bought up. So people are probably like, all right, we're going to take the other side of that. I don't know. But interestingly enough, we are doing some relative volume on the break of this bit of a trend that we've had for the past few days. So you can see that we sold off on December 27th here. Again, going into the end of the year, bit of a resistance level here at 91.5. So over and over again, you can see that selling comes in every time the ticker kind of gets up here, tries to push, selling comes in, and this time over a multi-day period, and with a little bit of a trend kind of to the downside here, gapping up above that, doing some relative volume. So let's see if we can finally break this 91.5-ish area on square or block today, pushing up into some of these prior levels as well. So you can see that selling actually started here aggressively on December 18th. Again, with that FOMC, we got that continuation of a sell that was already going on in the day, 2 p.m. We get even more aggressive selling. So that reference high was of the day was about 95.74, and then 2 p.m. high is about 93.81. We're currently trading at 90.23. So let's see if Square can get back up to some of those levels there. But yeah, interesting that it's doing that much relative volume in the pre-market. Let's see if some of that volume or that relative volume stays persistent going out into the open.
All right, we'll wrap things up here with CVNA. This was yesterday. Hindenburg coming out with short or declaring a short position against Carvana as we come back through $200, which was about there. Yesterday afternoon, it did hold below that going into the end of the day and then just absolutely tanked down through 190. Remember, I forget who it was, but somebody put a $2 price target on this at one point.
Oh, boy.
What a wild ride it's been for CVNA, but possibly more downside here today.
Yeah, Hindenburg calling their turnaround a mirage, Brendo. So, yeah, that's the allegations include use of unstable loans and accounting manipulation to boost reported income. Also, $800 million in loans that they say were loaned out to suspected and undisclosed related parties. Insider stock sales they also talk about. And here's the deal. So this is a father-son kind of run company. Ernie Garcia III, he's the CEO. Ernest Garcia II, he's Carvana's largest shareholder, and they're central to the allegations here. So Hindenburg is claiming that Garcia, which owns also another company called Drive Time, which is a loan company for people buying cars from Carvana, basically he's saying that they're hiding delinquencies in some of the loan payments so that they can appear better on the balance sheet. The report also accuses the Garcias of operating a pump and dump scheme to enrich themselves. One last thing here, Brendo. It should be noticed that Ernest Garcia II, he was involved in the Lincoln Savings and Loan scandal and pled guilty back in 1990 to fraud. So I'm not saying, he's guilty here, but there's a track record.
A little bit of shadiness. Yeah. 190 as we speak just comes and goes. So now 5+% here downside, guys.
Wow. So for any I thought it was $1 the price target on that old price target on Carvana at one point, but it did get down. It was at $4.50 at one point. Like, you got to keep that in mind. On a weekly chart, like this went from $360 to $4 to back up to here. Now it's already been running because, let's be real, when was the last time you saw a short seller report that came out when the stock was literally at the high? No. It's after it's already pulled a mean reversion, lost to 50 period, did this breakdown and starts heading down into toward theoretical support, and that's when you drop the report because they're in the business of making money like everybody else. It is what it is. Vana, as it's affectionately called by some, I think you look at yesterday's, the bottom is actually 187. But if you look at the afternoon lows at about 195, you can already see it curling off that level. I think as long as it's underneath the 195, Whenever there's a short seller report, until it's made a firm bottom and held that bottom, I think you look for the continuation. So this 195 sets up, and then maybe even a flat bottom break on Carvana. Okay, this is our last one, so hey, we're going to have some time maybe talk about the chips after as well.
Yeah, no, Carvana, definitely one of the top watches for me. Let's see how it opens up. Not really doing too much volume in the pre-market. I see here on my book, it's done about just over 250,000 shares in the pre-market. Sure, we have a little bit of a relative volume coming in off of the 4 a.m. open. There are 30 times relative volume, kind of dwindling down to about 20 times right now, and even lower. See, yeah. So after this volume comes in, after 9 o'clock, we're getting closer to like 7 to 8 times relative volume. So we are getting some selling coming in. Again, yesterday we had that Hindenburg report, so a little bit of a shake and bake off of that. Finds a bit of a top there at 212.89s, and then sells off into the close. Now we're selling off a little bit more there, so maybe some continuation. But something I did observe is that when you pull up Carvana on the weekly, here, it's already been selling off. You can see, yeah, talk about a beautiful textbook rounded bottom here, round bottom example on Carvana. We had that run up, the breakout off of this $60 level here, and you can see I have a couple anchors that we've been reclaiming and holding as well. So finally kind of breaking a bit of structure there, breaking a bit of trend as well. So let's see if we get that reversion. We've already got a decent kind of reversion off of the highs there, 268.34 is currently trading at 199 halves on Carvana. Actually, in the pre-market, trading at 187 halves right now. So we closed at 199 halves yesterday. So let's see if we get that continuation off of the open today. Some prior levels I'm watching right here. You can see this consolidation highs in and around 166. I don't know if we're going to go down about 20 points on Carvana. I got to go back and check what the ATR on this name is. But with a little bit of RVol, why not do a few ATRs? But let's see what that open brings us. Definitely a name on watch with that report coming out. But something also to note is that JPM also came out with a bit of a rebuttal in the morning, kind of saying that, okay, you know what, we've taken a look at them as well. It would be nice if they were a little bit more open about some of their workings, and maybe let's see. I don't expect a similar kind of move as SMCI where their auditors actually jumped ship, but. Let's see how Carvana deals with this short report going into today. Let's see if they have a response. But looking for that continuation, you can see that it's already been in a bit of a trend to the downside. Let's see if we can get a continuation off of this report on the day today. So only about a minute and 10 seconds left. I wish you guys luck for the trading day. May you take the best of decisions, and may the odds be ever in your favor. So. We got a couple top names on watch. I got so running down my list of potential in-play names. I don't have too many specific plans just yet, but I'm looking at CEG, I'm looking at Carvana, I'm looking at Tesla, I'm looking at X with Biden coming out in the morning.
Be careful on that.
We're going to block that. Yeah.
One thing to remember with X is that Cleveland Cliffs did have a bid for them as well, previous to this, and the last bid Cliffs had was actually higher than this price, which is a little bit interesting to see if that one will come back in. We did get a super chat, but very quickly here, thank you very much, Nick W, for the super chat. I like the look on Square. You're in Rivian long swing and looking to enter a long on DOCN 32 level. Not much time before the open to get to it, but please try to remind me if we forget to go over DOCN that we'll try to do that. Nvidia had a small buy imbalance. It's headed to the upside. Double top here, I think, is the first place to look for a dip. But Adara, let's ring it for the second day of the year. How about nowish?
Ooh.
All right, so look, Nvidia had a buy imbalance. It did pair off. It's up 1%. It was the strongest mover yesterday. 140.5 is already a big level. I don't know if we're going to get the 138 dip into that double top. So that's the first look. Was looking for a dip buy. AMD looking relatively weak, but Rivian is already starting to come back in here. So retesting that 1375 zone. Already made a bit of a wick and trying to hold. Let's see if it can hold this open underneath the 1375. Tesla as well, looking continuation play there. It doesn't even want to sniff the upside to retest afternoon resistance. Already headed back down through the 380 here on Tesla. Not a very good start for TSLA, but Nvidia still looking pretty good. I'd still love to be able to get a dip. I don't want to rush into those tops. The market is heading higher here, although it will be. So trying not to chase, But,
I think today I want to be a little bit patient here. Again, you can see Alphabet's running to the upside. So is Amazon. So is the Spider, and Nvidia breaking that 140 level. So let's see. We were talking about that 142, right, in the pre-market. So let's see if we can get there. Only about a point and a half left. Okay, here we go. 141's currently coming in to test on Nvidia. So let's pull up that chart and kind of observe that. You can see the Nasdaq also reclaiming that 21.3. and pushing up a little bit higher. Let's see if the ES can give us that 6,000 test. Oh boy, that's some acceleration on Nvidia to the upside. 141.26s. I'm going to pack my patience, as Sharif likes to say, and wait for this trade, for a potential trade to fall into 140 today, 142.
Remember, 142 is a bit of a double top here on the 15 minutes. So break one has happened on Nvidia, but I'll give it a chance to pull back into this prior high, 140.5. I think longs in front of 140.5 on a dip, and the 142 break are going to be the way to go. Rivian has also blasted off. Let me just cancel that 13.8. It's already headed to that 14.30 level here on Rivian. This is a super high flyer at this point. Tesla is also heading up. So if you're trying to fade Tesla, and when I say fade, if you're trying to short Tesla, you want to put in some patience. Pack your patience with that bad boy. But it's got to be Nvidia approaching that 142 as we speak. If I can pick it up back underneath the 141, great. But that breakout is now only 50 cents away on Nvidia. If you're wondering, just look at it on a 15-minute chart, a little bit of a higher time frame, and you'll be able to see that 142. It's a double top. You go a little further back. So I think we're going to get it here on Nvidia, looking like an absolute rocket ship. AMD is also happening to go along with it. We didn't get to Rigetti, so very quickly, I do want to go over Rigetti in a second. Let me just make sure I have that order in the right spot before we go into RGTI. Okay, we're looking good. RGTI, another strong mover. It does not hold on to first support, but it just bounced off that 18 level. So it broke down. Let it try to fill in that gap. We've seen it do a dip and rip before. Rigetti right back above the 19 area. So this one looks like it's just withstood into that prior low at 18. Reclaim the pre-market low, and let's break it out. So we can get back above VWAP. I'd look for the breakout through 20. Otherwise, wait for the 18 level. But Nvidia definitely looking like that 142 break.
Yeah, Neil, this market is hella strong right now, pushing to the upside. 588 halves on the Spider there. So watching a few names at the same time. We can take a look at them together as well. Again, like I said, just patiently waiting. You can see that, wow, U.S. Steel, oh boy, you were right on that one there. That thing is reverting the gap back to the upside.
Be careful with that.
And something else that I'm watching is Nike. We were talking about this in the pre-market, Neil and I. Nike, very aggressive selling all day yesterday. So all day sellers in charge on Nike, and not only all day, you can see this red line right here is anchored from their earnings from December. I guess day one was December 20th, but the report came out on December 19th. Right here, you can see, again, anchored to the highs. We didn't quite make it back up above those 77 half levels there. And yesterday, look at that. Beautiful action right off of the open there. You can see selling coming in on Friday, December 27th, off of that anchored, kind of showing us that it might be respecting. And then yesterday, a bit of confirmation there with a sharp pull up into that earnings anchored VWAP, and then a strong sell off there. So let's see if we can get that continuation below the 73.25. So I'll be patient for that one there as well. What else did I have on watch? So we can go through my watch list here. We were talking about CEG, Constellation Energy. We saw they had a strong move yesterday with a little bit of relative volume here, gapping up a little above yesterday's range and giving us a little bit of a shake and bake right off of the open. So I'm looking for a bid to catch. If the bid is real and we do take a pullback, where will it potentially catch? That's the question that I'm asking as of right now. So wow, Carvana 186. So Carvana is actually looking to sell off a little bit there. But what's the volume on that one right now, Neil. I don't think it's done too much just
Less
yet,
than
but
1 million shares on Carvana.
yeah, less than 1 million shares. There goes Apple. So this is what I'm looking for. Apple continuation to the downside. This is yesterday's low just now right here. So I missed that VWAP entry off of, what was that, 42.80s, 42 halves roughly. Let's see if Apple gives us that continuation to the downside. The market's also taking a little bit of a pullback here as well currently. So that's giving us some tailwind to the downside. And Apple, again, distinctly different from some of these other Mag 7 names.
Speaking of which, Nvidia just did its first pullback.
Okay, all right.
So Nvidia tagged, it hasn't broken 142 yet, but it just tagged 141.65. It bounced off the even dollar pretty cleanly here to get back into the half dollar. If you can come to my charts for a second. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Remy. Or actually, it's Fabian. Bounced off 141, was able to scalp some out because it rejected this double top. So when it did that, got a bulk out here and going to look to dip by a little closer to that 140 half that we're eyeballing. So we're into Nvidia, and let's go over to Adara as Carvana is really starting to bleed.
Couple runners to be aware of. NanoX Imaging, NNOX. This one actually breaking here. Looks like yesterday's high with a bit of volume, just over 1 million shares traded on the day. No catalyst on this one, but they've run in the past. They're a small cap, so about $500 million market cap and a 13.8% short float. Also on watch here, CHEK. That's check cap with about a $4.4 million, 4.4 million share float. Yesterday, they announced they received this patent here for its bowel disease treatment. Last but not least, Rivian still on the move here, up 11%. This one popping up on my scanner here with their production and delivery numbers released. So keep an eye on RIVN, CHEK, and NNOX. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
And Knox. And the other chip name that's flying here is AMD. Right through yesterday's highs, but I still feel, okay, I know we're long Nvidia, but I still feel bearish on AMD until it breaks out of this channel that it's in. So it's at the top of the channel at resistance. This is a short zone for me. It's weird, but you see that 123.5? That's a fade zone. That's a short zone. I keep saying fade, and not everyone gets it when we say fade. So if we do a mean revert off of this high in front of 123.5, this is a stock that I'm looking for shorts on AMD. 142 is still a breakout for me on Nvidia. So even though we're long into 42, I plan to cover and then get out and get back in on a 142 breakout. Here comes Rigetti as the strength in this quantum name is unabated. It's now trying to hold a breakout of the 90, the $20 level, chilling out at about 1990 for a second there. Close above 20, and then we're going to look for a continuation long here. A flat breakout is actually at 20.25. But I want to see it hold a bid above this breakout price. So far, so good on Nvidia. And wow, Carvana, 7% down. Is Carvana going to get to 10% before we get a shot at it? That's the question I got to ask myself.
Yeah. So Carvana continuation seems to be working out pretty well there. Nike to the downside as well. So I'm getting a little short here on Apple as it holds underneath its VWAP area. But if it reclaims, that's perfectly fine. We can kind of reassess as well. Tesla to the upside, giving us a little bit of a bid. 386s and change trading currently on Tesla here. So I have VWAP on Apple here at what is this? 242.65. We're trading just at that level currently here. And what is that? Oh, my AVG alert is still going off. So I got to turn that one off there. Yeah, CEG also holding within its opening range. So we were looking at that one there as well for a little bit of continuation. So that one's potentially coming in right now if we can get a bit of a break of that range there. But we'll see how some of these tickers are doing. Once again, with the market so strong and Apple still holding, you got to see what's going on with Adara.
It's worth noting here too, TSLA. Obi mentioned this one being strong. It is up about 2% at day's highs. We also got a note here from JP Morgan saying that they think roughly 40% of Tesla earnings going forward are at risk due to the regulatory backdrop. What they could be referring to is the fact that it's very likely here that the Trump administration will curb some of these EV tax credits, so that could hurt TSLA due to the price of their vehicles. So TSLA here, apparently some regulatory risks for its earnings, according to JP Morgan. Make sure to like and subscribe. And at 10 a.m., we're going to be getting a little bit of ISM data, so be aware of that. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, 10 o'clock we'll have ISM. Nvidia, 41 into 42, 42 so far into the 30s. As the breakout of 42 has happened. I've scalped some out, but not the bulk of it. If you break this trend line, I still feel like our 141 and our 140.5 are going to be good buy zones, as this is an absolute rocket. The Nasdaq's now up one and change, so we're getting the. I mean, Adara wore green. You know, she told everybody it was going to be a long day today with that choice, and it's looking awfully strong. Obviously, I said be patient with Tesla for fades. Well, I'm not necessarily seeing anything. You blew through this level, and now you're retesting, I think, this 390 area. So if we're going to play a mean reversion on Tesla, it's going to require a lot of patience, as this is looking super strong. AMD, however, is a different story. AMD is starting to top out here and try to break the trend. So this is different from Nvidia in that it's at a supply zone. Oh, I might have missed a chance there, but it's now trying to break this trend line. Come on, just pop up a little bit more. You're going to close underneath the trend here on AMD. And I'll see if I can get in just above the 123 level. NASDAQ, super, super strong, like we mentioned. So be careful. Make sure you have a good, if you're trying to short something, make sure you have some good short entries, or maybe just let it be. I was about to say let it be Carvana, and Carvana just bounced like $5. So maybe not even that.
Yeah, got to be careful with some of those shorts here. Again, market super strong off of the open there, so we kind of reclaimed that VWAP on Apple, but I'm giving it a little bit of room to kind of really get aggressive with this one there. But holding some of these prior days levels as well, right? So I'm watching the spider as well. The SPY is my compass, is what I like to remind myself a little bit every day, that I write down at the top of my note there. And the SPY is again, you can see the ES there, a bit of a test of some of those prior levels here on the spider as well. So yeah, SPY is pretty strong, but we're coming into some of the prior days levels, so I'm going to be continuing to watch some of that to see if sellers kind of step back in, and if they don't, maybe we do get a very strong day today with the market bidding up so aggressively. Again, we held that 21,300 on the Nasdaq, and then now we're kind of poised for a push or a test of that 6,000 on the ES as well. Spider coming into that 590 level, 589s trading on the SPY. Yesterday, interesting action underneath that 589 level there, but kind of giving that up, acting as resistance, a bit of a triple test on that relative to VWAP as well. And we're coming back into some of those areas on the spider. So I'm curious to know if that action, if that pressure still is persisting there on the day today. Again, end of the week here on again, holiday shortened week. This was
which we've had a lot of them.
Yeah, we've been back.
Feels like it's a record.
Bit of a back.
And then there's going to be another one next week. Like, it's part of the reason we're coming on for you guys on Thursday. Like, how many weeks in a row can you actually have shortened weeks before it gets a little bit unreasonable? So here comes Nvidia. It continues to power through. I'm going to hit a few baseball ones today on the off chance that maybe this market strength will get the Rogers. We'll get Rogers to throw money at Vladimir Guerrero Jr. because I really want him to come back to the Blue Jays. Give me the 70s. I'm sitting right here. I was actually sitting at 77, which is weird. I want to sit like 72 or something on Nvidia. So we had the first dip at 141. Then we got the break at 142. Now the seller's literally at 70. Wow. Which means cancel and then throw just underneath the 70 level. Just an extra couple of cents there. As we get to the upside, hit that like, hit that subscribe, because the market is flying, and we'll go to Adara in the green. Yes? No?
We're going to take a look here at LIDR. The company's name is AI, so a bit of a punny name here for LIDR, announcing here that they have entered the securities purchase agreement with an undisclosed institutional investor for financing worth $3.24 million. They do have a float of just over 10 million shares. About 3.2% of that is going to be sold short. So LIDR on watch, pulling back a little bit here, but still up about 30%, guys. And again, do like and subscribe.
Oh my, Rivian.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
This one's for you, Obi. Rivian's at $15. So yeah, about that. I'm only in Nvidia because we missed out on the Rivian long here. It's like, obviously you're going to be testing 15.15 if we can sustain above $15, but it blew out that prior high as well. So some delivery numbers are good, real good. And that's going to be Rivian, so shout out to anybody looking at them. Oh my goodness, what happened to Rigetti just there? Wow, okay, so Rigetti a second ago was underneath VWAP. I was like, okay, let's be patient with it. Let's see it hold, get back above. It blasted that 20 level again. Now this is looking a little bit more distinct up at this high. So we're still looking for Rigetti to take up this top. Now I get it. If you go really, really early back in the morning, you're probably going to find some levels at like 2070. But I'm just keying in on this double top here now with 20 and a quarter. So the stop is going in. We're going to take a breakout on Rigetti through the quarter mark, get my order in and locked and loaded, ready to go. So yeah, we're locked and ready here on Rigetti. I did not mean for that to rhyme, but heck, it did anyways. Nvidia is now headed for 143, so regardless of which dollar you took, the 41, which is the initial dip, or the 42 breakout, all roads lead to the same place, and those roads lead higher. I like it when the market is up, but I still have some short ideas that I wanted. One of them is AMD. I know it seems weird, but the AMD reverted the trend, and I kind of missed it here. So a bit of a missed opportunity when this reverted the trend. It's holding on to VWAP, but I didn't get that execution. And I don't necessarily want to chase it down at those lows. So I have to look for another opportunity to get into this short on advanced micro devices. Now 143 change on Nvidia, so that continues to churn and looking just fine. Tesla, oh yeah, Tesla's still going up. So I've been waiting for this 390 to get tested up in here for the reversion on Tesla. It's got to be a trend reversion at this point. We'll let it fly and just practice a little bit of patience before running into this freight train.
Yeah, this is an aggressive bid, but there is a name that is continuing to the downside, Neil, and that is Nike. Nike selling off quite aggressively currently on that continuation. So let me pull that in right here. So Nike with a bit of continuation to the downside here. 73.25s. That was the level from yesterday. Oh boy, let me pull that up here on the tape at the same time so we can take a look at that as well. Nike trades on the NYSE. So let's take a quick look at Nike here as it pushes a little bit to the downside. So we did break just now of that prior day low right here. Let me pull it up on the tape on this screen as well so you guys can see. Wow, oh boy, look at that. So it cracks through some of those lows there and pushing aggressively to the downside on Nike. So a bit of a missed trade on my part. 74 hold, wasn't really doing too much volume coming in off of the pre-market there, but we do get that continuation currently. So I'll stay watching that one there. Market with a little bit of a pullback back through 21.4s, and then yeah, there's that selling coming in aggressively again on the spider. You can see that bid not really sustaining and coming right back in. So the sellers again, they could show up here, they could show up there. I have no idea, but I'm looking for those sellers to potentially come in. And come in, they do, with that aggression and with that ferocity once again here. And Apple finally kind of coming back in. Let's see if Apple sustains. Again, it bounced off of yesterday's low, which is, again, a strong reason to get long. Yep. So my initial entry there, maybe not the best, but again, managing that with a little bit of, or significantly less size than I'm taking up here. So it's working out right now, coming back into VWAP. So we're getting that reversion back down into VWAP. VWAP again sitting at 242.90s. We're coming right into those levels, 242.80s now testing. Wow, there's that aggressive selling. Hello.
Now it's starting to
There
come.
it is. So, all right. So
quick update for everybody. I'm down to 10%. When we ever have a mean reversion, if I'm not looking short, I'm certainly looking to cover longs, right? So there is the top wick on Nvidia through 143. There's your higher lows. This is the break of the trend line. I was able to get it. It actually popped to give me 75s on that fill. But if we do get a close underneath that trend line, I generally want to cover the whole thing. I just got into the AMD short as well. So if we close this bar underneath the trend line, I'm out at least until VWAP here on Nvidia, and then just move on to the next trade at that point. Shout out to Tisha Perkins. Thank you for the super chat there, Tisha. Appreciate you. And I know there's another name I have to go over when things settle down a little bit because we got a super chat from earlier. CRNC. I know this one's on the move. This was one that we probably, I think if we weren't looking at so many bigger cap tech names, probably would have been on this one. It's 64% to the upside. Just pop out the daily chart. It's already made the significant break through the $10 level, but a monster. I have looked at this chart this morning. The monster level at 14 is looming. So it's 1350 high. Look at the 14 level on a daily. And if you don't think there won't be some sellers in there, it doesn't mean it stops, but that's a level I'd be looking for some kind of a reversion on if it got up to it. So that 14 level on CRNC, worth watching with interest. So still, it's weird to be long Nvidia and short AMD, but I just see them as distinctly different types of chip names. One which has resistance that we're at, so it broke the trend. Gonna play it here to this prior bar high when it took out 122.5, like this consolidation broke, and I'm gonna give it to this prior, not really a prior high, it's this prior support that was at 122.86. It's a relatively tight stop on AMD, but I want to be the other direction. As Nvidia flies, this is pulling back into VWAP. It looked relatively weak. I want multiple swings at this one to said downside. The market's pulling back, like we said, and Rigetti is about to make the break of 20.25.
Wow, that thing keeps on going, man. That continuation.
The dip buyers on this are relentless on Rigetti. Absolutely relentless. Rigetti can't forgetty?
Yeah. That's what I've been saying. Can't forgetty about Rigetti.
Well,
and
no, you can't forgetty about Rigetti.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So a bit of a consolidation on top of VWAP right now on Apple there. So let's see how this one kind of works out there. So we're holding within this opening range as well. Again, selling off of the open, holds prior day's low, and then bids all the way up to 244s and some change before cracking that trend and kind of the trade looking even better for the continuation back down to the downside. So the question now becomes is, can we've attempted to break opening range high. We failed to follow through on that break of opening range high. Now let's see if we can attempt to break opening range low as the market pulls back and reverts over 50% of its run off of the open there. Apple, oh boy, give me that continuation. I'm going to be looking for it. We were looking for sellers, and sellers do show up, so that's confirmation of that. I'm looking for a continuation to the downside here on the day as well. But that Nike is working out quite well. At the same time, let's see what some of the other names we had on watch are doing. Wow, IONQ is running to the upside currently.
I'm never going to get
that.
And
so is QBTS. So I have a whole basket here of the quantum names there, and IONQ is hella strong currently on the day. So let's see where that one kind of takes us there. Let's see what else we got. Wow, Nvidia as well. Nvidia obviously very strong. So Nvidia did break that 142. We got a high of 143.35 on the day currently. And yeah, ARM very strong as well. Intel with a bit of a sell. Okay, all right. So that's looking a little distinctly different there. Let's take a look at some of the other Mag 7 names here. Yeah, Spider reverting back down into it.
Rigetti lost. Rigetti can forgetty now because it just lost the 19.5.
Rigetti the bid?
So it does not hold on. Oh, wait a minute. It does hold on to the bid. We'll see if it holds on to the bid. It was, cut on my chart for a second. For me. There we go. So there's the break. It actually did not break the prior low. So that's a bad stop on my part. It did not break the prior low. So 19, it's more like 1930 than it is 1950. So I'm going to try to weasel back into this thing. I'm going to just steal a term from Sharif because like the breakout, if you look at it on the 15-minute, like the break and the hold to hit, like it's still actually a valid long. And when you're looking for this thing to go not 20 to 20.5, like for Rigetti, you're looking for dollars, not cents. So ultimately, it's actually still very much valid, and that's more like a 19.3. Sometimes you put a stop at a round number when that's not the technical trade. So I'm just kind of popping back into the long that we already had, and then we'll go from there. Nvidia is a runaway freight train at this point. So I did cover. I'm down to 10% on Nvidia. When it did that little bit of a mean revert, see that topping tail candle? That caused me to get out of all but 10%, and it continues higher. So we're still going to hold on to this last 10%. I think 145 isn't completely unreasonable on Nvidia as strong as it's looked today. We might not get a second chance at VWAP. I checked that. We might not get a first chance at VWAP the way this thing is going. But yeah, that 145 seems like an obvious target. So I am back into Rigetti. The stop is now going to go to 119.35, but probably shouldn't have been out of it in the first place. Bad stop placement. Just jump right back in. Is what it is. Pay some fees when you're making extra trades, but did not violate that bottom, so we had to make sure we got back into that trade. Still nothing for me on Tesla. It does not get to 390. I'm trying to wait for it to get up to that resistance at 390 to take a trade. Not going to rush here at all on Tesla. We can wait for this to come to us.
Yes, sir. So yeah, we're getting, again, a bit of a pullback here on the markets, just observing, looking for where the next trade is. Nike's still surprisingly holding that low, still trading at 73.20s right now on Nike. So going to keep that one on watch to see if it'll give us an opportunity to play for that continuation move. But yeah, I like the market with a little bit of a pullback. Still looking for that Apple to see what Apple does. But right now we're just consolidating in and around this VWAP area as of right now. So again, I'll be patient. I'm watching this action here as well. Added a little bit more there on the VWAP consolidation hold. So let's see if we get that continuation to the downside. Bit of a strong base, it would seem, at prior day's lows. So again, I don't necessarily want to fight that too much. If the bid does show up, then I will be more than willing to say, all right, peace. Okay, what is a Silverado Blue in the chat saying Tesla triple top time for short? Oh boy, okay, well.
It's getting close.
Is it at a triple top there?
I mean, right now, it's a double top, it's a triple top if it goes there right now on a 3-minute chart. But I think if you go back to yesterday, when it blew through this level, it went another $3 higher, like twice. One into the open and then after the open. So like it's very bullish, and there is some relief going on here in terms of a relief rally. So I'm just not necessarily there yet. I'd like to see it run the high. Yesterday, at this time of day on Tesla, if you were looking short, you either had to let it run the stops up top or look for a very distinct mean reversion. And you don't get a mean reversion trade until it puts in a higher low. So for me, if I'm looking for the mean reversion trade, I needed to see it make this dip that it just did. So then suddenly I can do one of these. Like you can either go with the wick bottoms if you want. It's essentially a similar trend line. And now all of a sudden you've got some higher lows. There's a trend up to revert now or wait for 390. That's the mistake I made with the short yesterday, was not actually waiting for it to give me some kind of a trend revert, but just sort of trying to short it off of a level. So it's either going to get to the big one, which is 390, or revert the trend that just got put in. So we just retook the 20 level on Rigetti. Nvidia seems destined to... I think we can. I'm not even bidding VWAP, right? So like I can say that I want to get back in at VWAP or add at VWAP because we're still in it. But at this point, the 142, you just sort of had to have that breakout. And if you're wondering where it came from, why we added on the note this morning, there's one top on the 24th, Christmas Eve, and there's another top there, and this was before Fed. So it's a double top on that 15 with a close and then a breakout to fill in this gap. And I keep saying 145 because of this. Right, so the last time we were up here, there was a big sell zone at 145 on Nvidia. So let's go Nvidia, and that one is for not just Nvidia, but for the hopes that the Toronto Blue Jays will get Anthony Santander, who the average fan hasn't heard of, but that's our best hope, is getting dudes that are okay that the fans have not even heard of, because the Jays are hopeless.
Yeah, so I kind of covered everything there as we consolidate underneath that VWAP. Sure, Apple? I could have been about 10, 15 pennies a little bit better. I did size in pretty decently. I was talking to Neil about this yesterday. I'm getting more and more comfortable using more of that buying power here, and trying to push a little bit harder for that when I do see trades that I really like. Now again, you guys saw I did get started a little too early, but again, with that in mind, with the notion in mind that I know that I want a lot more, and if it kind of goes a little bit higher, I like it even more because I'm looking for those sellers to come in, and on the break of trend on that 30-second chart, I definitely more than doubled up there plus that VWAP there. So, but if it's going to consolidate underneath VWAP again with only about 2 minutes left for that economic number coming out, I want to be a little bit patient. Slightly oversized, sitting at that VWAP. Again, I was sitting on the even dollar at that 243, and I'm like, all right, well, okay, fine. I'll take my 30 pennies and I'll walk away right now. Sure, it could have been much cleaner, but that's something I'm trying to get better at. But I think I did well in terms of kind of managing some of my mischief there. But with the number coming out in about a minute, maybe I'll get better prices if we tick above 243s, and we get some better places for where I can see sellers coming right back in. That's more than willing to get back in right there. So I do have to kind of this hard wick is blocking the chart here. So let's take that wick out of the way here. So with that, we'll go to Adara with numbers happening. Numbers happening now.
Happening now.
We do have both numbers and happening right now. In about 10 seconds, we're going to get a slew of ISM data. Key amongst these numbers is going to be the ISM manufacturing PMI. We're expecting 48.2. Also, ISM employment index is going to be on watch here as well. ISM manufacturing data higher than expected for the PMI. So 49.3 ISM manufacturing PMI versus forecast of 48.2 and the previous print of 48.4. Also higher than expected is the ISM manufacturing prices paid data, 52.5 versus 51.8 expected. Then we have this ISM manufacturing employment index. This is going to be a little bit lower than expected, 45.3 versus 48 consensus and 48.3 forecast. Then we also have new orders, 52.5 versus 50.4 expected. And the Qs here, great push to the upside, up almost 1%. And this was quite the uptrend off the open, but now slumping a little bit here, hanging out around that 515 halves level and up about 1%. We're going to have to see if we do have another green day here for the markets after some basically a flat performance and pretty choppy performance yesterday. But one of the themes today is going to be vehicle-related stocks. We saw what Tesla did yesterday. TSLA is still on watch. And then we also have names like Rivian and Rivian at day's highs, just continuing to push to the upside on their vehicle delivery numbers for Q4 and 2024. Then on the flip side of things, CVNA trying to recover here. Great bounce off the lows, but down about 4% for Carvana. We had a Hindenburg short report. Then JP Morgan came out and basically provided their own research saying that they can't really back up what was said in the Hindenburg report. But either way, CVNA down about 4%. It's worth noting this report actually came out Thursday. We're seeing a little bit more of a reaction today. And make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. So the number comes out, just a couple of things to go over. Obviously, it's going to shock the markets or shock some price action when that happens. I know sometimes you're long one and short the other. I'm long Nvidia still, but remember in AMD, there's your higher low. There's another lower high level to work off of. So when it put in that lower high, we shorted off the lower high at 123. It's now broken VWAP as that heads to the downside. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, everybody, because this is the best community out there. I know there's a lot of names that you guys are watching. We got to stay locked and focused on out. So far, so good. I mean, Rigetti's trying to battle that 20. For now, it looks strong. Nvidia's looking fantastic. AMD might be up 1.5, but we've got the short here at the 122 in front of 123. And if you were a little faster on that number, you probably got the 390 short on Tesla.
Oh boy.
Yeah, as Obi says, oh boy, because it went right to 389.93, and then flash to the downside. You're going to hit the do something. The market's doing absolutely plenty, and it's not that hard to find out where. Nvidia's still chilling out. Even with that pullback, we're at 143.5. It just tagged 144. If we break trend, I will jump out of the trade. I said it before. When you're holding on to these ones as winners, once you make that mean revert, and close this bar underneath, if we fail that high, I'm going to jump out. We're close enough to the target. We started at 141. We added at 142. If we end up fading at 144, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. 45 was going to be the target anyways. So far, so good. Have no complaints whatsoever here. But Nvidia looking like it could be on the curl if we fail that 144.
Yeah, so Apple's bidding right back up 243.25. So again, I think that was I think I did well to kind of get out right before the number, knowing that the number can potentially bring in some volatility there, and VWAP held. And I was like, all right, well, if the buyers are going to show themselves, because currently, what's the data that we have on the chart? We've held yesterday's low after selling off aggressively. So let's take a look at Apple's chart here and kind of talk through that there, though. So. Right here, so let's go that. Wow, it is actually catching a nice little bit. So I'm looking for, again, my thesis might change depending on what we do. And again, a little bit of confluence. Adara is wearing green today, so I do have to kind of remember and consider. No, I'm joking. I have to consider that as well. But no, look at this beautiful kind of a hold. Yesterday's double bottom, we were looking at this level. I was looking at it to break down, and I was like, all right, oh boy, if it's going to go down right away, I want to get in a little bit here, which I did. Right there, you can see I got in a little bit there initially, right there, but it doesn't work. It kind of pulls in, it holds as a bid, and I'm like, oh boy, all right, well, if it's not going to be clean, I definitely wanted to take a lot more if we cracked through right away, but we don't do that. We come back in and push through the opening range high. We crack on a shorter time frame there. I like to look at a 15-second to 30-second chart there. So we break that trend. So guess what? I take a reversion back down into VWAP for the reversion trade. So you can see this beautiful bid up off of prior day's low. That was a trade in itself, right? That's a great long to have because it's showing you a bit of a double bottom. And I'm like, all right, well, I got to manage this now a little bit better. So when that trend break does come in, I like it even better for a pullback into VWAP there for the reversion. And then we start consolidating, chop, 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 making a higher low. So knowing that, plus the fact that the economic number is coming out at 10, I'm like, all right, I'm going to piece out here just above those 242 halves. I think I actually got a pretty bad price there. 242.70s I covered at, so 20 pennies on the table there on that consolidation. But the number comes in and the bid catches right back on, and we test. We're coming in for a retest of that 244 currently. So let's see. The market is running to the upside. Let's see if Apple can continue back up into some of these pre-market places. Again, that selling started off aggressively here, 245.26 is, and oh boy, I see that chart on your screen, Neil, if you want to do a little bit of talking on that one there. And Randy's
covering some if it gets
shaking his hands, rubbing his hands.
Randy's rubbing his hands together because if you remember, he called this on Rivian was going to do some nice things, and he also said Tesla he was concerned about on the deliveries. If I'm not mistaken. Well, Tesla went down. I don't know what's up today, but it got smoked yesterday, and Rivian's now up 19%.
Yeah, baby. Let's go.
19%. I mean, if it gets to 18 again, I think like the last time I didn't ring the register on anything, but on the old PA, I think I'll be ringing the register this time, Randy, at the 18 level. So super strong breakout here on Rivian. I don't know how far it can go. Remember, it's got a half decent short float on it. But just to get back to some other things.
Wow.
Oh, things can go the other way because there goes Rigetti now is taking that support level. We're able to scalp some back into the 20s, but Rigetti is now looking like it's that consolidation from the afternoon that we were just playing. It's just broken down. So you got to be careful with this. It did make a dip off the open, but this has now failed to break out significantly above that high. This is a gap back to about $18. So if it cannot hold on here, the 19.5, you got to wait for that $18 level to come back in. AMD still looking okay. I said we trail out of Nvidia after it broke that trend. So there's my trail out. It's wicked 144. Now it's just patience. I mean, Nvidia's already done the move that I was looking for. We didn't ultimately get anything at 138, but the breakout above 140.5, the 141 take and the 142, we can wait for VWAP now and just try to be a bit patient with it. AMD is working to the south side, and there's this NITO. And Shad, I know we got some super chats in here, and apologies for not getting to the super chats early in the morning when you've got all those open trades. It can be hard to go over them. Tisha Perkins asking about NITO, and then also CRNC. There's Go Palantir from William Addison. Thank you for the super chat there. And then we already got to SQ and DOCN. For a swing trade, Nick Dubs, we can do that one a little bit later because it's not necessarily a big mover in the moment if you're talking swings. But NITO, NITO. Up moves are very neat in this market. And this is another one. I mean, again, this is a small cappers market lately. This one is so far gone that it becomes really tricky to chase. However, a lot of times I just look at it this way. This is a $1.70 top, and then it's got like a 16-cent bottom. So it's call it like a $1.55. So $1.55 from here works you to like $3.25. Like, okay, so from bottom to top, so 100% move is about 3.25. And lo and behold, it's kind of pressing into that 3.25. I tend to never want to buy tops like that. It's just easy math for you. And then if it does pull back, maybe catch it back on trend. So that's kind of what I would look at for NITO because there's no levels to work off for this one. 180%. There's been so many of these Obi lately. Just kind of pick your
looking
point.
Like it's a bit of a squeeze action. I just checked the short flow. It's less than 1%, I think.
Well, it could be the float in general, right? Like sometimes
the float
it's
is
not about
15 million there. But yeah, it seems like some desperate buyers.
What is this thing?
On NITO there.
3.9 million float only.
3.9?
And it's called N2 Off.
N2 Off, yeah.
And it's an Israeli company. So N2 Off. Yeah, I don't know what they do, but it's kind of, sometimes the name gives you a bit of a hint. Clean tech company engaged in sustainable solutions for energy and agri-tech. Okay.
Agritech.
Yeah, I don't know about it.
Interesting. But catching a bid, I don't know.
Well, it's definitely catching a bid, but for a lot of these, I kind of always hope that they're going to be in the quantum space, because at least that way I have something. No, I have something to look off of.
Yeah,
like I can look at what's happening with Rigetti, I can look at what's happening with IonQ or D-Wave, and then you've got something to trade off of. In this case, you're just kind of flying blind with NITO, but it's got some levels. That 3.25 that we just pointed out, theoretically, it's already starting to pull back off of that. So always be cautious. AMD's still within the same price range. Come back to my chart for a second. So AMD, there's the prior high. It failed to break at the prior high and putting in a lower high of 123. But if it breaks, I just reloaded it. If it breaks that out, I got to get away from Dodge, because it's still a bull flag, right? So if we break out that 123 again and hold above, I got to jump out of that trade and sort of get away from it. It looks like the market is pretty strong here today. You don't want to die on the sword of a short or give too much back when you've already had a decent move. Like, it got me underneath VWAP, and now it looks a little bit strong. So the second we break above that 10 level with Ernest, I will be out. I don't like even dollar stops. So if I say 123, the stop's usually at 5, 6, maybe 11 or 12. I don't put it at not going to put it at 123.01. That's just too silly.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of like it's more likely to get
SOP,
hunted.
Standard operating procedure.
Yeah. It's like you see that. Even dollars get washed a lot more. Technical kind of ideas get washed a lot more there. Observing that, what I've kind of done with my trading is like kind of anticipate levels and breaks to be unclean, and look for maybe some of those technical traders to get stopped out, and then look for that continuation of the move there. And I guess it's been working well. Sometimes the wash is a little wider than I'd like. Sometimes the wash is within my stop limit, and I get hit and I get clipped before the move continues, and that's perfectly fine as well. That's definitely part of it. But the important part is getting back in, and then and which is also another skill that I'm kind of working on right here. But Apple taking a little bit of a pullback, as Fabian reminds me to tell you guys, remember to like and subscribe. The market is full of so many opportunities, and we are trying to shed some light on the price action that's happening here on the day. And wow, look at that pullback off of 244s on Apple, 243s trading back in again right here. So reversion to VWAP once again, with some aggressive selling coming in here as we start to print the third 15-minute candle of the day, with about 2.5 minutes left for that candle to print. And oh boy, straight down to VWAP all the way from the 70s. So that was a quick scalp.
This is why you don't have even dollar stops, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Look, like, okay, so this is a perfect example.
Look at,
but the highs are 244s on the 30-second chart. So like a clean test of the even dollar. So it doesn't even get to 01. So this is a case where maybe that 01 or 02 kind of stop would have worked. But then again, like you can't really anticipate that.
No.
Especially on a ticker like Apple, right? But again, if you're quick with it, it can definitely be, some of those tape scalps can definitely be there. I'm looking for the next trade, and guess what? Rivian is continuing to push up higher, sustained relative volume, but decreasing volume on the day here at 1580s. I like the reversion, both the anchor and the VWAP sitting down at a clean 15. So am I looking for 50 pennies here on Rivian as it starts to slow down on the bid? Maybe, potentially. But let's see. Let's take a look back at this chart and see if we're pushing up into some of these potential overhead resistance here on Rivian. So I'm going straight to the 3-hour chart. Oh boy, right there, Neil, standing out at, what is that specifically? 1555. That's where we're trading at currently. So let's see if we can hold 1555 or we break back down. But this was an area of prior resistance that we're hitting on deliveries day one. And that reminds me, let's see what Tesla is up to on deliveries day two. So we were looking at some of that prior day's range. Did we get up to some of those levels? Oh boy, we got into that opening session. Yeah, that's at 10 a.m. high right there. It's in and around 390. So the high we got to was 389.95, giving us that reversion back down into VWAP, sitting at 384.79. So I guess if you're taking that perspective, it's been working out nicely here. But surprisingly enough, Neil, Apple is holding VWAP. So you know what? I'm going to pack my patience a little bit longer here. Wow, look at that. That reversion gets bought up right away. This is a 3-minute chart. So VWAP. So not only have we made a bounce off of prior day's low after a very, very strong sell-off. So let's measure this sell-off right here off of the open into some of those day lows. We sold off just over 2.85% on the day. That's about just over 7 points on Apple, trading at 243s. And then we hold that bottom at 241.89s on the day today, make a higher low into the opening range, and now we're sustaining on top of VWAP. Oh boy, are we going to chop sideways? The market is taking a little bit of a pullback, 50% retracement of that bid.
And the oh boy count is at 74 million so far for the year. No, it's not. I just made that. I have no idea what the oh boy. We did it once.
Sounds about right. It's in ballpark area.
I call it like it's probably 13 or 12 or 13. I used to be really
at
good
least
at
5.
estimation.
Is it at
Oh,
least
it's over.
5?
No, it's over 5. No, it's close. It's double.
You know that meme where
Definitely
SpongeBob and Patrick walk into this like mattress warehouse or whatever, and they're just like, "Oh, how many do you think there are?" And it's just stacks and stacks of mattresses. And then I think one of them is like, "Oh, at least 5," and they're like, "Yeah, at least 5." With confidence, you can say that there are at least 5.
Yeah, that meme I actually know, so I can give a little bit of a smile. But the other reason we're talking about don't run even dollar stops, and again, everyone, it's to each your own. There's a couple of things with this AMD short, right? Like it's generally speaking off of prior levels, right? So this high is 123.14. This lower high is 123.75. So the initial breakdown short, I'm giving it to this area here. So you see like that entry and that tight stop. But when it retests, like this is where it stopped me out underneath 123. This high is 123.06. What like 123 even doesn't mean anything at that point. Like it's a price area in yesterday's high that I want to play the lower high off of. But ideally, I want to be short in here and giving it either to the high of the day, which I don't want to in a strong market, or giving it just above. So in that case, like you put it somewhere, 12, 13, 14, whatever you're comfortable with to give you a shot. And the other part of that is if it wicks the top, I'm getting back in. Like I don't mind getting stopped out and re-entering the trade. And if that stopped me out, I'm getting back in the trade as long as it's valid. So we did just get a push into 132, so we got that reverse. Well, I mean, we had a dollar cup long, but now we got one to the south side as AMD continues to be. Look, it's just relatively weak. And why short AMD? I'm just going to try and wax poetic about this. The trend is your friend. If a stock is doing this on the daily chart, well, when it gets to the top of the trend line and you've got confluence with a resistance level as well, okay, like look at this top on AMD. And then look at this trend line to the downside. I mean, if you're a day trader, then to me, it's not a long here. Like it's a short there. And if it breaks out this top, okay, if we break out above 123.70, then I want to look for longs. There is nothing wrong with buying high and selling higher. That's one thing that sometimes you got to get comfortable with. Like if there's sellers here, and call it they or call it whomever, somebody's selling this thing the last few days between 122.70 and 123.5. Somebody's doing it. I don't care who they is. I just rather join them than anything else. So when I get a bid down here, actually I should be in front of 121.5. So I'm going to get a bid in between 122 and 121.5. because I should be bidding into this zone as well. And if we break 121.5, hold into 121, which I will sit on the bid. Just make sure we have an order locked and we're ready to go. I hope that makes a heck of a lot of sense. I see Mark in the chat asking about Meta. I have not looked at Meta. Oh, no, that's not good for the market.
What?
Meta is about to go red.
Oh, boy.
I do know Meta was strong, and Meta's been really threatening to break this one out. This is another stock that, like AMD, like I'm not shorting it up here, but somebody is selling this thing above 600 into 610, and it just can't seem to sustain the move. So until it breaks about 612, it's still just a retest of this support at 585 every single time. So you kind of see this top heavy in here on Meta, and then you're just trying to hold a 50 period and 585. So if we see 585 today or anything under 590, I think that might be the buy zone for you on Meta. But so far, so good. I just want to double check in on Nvidia, see if it's literally nowhere near VWAP. So we got out of Nvidia when it failed to 144. We're looking for re-entry points somewhere around VWAP. This is the strong one of the day. Can't even seem to get there, Obi.
Yes, sir. So I'm kind of just watching this Apple here as the market pulls back into 21.3. Yes. So thank you, Ramin. That's the meme there. So they both go to the mattress store, and SpongeBob was like, "Thank you, Patrick, for coming with me." He's just like, "Oh, Patrick's like, yeah, I've never been to a mattress store before. I've always wanted to go. I've never seen so many mattresses. How many do you think there are, Patrick?" Patrick goes, 10. And very coolly, nonchalantly, SpongeBob goes, "Cool." And they move on with their day. So I think it was good. So let's see how cool the market recap is currently.
Yeah, there's probably about the same amount of small cap partners today as there were mattresses in that GIF, if I'm being quite honest. Really quickly, before we get to the small caps though, META, I looked into that. There is no news to explain that drop. It is worth noting though, they actually got their second price target increase in 2 days. Today, Wolf Research raising their price target to 750. Yesterday, they got a price target increase to 730 from JMP Research. Now for the small caps, IWM started this really nice kind of upward trend, beginning with Power Hour yesterday. They got a nice little pop. As of right now, still actually holding those higher lows. So keep an eye here on the Russell 2000, trying to reclaim that $222 level. As for right now, though, NITO, N2 off. We talked about this one. This ticker, not finding any news on it, but it is a small cap here with about a 4 million share float. Then we have ARBE. This company's ARB. They're at day's highs. This one actually announced yesterday they're going to be presenting at this Needham Growth Conference, and they're in the robotics space, so ARBE could be on watch next week with the CES. We know we are expecting some robotics talk here at the Consumer Electronics Show next week. Last but not least, another small cap at day's highs is going to be FCUV. This is Focus Universal. They are a penny stock here. Keep an eye here on FCUV. No catalyst, but man, this is breaking out, guys. Back to you.
Like some of these technical,
trend
breaks are beautiful.
This is a perfect timing for Adair to have gone over the small caps because, and I was just saying this to Obi. We always say it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. Like you can like a long breakout on Rigetti. And I'm just going to quickly show you Rigetti here. You can like the long break because I think if it can hold the top breakout that you can scalp inside the range, you can hold for 21, 22. Like all these things are possible. But when it breaks a support level, you got to get out. And you got to not fight. You can be long in here. You can be long anywhere in here. But I never revert these first time through. And it's frustrating because when you look at that, it's like, well, the second I'm deciding to stop out, that's obviously a fantastic short. But there is this QSI, by the way, which this is now making a bit of a trend break on its own. Steep trend here, but then the whole day, which is just the morning, trend break happened. And VWAP, I'm looking for a VWAP retest. If this retest VWAP, I know it's not technically the same type of quantum name, but a VWAP retest, and I'm shorting it back into this high on QSI. AMD continues to work. It just broke 122, so it just got to that 121 in between the half and the evens. So I just simply slapped it, made a bounce here at 75. I slapped the bid there at 78. Just got filled out. Now we're looking for the pre-market lows on AMD. So the short's still working on AMD. I know it's up 1%, but that rollover off of yesterday's highs is certainly working out for us. Nvidia it wicked VWAP. I don't like catching that falling knife. I'm not much for just like blindly sitting in there. I like to see it make a rounded bottom here on NVDA. It's that time of day that I never want to be throwing away the morning profits, so you just want to be a little bit more cautious with the dip buys. So AMD we're going to hold on to. Tesla, we never ended up. It did do that 390. Obviously, we're in AMD and got Nvidia, but Tesla was a bit of a miss on that reversion short. As you were just showing the reversion on Apple, Obi, I think you had exactly the same thing here on Tesla.
Yeah.
When it eventually broke these trends, and sometimes you use the wicks if they line up. A lot of times I might use the bodies, but like if these ones line up with the wick bottoms here off of VWAP. At that point, it is the trend. They may be wick lows, but that is the trend line. And here is that last retest on strength. You get a lower high and head and shoulders. It doesn't really matter what you call it. There is your break of the trend line. You could be in here and giving it to there, but now we got to look for the VWAP retracements. We pop back into VWAP. To me, the trend is broken, and then we look for the 385. That'll be the continuation play. Spiral Namikaze. What about Palantir? Is it at 71 yet? I don't know why I need to be. I stank bid 71 because I'm like, if it gets to 71, I don't want to miss it today. No, Palantir is actually holding out not terribly here. Underneath VWAP, we're not getting anything resembling that 71 level the way this thing is going. So let's do a little bit of work on
Palantir.
It's still so
I definitely missed a trade on that one, man. Like my
78 short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the long off of the open was great because look at the multi-day trend. If you draw the trend line off the multi-day, we broke that, and I was actually looking for a continuation short. Look how beautiful that is off the 85 high. It clips 85, consolidates, breaks that uptrend, gives us a little bit of intermediate downtrend, and look right off of the open, 75 confluence, hold, and then break of trend on a multi-day gives you 78s. Oh boy.
That FOMO.
Oh boy.
It should give you FOMO when you see stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have it on this chart. My chart is hella messy here on Palantir. But again, this trend line I think in my opinion, I would give it a little bit more weight than the rest of them there. So yeah, a lot of chip chop there on that. But let's draw in a little bit of an indicator here of this trend to the downside. So this is what I was looking at, pretty clean to the downside here. I'll change it up so you guys can see it better. We'll make it a little bit thicker there. So that trend line, and look at that, comes in right off of the open, breaks. So it's like, all right, you observe that happen, and then the execution. We were talking about great ideas and having execution structures around them. So an example of using good execution structure around a trade idea. So okay, looking for that continuation long, and knowing that if this trend breaks, the probability of a reversion definitely goes up a little bit higher than the continuation. So looking for a pre-market high break to get involved for that trend break on a multi-day, I think is a good execution structure to get long on this ticker. And sure, you're getting in 75.80s, risking down to the low at 75.18's opening range low. But guess what? You get that push up into 78. And sure, some people might say, oh, the RR might not be to their taste. But something I'm realizing more and more as I get further along in my trading journey is that sometimes even the negative RR trades make a lot of sense if you think the probability of them happening are extremely high, especially if you like scalping. So even if your risk is 10 times that of your reward, but your probability that you think that this is going to work out is like 95%, then I think that's still well worth taking. And you see that often. You observe the market, you see those opportunities show up 100%. Often.
And sometimes you'll see that, and it doesn't set up as a better than 50-50.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you're on your journey as a trader, you get just more than a feeling at a certain trade that it's going to be really good. And when you get that, sometimes you got to be able to take it. And I can see that just flew right over your head, so I'm going to pretend that I didn't drop that pun just now. I don't know why I made a journey reference that I thought Obi was going to get, because clearly it is what it is. I know some of you guys know Journey. QSI. Sharif, do you know Journey? Yeah, I mean, they got other songs too. See, yeah, Adara and Sharif.
I know that song, Don't Stop Believing.
It's not the only one they have. But shout out to Pug Life and Pug Life 77 knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. QSI is trying to reclaim VWAP. I did get that short that we were mentioning. Is a retested VWAP. I got 18s in here, and it tried to push back underneath 5, so I was able to get some on the consolidation down here out, but that was north of 5, so about 15 pennies on that. But that's about 1-to-1 because we're stopping out above 30 here. It's actually exactly 1-to-1 from where my stop is. And then we're trying to get more shares out in front of the 480 level. So it is heading to the downside. Demonica knows what I'm talking about as well. Aldrin Giller in the chat, or is that Aldrin Geiler? GME halted with a question mark. Okay, so my halt scanner does not have GME as halted, so I'm going to say no. Wait a minute. Never mind. What are the odds? I just heard in my ear shares of GameStop breaking highs. It's not halted, but GameStop is actually breaking out. What are the odds that I would read that message in the chat and then 2 seconds later I hear it in the news that it is breaking out the highs? But still, like 31.5 looks like a really good level for GameStop if it can hold above that. 33 still needs to go. It really needs to break this 33. I feel this way. Felt that way about 32, and 32 broke and only went $1, which for a day trade is good. But for all the the apes out there, I guess, GameStop, you don't call yourselves apes. Whatever you want to say. It just was not a big move on that 32 breakout. You want more than that sustainment. So it needs to get back above that 33 on GameStop. AMD still looking okay. We're holding on to this short now. We're in that phase where if it retests, then I got to wait for 123. Like, we got our target so far to the downside. Hold on to that last 20%. If we fail at VWAP, look for the VWAP short. Otherwise, wait for that lower high at 123. Obi, I don't know if you've traded Carvana today, or at least looked at Carvana.
I was looking at it, man.
It was
my God, this
look at that wick bottom on Carvana. It breaks the low, and then instantly, this is yesterday's low of the day. You draw the line in here, somewhere off that bottom, or hey, that's actually exactly on. You get that false bottom. It's this candle that provides you with the entry if you're looking at Carvana. Like, this is the wick bottom. This candle, it opens up underneath and then instantly breaks out the prior at 187. So it's like 187 long. This prior low in here is like 186 change. So it's $1 worth of risk on Carvana. Yeah, you show me $1 worth of risk on Carvana, and you probably got a good opportunity. And it doesn't even have to work more than 50% of the time with that risk to reward. But Vana's on a bit of a squeeze here. This happens. Short seller report comes in. Remember, the report is their exit liquidity.
Yeah,
that's just how it is.
Yeah, this is what I was talking to Sharif about this morning. I'm like, all right, well, Carvana already been selling off for multiple weeks on the break of trend, so it's already technical, right? And you have strong red candles on the weekly for about 4 weeks, and then you get a short report, and you saw the action on the short report, a little bit of a shake and bake with an aggressive bid. So it's like, who's buying that short report? Sure, maybe it's somebody else, but I have no idea. But the thing is, the bid comes in, and I say this all the time. In order to push volume, you need liquidity, and in order to bring in liquidity into the market, you have to do some marketing. Anyways, let's see what Adara has to say.
Well, you can finish that. You meant market manipulation.
Yeah, well.
Be looking at crypto, but also I really wanted to trust this GME. It is not halted, but it is worth noting here. Push to the upside. However, caveat, we are coming into a pretty key area of resistance from yesterday around 12 o'clock, that 3150 area. So this could be a make it or break it level for GME. Be aware here, 3150 on GameStop. No news pushing this one that I can see. As we know, we had Roaring Kitty tweeting late on Wednesday night, basically that Rick James gif, or Dave Chappelle as Rick James, just had people buying Unity. But anyways, GME, not sure what the catalyst is for today, but pushing higher. Bitcoin, however, actually finding some nice support around that 92,000 level, looking like it's poised for its fourth straight day to the upside. But again, we still have lower highs and lower lows until we are able to reclaim that area just shy of $100,000, that top we made on Boxing Day, December 26th. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here for BTC. But how's the rest of the crypto space looking? We took BTC up about 1%. Ethereum, though, really strong, actually gunning for 3,600, up about 2% and change. XRP up 1%. Solana up 5%. Dogecoin up 8.5%. Cardano up 14%. So a lot of these crypto names pushing upside with varying degrees of success. That move, though, in Cardano, 14%. Really great look here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. We're just talking about the weekly trend on IONQ.
This is the daily chart. But I think if you look at the weekly, and all these quantum names are a little bit different, like Rigetti's weekly charts, it's going to be a little bit different from IONQ's. But if you look at this, it's very, very clear higher highs, and it's not as clear these lower highs because it already had this trend break. But I think if you put it on from November, these bottoms on IONQ, then line this one up, because once you got this hold here, I think it gave you the trend line bottom. As Obi was saying, and it's rightfully so, you set an alert for something like 39 in here, or when it breaks 41, just be ready for that low. I was looking at this and this fail up at the top here, and it kind of looks like there's a top, there's a top, there's a top 47.5, and this lower high kind of works with VWAP at 45.5. So my eyeballs immediately are like 45.5 on the daily, and then here comes VWAP as well. So if this pushes into VWAP, I like a VWAP retrace. But I'm already in one of those on QSI, which is retesting. QSI is not the same, first of all, as these other quantum names. But it also happened to do a reversion, and VWAP able to get some out. Now it seems like it wants to run that top. So this same look where I'm shorting back into VWAP and QSI, I actually like it on IONQ today, and that's provided we get a shot at it. I'm actually going to get on the bid in front of 5 again here on QSI, just get a little bit more out.
Yeah, so I'm watching. So I finally pulled up Rivian on my chart here. Rivian. I got to pull it up on a couple other multi-frame charts as well. Again, I want to ask you guys: do you guys look at multiple frames while you're trading, or do you like to stick with one, like a 5-minute, 15-minute, 2-3-minute, 30-minute hourly maybe? But as you guys know, if you guys watch the show often, I like a few different time frames, especially for intraday. Intraday, I like to look at the weekly, sometimes even the monthly when I'm planning, but intraday, maybe the weekly and the daily for sure. A 30-minute or an hourly.
Winning by a long shot here.
15, sorry?
Multiple is winning by a long shot in the chat.
Multiple? Okay.
Multiple.
Yes, multiple frames. Yeah, I like that. Perfect. Yeah. So, multiple time frames. I like that as well. I like using 15, 3-minute as a main. I know people like using the 2, 3. 1 is a little bit choppy for me, but 3 is what I really like there. And as of recently this year, started using more 15-second and 30-second charts, especially on aggressive and volatile movers like Tesla. ARM was great for on the seconds chart, just to give you that little bit of confluence. Again, some of these algos, they work so fast, and I think that you can see some of them, some of the action kind of showing up, and sometimes you can even see reserves when you look back on the chart at the second chart there. So you can see reserves very cleanly sometimes. But before I continue that thought, we're going to go over to Darrow real quick.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience that can help you analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with a platform that meets your needs. There's infinite data, which can help lead to instant trading, so you can know where the market's moving before others with lightning fast data, as well as charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. There's also better backtesting and scanning, which can help you predict the future by understanding the past, and you'll have access to reliable real-time data. Yes, that's up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Just scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And you'll see here on AMD, we did get the move. It broke 122, but look at it, respect. Pre-market high, respect that support. So we held on to some, had a tight stop entry in here just to make sure we stay up on the stock. And obviously, it's still going. I just said in the chat, the top break was 60. If you pull back the chart, it's actually at 70s here. So 123.70, and I think AMD's on the breakout trail. That said, I think it's in a clear mean reversion at this point. When I see that, this is not my term, but some people call it like a reverse Christmas tree, whatever, because you have green and red, and it's kind of like shaped like a tree. When you do that kind of a move, it's going to turn me bullish on it. So I think 123.70, that's where it lines up for a breakout. I think VWAP can be respected, but it's still putting in these highs up here. I'm not buying it up here. It has to break out 123.70. There's nothing wrong with higher, buy high, sell higher. And if it tries to mean revert, there can still be another short off of that high. Nvidia.
I mean, that was a big theme of this year. Just that concept of buy high, sell higher.
Yeah, 100%.
Or like buy
100%.
And hold until the break of trend.
You got to be able to. You have to be able to. But there was a super chat I wanted to get to before I go to Nvidia. Thank you, Nimrod, for the super chat. Hey, guys, does it look like Uber might be on its way back after 20% down? I would venture to say yes. I know Sean already bought. I was waiting for it to hold on the weekly. So I'm not buying it in my long term until, I'll probably buy it on Monday at this point. I think there's almost no chance that it's going to close underneath 60 on a weekly chart at this point. But there's that bottom. Triple bottom of sorts, although I thought it was breaking 60 and you'd get wicks down into the 55 because that's what happened the last few times it was down here. It wasn't holding 60 exactly, it was trading into the 50s. So I was actually looking to buy down there. But now it's breaking back out this level. As long as you close above 60 on the weekly, then I'm adding to it on a personal account. It wouldn't be like a buy as a trade or anything, but I think a good spot. And I also love when a stock does a death cross down and then immediately starts breaking a trend to the upside. That's never a bad sign. It hasn't broken it completely, like if you connect this here, but it's very, very close to also breaking this trend line after potentially trapping some shorts with that death cross. I like that setup.
What's the death, the 50 over the?
It's a 50 over the 200.
Okay, true. Nice.
On the 50, so the death cross is when the 50 simple moving average on higher time frame, usually a daily chart, when it crosses a 200 period moving average to the downside, that's a death cross, and then the golden cross the other way. I don't use it for trades, but I kind of use it in the other direction. Like if I already like a long and it just did a death cross to the downside, like I feel like that long has trapped people short, and I like the long better.
True.
That's just one of those. I use it for like other reasons, not because I think it's a short at that point. I use it for confluence that you've trapped some people the other way, so your counterparty,
I like that.
your counterparty's in there.
So would you say the more important question is you want to know if other people use it?
Yes.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yes.
That's how I like to use my indicators. Anyways, Rivian, very, very strong to the upside. This is a 15-minute chart here, so let's go down to like a 5-minute. You can see got that anchored in there as well off of the catalyst there. We have been getting a little bit of a range on the pullbacks there. Initial pullback here. Yeah, we pulled back right there down into, what is that? 1531s, but a little bit of a double bottom there, 1528 and 1528 on a 5-minute, double tap that level, and then continuation breaking out of that high there. So let's wait and see when and if this trend will break. This is extended to the upside currently, about 17% up, 2.3 points. And if you look at Rivian's ATR, it is about 1.07. So this is, again, we talk about doing multiple ATRs on multiples of relative volume. We're doing over 6 times RVol, and we've done well over 2 times ATR on the name on Rivian today. So going to be patient, looking for that reversion. If that doesn't come in, then so be it. But again, market's pretty strong here. So let's see what Adara has for us.
So be it, Jedi.
As you might expect, given the strength in the market, it is a really great look here for all these sectors. Producer manufacturing, very green, health technology, green utilities, consumer durables, energy minerals, health services even having a comeback despite their weakness in December after the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. So this sector even getting a push to the upside, as is transportation, as is retail trade, and these technology sectors for the most part. Let's talk about electronic technology. Apple still pushing to the downside. We know they have that $95 million fine reportedly that they're going to have to face with regards to the Siri allegations here, that they use Siri to basically collect information. Nvidia, though, to the upside, as is AMD. Qualcomm also pretty strong. Now for technology services, we have a lot of strength here. Microsoft, Google, very strong here. Meta started strong, but right now waffling with that $600 level. But we have to talk about Adobe, actually one of the rare weak names in the sector. They got a little bit of a price target decrease here from UBS, guys.
Adobe. Wherefore art thou, Adobe? I don't like what's going on with Adobe. We talked about this on Adobe. By the way, IonQ's at VWAP, so that reversion can be oncoming in a quick second here. But Adobe on a weekly, it's losing that support. Now, when I talked about this last, I was like, hey, it has a chance to close the week holding this level. But if it goes the other way, I think Adobe, it's 19 times forward PE on Adobe. Like if this gets down into the mid 300s, it just only gets more appealing. So obviously with forward PE, that means they have to hit their targets, next earnings. But if they do that, I don't see how you're not buying this down in the mid 300s. So it's on my radar. I was kind of hoping that Adobe would close this week holding the support. Unfortunately, it's underneath, so I don't think I won't be buying it next week unless something changes very, very quickly on Adobe. Yeah, it's a good company, but price doesn't lie. That's the one thing you learn very easily. So 100%. Here comes IonQ. We're still testing underneath VWAP. I suppose I can nibble here and give it to like 45.8, but the other thing is I want this bar to close. This 3-minute bar, I want it to close underneath VWAP and underneath that recent trend line. And the other way to look at it here is, if I connect these wicks, this can be an ad underneath 45. I just heard we got to go over to Adara. We got some news.
We do have some news, and it has to do with U.S. steel. Not super surprising here, I guess, that this is on watch. Still down about 5%, but nice recovery for this. We had a couple of minutes ago, I was seeing on Benzinga that Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel basically jointly released a statement saying that they condemn the U.S. government's unlawful decision, I guess, to try to block the sale. Now, Nikkei reporting that Nippon Steel is actually going to be suing the U.S. government over the blocked sale. So keep an eye out for a potential suit here from Nippon towards the U.S. government, as reported by Nikkei. Back to you.
Suing the U.S. government.
Yeah, how do you, I mean, sure.
Good luck with that. But that said,
How
remember...
are you going to sue the biggest business on earth?
Well, you can try. Many have tried. The other thing to keep in mind here is they did have a bid from Cliff. So I think that's one of the, and the prior bid from Cliff, like the first bid was like it was cash in stock that worked out to like 35 at the time. I get it. Obviously, the market has been, the market hasn't been all that kind to steel companies. You look at Nucor. But I think the secondary bid was still much, much higher than this. So it does have some support on the stock. Like the idea that it was going to break down underneath 29, maybe a little bit far-fetched. But yeah, I think this, like I was saying, like the steel market in general, like if you look at what's going on to Nucor,
oh, wow.
like this is considered to be the best of breed.
Really?
Right? So yeah, Nucor is considered to be the best of breed.
Okay.
And they've been absolutely bleeding. So you've got this weird dichotomy where like the market should be dictating with this deal dead that it should be flushing, but it's got that cliff. Maybe Cleveland Cliff comes back in. And I think that's why you're seeing a bit of a bid in addition to that lawsuit. But I'd watch it. Actually, Nucor at some point is going to turn into a buy. Like, come on, give me a break. Like you're talking, zoom out, let's go. There we go. You're talking about some pretty significant levels for a very, very well-run business. Like anything underneath $100 on Nucor, you got to like it. They got a good dividend. I mean, I can't hate on this. It's just, man, these steel stocks are bad.
Yeah, I think someone in the chat, I forget who it was. Pankaj in the chat pointing out Riot. So yeah, I just pulled up some of these crypto names here. So these miners are running pretty strong, a little bit stronger than I pulled up IBIT as well. So IBIT, yeah, a bit of a chop to the upside, but holding higher highs, higher lows as well. But taking a look at both Mara and Riot, you can see how aggressively the bid has come in today. 17.19's day lows, a bit of a grab of that pre-market low. Continuation holding VWAP. Clearly, buyers are in charge on this ticker here, showing up at VWAP multiple times before we get that extension all the way up from 18 VWAP hold to 19s on a ticker like Mara. Absolutely wild. And obviously Riot there as well. Very, very similar action. So let's take a quick look at Bitcoin to see what our friend is up to. 97.6s was the test just now. A bit of a pullback here. Again, this is a 3-minute chart. So we've been holding that VWAP as well. You can see the opening session starting here at 9:30, holding that VWAP multiple times. Again, looking very similar to that IBIT, but distinctly different are the miners like Mara and Riot. But let's take a look at our friend MSTR. Mr., what are you up to? And Mr. is a little bit of a runner as well. Wow, look at that. 304 hold, double bottom, reclaim a VWAP, break of this trend, break of high opening, I guess not really opening range high. When was that made? Actually 50-minute opening range high there as well at 310s, trading 316s now on MSTR, so breaking prior day's high there as well. Okay, that's even more confluence, Neil. You can see that today's opening range high on the 15 was the same point at which we had the prior day's high as well. So a little bit of a double top breakout, but take a look at this. Some action here off of the 318s. You can see the aggressive selling that came in on Monday going into the close as well. We had that MSTR sell imbalance that brought us all the way from 318s down to 293. So we cracked 300 in the after hour, so some strong selling off of those levels. Let's see if we get a bit of reversion here off of this 317, 318 level. It's trading currently with a day high of 317.10s, but yes, some of these crypto names are very, very strong with Bitcoin catching a little bit of a bid on the day today. So I'm not really seeing too much else. I'm being patient for Rivian. I guess now I'm also looking at Riot and Mara as well, but gotta keep an eye on Bitcoin at the same same time if I want to be trading those. Apple, no real follow through to the downside. Yeah, sure, I could have definitely re-engaged at that 244s, showing Neil as well how beautiful anchored VWAP is. What's that?
Engage.
Engage, yeah.
Like Captain Picard.
Sorry, Captain Kirk?
Captain Picard.
Captain Picard. Oh,
No, Captain Kirk absolutely does not say engage.
Oh, like boosters engage or warp speed engage.
Boosters, huh?
Light speed.
No, it's not. So yeah, warp speed.
Warp speed. Sorry. Yeah. That's what it is. Yeah. I mean, you know what? There's so speaking of warp speed, I love the progress that we're making in terms of space travel. They're saying that to Mars by 2026, and then boots on Mars in the next 20 years. Oh,
would you go?
Of course.
See, I like that answer.
I mean, we're going to be sending some Optimists up there first.
Right? Oh, of course.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to be sending some Optimists up there to do some building. You know what? Elon is a very smart. He's thinking multiple levels ahead.
Exactly.
Like K level 20 thinking over here.
My biggest beef with and first of all, I love the movie The Martian.
Yes.
And
beautiful movie.
It's not even necessarily.
It's
a good
Matt
book.
Damon, right?
Oh, I was going to say this. It was written by Mike. Was it Mike? Something Weir.
Mike Wazowski.
Andy Weir. Oh. Andy Weir. Andy Weir is the author. He's got several good books. Artemis is a good book, and there's Project something, which is another one coming out with Ryan Gosling, gonna be really good. But my beef with The
Project
Martian.
Adam?
That was good. It's Project something.
Okay.
But my beef with The Martian was that it's not that realistic that they wouldn't have had. Why was there no robot? It made no sense that they didn't have any seriously, it doesn't have to be an android, but you're gonna tell me on that crew we're going to Mars, they have this technology and there wasn't a robot with them?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to. I'm not talking about Commander Data or anything.
Unrealistic.
Not an android, but there should have been something up there that could have helped him a little bit more. A couple of notes. I know we only have 10 minutes to go here. Do we throw it over to the Bash Brothers? One, I'll get to IonQ in a second because that's the second one. One working, one not. So this is QSI holding this VWAP. We got it above 5 because we liked it back into 530, and it's now testing that 480. I have another bid in front of this pre-market consolidation level, but IonQ is a little bit different. So took the first pot shot at it, tight stop, and now it's going to run the 46 level. So IonQ distinctly different and stronger. I want to give it multiple tries at this VWAP because I think this is, if it holds down here, I think you've got to move into 44 minimum and maybe even 43. I'm going to stop it out here. I know I'm risking only 50 pennies on a $40 stock that's already moved $4.50, but I want to keep the losses small so that if I can get a curl off VWAP, I can capture it. I don't want to fight this. It did the mean revert, but it's now broken out the top. So I don't mind walking away from that trade and then waiting for the next available setup. Obviously, QSI is a similar one that's going to end up working. But 30, 40 cents on QSI, it's a $5 stock. On IonQ, very different story. I'm not holding that one multiple dollars against me. Zach is going to ask in the chat, loading up another AMD short. I'm not rushing into AMD at this point. I think I got what I wanted out of it, and it just wicked the top. So when I say it's wicked the top, that's this. So it's wicked that high. Yeah, it could be another mean reversion short. I don't know that I want to put it on just yet. I think it just made that curl now, and it was a very, very steep move. If you draw the trend line from here, this is only now breaking. That little dip, you're only now breaking, so it needs to close this bar underneath, and then I'd short it somewhere in here into this high, which it looks like it's going to do. It's funny how I said I'm not rushing into it, and then the second I start explaining the setup,
it happens.
It starts happening.
Yeah. Classic.
Okay, well, it wasn't there yet, but now, so now the answer turns into yes. Now the answer is yes, I am shorting AMD, but it wasn't doing it when I started answering the question.
It's funny. This happens to me. This happens to me all the time, and I'm just like, yo, this this setup is so amazing. This will happen. And I'm talking to Wayne and other members of the trading pod, and I'm just like, this is very likely to happen. And I'm kind of explaining it, pulling up other frame charts and maybe other sympathies, and then it happens, and I'm like, oh well, missed the ideal entry there on that one there. Kind of similar action there happening on Apple. Missed the reload at that 244s off of again anchored. Shout out to Brian Shannon there, kind of bringing anchored VWAP into our lives there, and I've been using it so much more this year, Neil, and oh boy. Really learning to effectively use that indicator has been a serious game changer for me. Just look, again, not really making decisions based off of it, but using it as perspective to look for trades and look for again
big levels.
Big levels, yeah. Players in charge, maybe players offside as well. Holds, reclaims, again, just similar to how you might be interpreting your regular VWAP there, but anchored to an event is definitely a little bit of it gives you a little bit of a perspective there, and it works across markets. Again, I used it on the ES yesterday, and it came in beautifully. With a little bit of confluence and a held offer on the SPY yesterday as well. That was beautiful. But yeah, no, shout out to Anchored VWAPs and Brian Shannon for bringing that to the trading community.
That's what it's all about. Like, it's just finding. It's not like any indicator can work. It's just finding something that works for you.
Yes.
You know, I don't use Fibonacci's, but when someone tells me, I got this fib level and blah, 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 I'm like, does it work for you? Answer yes. Fantastic, man. There's not just one way to trade. There's no right or wrong way. I like trend lines. They work for me. Support and resistance, they work for me.
I love those.
Anchored VWAP works for a lot of traders on this floor, I can tell you right now, and a lot of the traders in this community. Just a couple of things here. Tesla, I know I haven't traded Tesla in here today, but it did just make so it's literally just happened to us on AMD. So Tesla just did this, which you can see that trend up. It's kind of funny. I have it up on another chart. It just made this trend back up to retest a lower high. I'm trying to get it. I don't know why it was above 87. I could have put 387 even in there, but this is a bit of a trend break. It's definitely breaking this bottom. It hasn't closed the bar underneath yet, so I'm only in half. And if it closes underneath, I think I'll look for an opportunity to add on Tesla. So remember, deliveries bad in the sense that they were a year-over-year decline on Tesla. If it makes a fresh high, easy out. But we're waiting for it to retest the 390. It did. Now this is the lower high in Tesla. I know it's up 2%. But this is underneath the area that we wanted, and it's just a mean reversion trade. This is a time of day where I generally will prefer mean reversion setups. Like, it goes into a big trend, and then it reverts that trend, and I look to play it first into VWAP and then back into those lows. So that's Tesla. We've already got one in QSI. You guys let us know if we're missing anything that's going. I know Bitcoin's trying to break away from that 97,000 that we can't do. So some of those names are going to be on watch, like Amara. Although I saw in the chat there, Wilson saying Mara will squeeze. I'm all for it. Like Mara, I think Mara just came out with, they came out with some updated numbers this morning, and it's been in the absolute doghouse relative to Bitcoin. I think you always want to play this thing after it's bounced off the teens. Like never, I don't want to say never, but it's just my opinion. Like
never
buying
say
this,
never
say never, first of all. But trying to catch this when it's breaking out above 20 has been like a sucker's game. Because every time it just seems to always want to pull back. When it bounces off this 14, 15 area, that's the time generally to get the Mara long. And then if 100,000 breaks and then you're long it in the teens, well, your risk is like less than 30% to the bottom. And then you can ride it to the top. That way, if it fails up here, you're in the money as opposed to buying those highs. The miners are just relatively weak, so you got to be looking for bottoms, not trying to jump on the top on something like Amara. Up 13%, looking fantastic, but the new trade for me is our first in Tesla on this mean reversion.
Mean reversion?
What? I was literally just talking about this one. See, there's your trend.
Oh, nice.
There's the close underneath, so I said I would get more at 87 if it did, so there's our ad. We're going to give it to the prior high. Although if it gets down to VWAP, I tighten the stop up to about 377.75. But I'm giving it a little bit more room, at least for now, on Tesla. 1 minute to go till we get to the Bash Brothers. And it's been a fun one this morning. Nvidia has been a rocket ship. AMD hasn't been as much. And now that I've just noticed it, Mara's going for a ride.
Yeah.
At some point, I'm probably
Mar
going
and
to look
Riot, both of them.
I'm probably going to look for a reversion on Mar at some
yeah.
point. Over.
Yeah,
This
I
is
think
way too steep.
That is definitely on reversion watch there. Both Mara and Riot and Rivian as well. So I'm going to continue watching that one. The long off the open, absolutely beautiful, giving you that push with the market tailwind as well. So a nice long continuation on Rivian working out as of right now. We got a super chat from Marty here. Went long RGTI at 18, looking for 1912s. Your thoughts? Okay, we can take a look at Rigetti because Rigetti, we should not forget. So RGTI.
I like it.
So let's see, 18s. All right. So yeah, you're looking for retest of VWAP, man. VWAP is sitting at 1924s. We're trading 1906s. So is it well within range? Yeah, I guess it's coming into this prior low as well. So nice long at the 18. I like that. Bit of a trend break reversion. So solid trade on that one there, Marty. As the trend breaks and the bid catches back on, you get that push for a reversion back into VWAP. Not only that, a reclaim of that opening range low. Look at that sell-off that wicks back up with some buying there as well. So nice little, I guess, pressure showing itself on a strong pullback on top of 18 there. So nice trade. You can see that you had some buyers there prior day as well, aggressively buying in from 2 p.m. all the way into the close, all the way from 17s to what is that? Wow, 20s. So they had a 3-point run into the close. Oh boy, this thing is doing some a little bit of a squeezing action. It would seem on a multi time frame. And again, we looked at it on the daily, we looked at it on the weekly, looking perfectly fine, well within trend. Sure, it's volatile and rangy, but maybe that's the arena you like to play in. I definitely do. And that reversion back to VWAP coming in nice and strong. So can you get 1912s? I don't know, but it's looking like if this trend continues to the upside and it comes into VWAP, then yeah, of course it's gonna have to get through 12s to get to 24s there on RGTI. Rigetti Computing and Rivian still going. So I'm going to be patient with that one there.
It is 11 o'clock as usual. We'll be back at 2 o'clock and of course take you into the afternoon and the aftermarket show with myself, Adara, and I believe Raider Trader as well. But for now, it is time for Learn to Trade. We've got the professor. We've got Joey Options. Go get them, boys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the How to Trade During the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Options. Hey. What about it, Fabian? Okay. Thanks for the introduction. Shout out to everybody. We're waiting for everyone to come on over from the other chat. Shout out to Darwin and Elon. Hi to you too, my man. We got Andrew Chow and Valerie Petrov. Bears versus Dang Bulls and my main man, Adam DeLuce and Ari Pages. We got Volky, Day Trader, Cutting Benton, CCOYG. We got a big game this weekend, Benton. We got to get this done. Borhat and VW. Who else? Hades Trader. That means like hell, right? Ezekiel, we got Grubbs. We got even Joe's in the house. We got Rogelio. We got Daddy Gator and Zuckerborg. Soccer Shop. We got Jose Perez, Volt. Who else we got here? Who's this? Reek Mayhem. I love that. Shout out to Laura White and Robert Woods. Alex Davis and Great Scott. Shout out to Pilot Josh and Starvin' Like ... What are you starving like, right? Jordan, Soccer Shopping Club. Joseph Birch Music. Barbara Dennison. And shout out to Damn Creative and Wood. Luis Suarez. Don't be biting anybody, please. Ronaldo, we got Trader B and Jay Lee. Shout out to the OG. We got the Stock Hunter and Stan O, Jacoby Waters. And Laura Sanchez. Shout out to Drew P. You know I'm not going to finish that last part there. You got me before, you won't get me again. Cody Duggins and Brian.
Hey.
We're going to finish off with Brian today.
Ryan. Anyways.
What's up, Brian?
Hey,
Good
anyways,
morning,
yeah, good morning, brother. How was your evening?
It's all right,
Yeah,
you know.
all right. Yeah, that's
Didn't
good.
sesh in the morning, so feeling a little bit of an L to start the day, but we're going to make up for that.
Hey, you're going to make up for it. We can
Oh.
always we can't make up for last time, but we can somewhat get back, do that double 2 days, and then you're right back.
Couple of days on the weekend to get that done.
Exactly.
True.
So, beautiful stuff. I know we got a lesson from Sharif today. I'm not going to talk about Team Canada today. You know what, Sharif? No.
Yes, sir.
And
Sorry,
you know it. And our team did the exact same thing last night. We blew 3 leads to lose 4-3.
That was actually.
Yeah. Like legit happened. We were up 1-0. They tie it up. We're up 2-1. They tie it up. We're up 3.
We caught 3 L's
in the
tournament, right?
Yeah. Well,
Who did I say? It was Latvia.
the States, and
we got a
Czechia.
whooping from the States,
yeah.
4-1, so 4-3 yesterday. Yeah. See, feels like the D's a little soft there, though.
Yeah, D's a little soft. They're just soft. Anyways, guys, top performing sectors thus far on the day. We got energies leading the way once again here, folks, with XLE up about 1.8% on the session. Let's pull it up here real quick for the people before we get into Sharif's lesson. So there we go. We got XLE, not the most liquid thing right now on this. So here we go. Positive up 1.6% on the session now. Then we got XLRE sitting in second place here, folks, up about 0.5% as well, too. And then in third place, we have one of my favorite, XLF. Jeremy Diamond and crew sitting up there. No, Jamie Diamond up about the same as XLRE, folks. 0.5% on the session thus far. Now we're going to go third last, second last, and then in last place, wow, which is surprising. Is that accurate? The tech sector being in last place. But guys, anyways, we got XLC here sitting in third last, down about 0.3% there on the comms. And then we have consumer discretionary as well too. It's XL. Can't remember it. There we go. Nope, that's not it. Anyways, we'll skip that one because I'm having a brain fart. We'll go on to the tech sector. I don't know why I keep forgetting discretionary, but anyways, tech sector down about 0.8%. So just under 1% here on the tech sector there, folks. So there we go. Those are your top 3 and bottom 3. Top performing sector.
All right, we got a sick lesson. We're going to do double tops, double bottoms. Before that, Andre, I want to show them what I'm looking at here for the small cap gappers. There's a lot running today, guys. All of the 8 right now on my chart are above the volume weighted average price, which under my system means that they're currently tradable. NITO, a light 175% up on the day. This is a holdover from yesterday. You'll recall if you were watching with us yesterday, we were trading NITO. It's running again today. It's having a field day right now at $3. Keep your eye on that. Rivian, obviously not a small cap gapper, but it's trading like one today. Up and to the dang right goes Rivian on better than expected deliveries. Rocket Labs, RKLB. It's not a big, it's 11.5%, but the chart pattern is beautiful. I mean, you get a dip in the VWAP and then boom, right back up there. Rich Tech Robotics? Yeah, Rich Tech Robotics. Joseph just brought this up in passing. I threw it up. I'm like, okay, it's up 43%. It's going up on the small cap gappers list. It's also on its way to $3.50. BDMD up 29%, almost holding VWAP. That's in play. KITT. This just broke through 3 above VWAP. This is kind of really getting its volume under it right now. I'm talking about KITT. That's important because these small cap gappers have a bit of an ebb and flow to them, okay? And so they're very volume centric, so we'll keep an eye on that volume. I don't want it to dry up. CRNC looking to take triple digits today on the day, looking at 85%, looking to go over 100, holding the 10 above VWAP, everything you need to see. Last but certainly not least, LUNR off the highs, but above VWAP, not big on the day in terms of percentage, 12 1/3, 12 3/4, but the chart pattern looks good and therefore tradable, so we're going to keep it on there. So that's what I'll be looking at after we are done the lesson du jour, but right now, baby, let's get right to it, Andre. We're going to talk about these double tops and double bottoms. Why? Because we are talking about reversal patterns. We were talking about the head and shoulders before that, and then we were talking about generally reversal patterns before that. So let's continue with that topic and get on the way. Again, this lesson is based on Chapter 5 of John J. Murphy's book, technical analysis of the dang financial markets. It doesn't include dang, I threw that in there. But by the end of this lesson, we should be able to understand double tops and bottom patterns, how to measure the potential price targets using the pattern, and the practical application of these patterns to trading strategies that we use intraday as well as swing. So let's get right down to business. As we always do, we introduce the topic de novo, anew, for those who do not know what double tops and bottoms are. So the technical definition of a double top and a double bottom are classic reversal patterns that signal the change in the trend direction. A double top is indicative of a market shift from bullish to bearish, obviously, while a double bottom signals a reversal from bearish to bullish. The key features of the double top and double bottom, for the double top first, you have two peaks of similar height, so they don't need to be at the same price level. Kind of looks like an M or an upside W, okay? So two peaks of similar height separated by a moderate trough. I'm gonna show you pictures in a second. The double bottom, the exact opposite of that, right? You get two troughs of similar depth separated by a moderate peak. And this is kind of what we're looking at in terms of a double top. You have your first top, your second top, and there is the neckline, or we could call that the moderate trough there. So you're looking for a V-shaped retracement off the trough and then a general rejection of that previous area of resistance. Now, we'll talk about how to enter and how to exit later, but just for our purposes right now, this is the neckline break. So if you're a conservative trader, this is likely where you're gonna get short. That's not the only area to get short, obviously. Okay, so let's talk about the formation of the pattern. So how do we identify these double tops and double bottoms? Well, let's talk about the double top formation first and foremost. So the double top pattern is formed when the price rises to a resistance level, then declines, and then rises again to test the same resistance level that it rejected, but fails to break through that level. So this pattern often forms a significant uptrend showing exhaustion in buying strength. Then the neckline that we talked about there, that's the horizontal support line at the trough between the two peaks. A break below that neckline confirms the pattern and signals a potential downtrend, and that's kind of what we're looking at there. There's point A, point C, and then point B is the neckline break. We'll talk about that once we're done paying some bills.
Hey, you know what time it is. Sharif, let's kick off 2025 with a massive savings from Trade Ideas. Right now, exclusive to Trader TV, viewers get 25% off any subscription with code TraderTV25. Or go big with the 30% off premium annual using TTV Primo 30. Both valid through January 3rd. Don't miss out on these New Year's savings, and let's crush 2025 together, guys. So today is the last day to get 30% off that premium. So sign up, scan that QR code, folks, and sign up.
Well, you should probably hurry.
Yeah, you should hurry up, get it going. You don't want to miss out on these type of savings. I don't think so.
I don't think I want to miss it.
There you go.
If I didn't have an account provided by work, I'd be signing up.
You'd be signing up right now, exactly. So year of efficiency, guys. Get that discount. Channel your inner Mark Zuck and get that rolling.
All right, let's get back to business, baby. So that is the neckline break right there, that point B. We'll talk about that and how we use the neckline break to measure where to take profits and where to basically project the move. So this is kind of the neckline break there. Let's talk about the double bottom formation. We just talked about the double top. Let's talk about the double bottom. A lot of them are similar. There is a few variances with respect to volume at the double tops and double bottoms. So they're identical in pattern, just in the opposite, but there are some differences, again, with respect to volume. So the double bottom formation, this is essentially a mirror image. It occurs after a downtrend when the price tests a support level twice without breaking lower, okay? Once the price breaks above the neckline, same thing for the double bottom here, it indicates the potential for a new uptrend. But there is a volume consideration here for the double bottom that we don't necessarily look at for the double top, and that's kind of what I wanted to stress. In a double bottom, volume typically decreases as the second peak forms and then should increase on the break below the neckline. So that's for the double top. okay? In a double bottom, rising volume on the breakout above the neckline confirms the bullish breakout. So this is kind of what we're looking at here. You should be looking when this area breaks, like have a look at the price action over here. Once this neckline breaks over here, you should be looking at increasing volume. If you're not getting that increasing volume, it's not a hard and fast rule, but you should be on the lookout for a failed break, okay? So once that neckline breaks, that area between the double bottoms, you should be looking for a rise in volume. So you can do that a few ways. One, you can look at relative volume. How much R-vol are we doing over a period of a day, a week, on whatever time frame you're charting? Or you can just have a glance at the previous volume bars that preceded the double bottom, and to see, does the breakout of the neckline, the volume bar that supports that, is it above average or not? And a cursory review of the volume bars on the bottom of the chart should help you do that, okay? Now, how do we have a measuring technique? So like we know all these reversal patterns, they incorporate a version of the measured move. So you can basically chart the pattern and then be able to guesstimate where to take profits, where to get out based on the size of the pattern. So let's talk about that. Price target calculation. So the height of the pattern for the double tops and double bottoms, measured from the peaks in the double top or the troughs in a double bottom to the neckline, provides the basis for the price target. So a practical note here, this measured move acts as a guideline for setting price targets. For instance, if the distance between the peak and the neckline is $5, okay, the expected move after the break should also be approximately $5 in the direction of the trend reversal. It's not a hard and fast rule, and sometimes it can go far beyond that or may not reach it, but it's a general guide to have, you looking in this particular area, okay? And this is kind of what we're talking about over here. Here's your first bottom. Here's your second bottom. We know that the top area of the area crest in a double bottom, that's the neckline. So what you should be doing is you should be measuring from here to here and then projecting that same distance in price upward, and that's where you should be taking profit. So that is where the measured move taps out with respect to this size double bottom. It's the same thing for the double top, just in the opposite. So your entry points, let's talk about some of the practical applications of using these patterns. Your entry points, so traders typically enter a short position after a confirmed break of the neckline in the double top pattern. Traders typically, though, enter long after the neckline break in the double bottom. And your stop loss placement also important. We'll get to that in a second. So there's bottom number one, bottom number two. There's your neckline resistance. You get the breakout, and then you have the move back up. So it's always the neckline break. Now, that's not how I'd get in. All right, this is a conservative way to trade the double tops and double bottoms by waiting for that neckline resistance to get in. What you could do is, well, number one, you've seen that left side of the double bottom already manifest, and then you've seen it move up to the neckline, reject, and then come back generally into that same area, right? So what you could do, once we bounce off this area and we start trending upward, you can get in anywhere in and around here and then place your stop right below the right side of the double bottom. So that to me would make more sense. I personally wouldn't want to give up this entire move on the right side of the double bottom and wait for that neckline breakout. To me, it makes more sense to get in on the right side of that W and then place my stop below the low. It's really that simple. That's how I see it. The textbooks don't see it that way. They're a bit more conservative. They want you to wait for that neckline break. And some even textbooks want that neckline break to clear and then come back in and get tested again. That's ultra conservative for me, and it ain't my move, and I wouldn't trade it like that. So that's a little bit about how I see things differently than the book. Now, stop loss placement equally as important as well. We got to manage risk, right? So a stop loss should be placed above the second peak in a double top, or should be placed below the second trough in a double bottom. And this is kind of what we're looking at over here. You're going along your merry way. Touch number one, touch number two. If you're conservative, you're taking out the neckline break, and then your stop is placed below the right, the second double bottom over here. So touch number two. Again, I wouldn't trade it that way. I'd be getting in somewhere around here, and I'd be placing my stop below here. Okay? Volume confirmation. Joseph will appreciate this because he's always talking about volume, and as well he should be. So volume plays a crucial role in validating these patterns. Traders should ensure that there's an increase in volume when the price breaks the neckline for a more reliable signal. We already mentioned that. Without volume confirmation, the breakout may not sustain, and you definitely need to be on the lookout for that because sometimes we do get these failed patterns. That's part and parcel of trading. So there you go. You're moving along your merry way. You gap down big over here, touch number 1 on the double bottom, and then you move up to the neckline, you reject, and then look at this. They're not equidistant. The right side of the double bottom not equidistant with the left side. That's fine, right? You get in here, and then the neckline break, which is really important, is supported by that big boy volume. Look at that volume spike on the bottom over here, and then you start printing higher highs and higher lows, and you continue on your merry way on the trend reversal. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. To conclude, guys, double tops and bottoms are reliable, one of the most reliable reversal patterns used by traders to anticipate shifts in trend and understanding how these bad boys, how to measure the potential price move and the importance of volume and confirmation, provides the foundation for successfully integrating these patterns into the trading strategy. You know what I'm going to say, baby? I hope everybody brings up a storm. Happy Friday, everybody.
Multiple storms. Yeah, I mean, half decent market. A lot of these small caps are moving today, Sharif. There's no questioning that. The Qs are kind of a little bit sideways, but I Need Money says, why aren't you guys looking at MSTR? Well, I need money. We just started, so let's take a look at MSTR for you there, my guy. So yeah, I mean, what else would you like us to say about this? This thing's trading absolutely fantastic. It's hard to debate that at this point, but just keep in mind, look how far off those highs we are now, about 41% off of those all-time highs on MSTR. So, I mean, hey, it's trading extremely well, starting to recover really nicely. So if you're involved in MSTR this morning, then congratulations to you. You are trading extremely well. So yeah, really nice look there on MSTR. And hopefully you're trading it as well too. I Need Money. So yeah, I need money, man. I know it's from how high, that's for sure. Okay, so yeah, guys, we're in some TQs here. Just from a method standpoint, and I like that you pointed this out here, Sharif, is that I think coming with experience, you can understand a little bit more when your pattern or when your setup is starting to fail, and when it is, that helps you get out quicker too. You can be more decisive on your out. Okay, yeah, it's not working right now. Let me get out and then reassess the situation, as I often say, and then you can look to get back into the trade. And sure enough, you guys know I like to have my entries as close to VWAP as possible. Sure enough, I bought it slightly extended away from the volume weighted average price. As soon as we went on the decline, I'm like, all right, let me get out here and then get back in. So now this is what I'm going to break down here for you guys, okay? So if I were to have held on to this trade, and mind you, this is extremely subjective. This is just my style of trading. There is no wrong way. There is no right way. There is only your way, and you need to execute your way the best, okay? So this is how I'm going to look at it. I entered here looking for the break of high day. I didn't get it. So if I were to have held this position all the way through this, I would have to wait until currently, as we're getting closer to my entry price, I would have had to sit through all of this just to get back to break even, okay? So instead, I just get out of my position and then I re-enter, and then sure enough, I have a definitive stop loss right here at the low, and then that's when you can create those higher risk to reward setups. So for me, no point in me holding that. I would be just at break even right now. Instead, you accept that 1 unit loss, that 1 R loss, whatever, how you refer your risk units. You get out, and then you reassess the situation, and then you get back in, and then you still have the same stops. If I'm using VWAP as my stop here, so look at this, like that's what you want to call my 1 risk unit. Now I need that to double to hit my 2 to 1. I'm out. Now I'm in here, and my risk is just below this pivot low here. And then sure enough, that's when you can hit those nice risk to reward trades, okay? So that's just my style and how I go about my trading. So, and here we go. And here we are on Nvidia as well too. A really strong opening drive. Like look at the volume here on the 5-minute on the 5-minute chart, volume by time profile. Extremely, extremely strong. So now we're forming this consolidation phase. and now looking to push higher. So I caught the bottom of the range, and then sure enough, I'm looking for that range to break. But as of right now, it's looking like we're pulling back in, and it's not ready to quite break yet. That selling is quite aggressive right now, so I have to be prepared to exit the trade if we break these key support levels, all right? So that's just my style. We caught the bottom of this range fairly well. We got that up move here, looking for the break of that resistance, forming that bull flag, and looking for that high of day break, okay? So those are my two setups that we got going on right now. And guys, if you have any questions, please throw them in the chat. We'll do our best to answer those. And a lot of people in the chat, Sharif, are saying IBIT is ripping.
Oh, well, yeah.
Bitcoin,
Tesla's ripping.
IBIT is,
like,
and then
Bitcoin as well.
And yeah, before we send it off to Sharif real quick, we'll just touch on Bitcoin real quick. I think the narrative is going to change here. I was really expecting this flat bottom break here, Sharif. But again, I think if we break this pivot here at 100K, then I think that we're going to go and test new all-time highs.
Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember my bias that we'd whiffle and waffle between 100 and 90? And then I felt stupid because we popped into 107?
Yeah.
I'm starting to think that 107 pop was an anomaly, and then now we're actually ranging. Aside from those, I think 3 days we spent above 100, was it 3 or 4 days, something like that?
Yeah, something
The
like that,
majority
yeah,
of, that's a daily, right?
Yeah.
The majority of, we're in between that hundo and that 90.
Yeah,
Right? This to me, Joseph, is a bull flag. If I've ever seen one, this thing's going, I won't be convinced any different.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And you know what? My analysis was slightly wrong. I sold a little bit of shares here with the anticipation that 92K was going to break, and it hasn't. So this is extremely strong. And I want to touch on one more thing too, Sharif, is the expected move, right? So you say you measure from point A to point B, and then you exceed that as a target. So what if we use this from a time standpoint? Like, look at this time that we were consolidating here on Bitcoin. That's almost 8 months of consolidation with a move only lasting about a month and a half or so. So I do think that there's going to be some more top side to this thing because we were consolidating for so long.
Agree. Yeah, it's just like we'll have to wait and see. You know, if we consolidate for that long again, I think we've got more volatility in store, more possibilities for change with the new administration than we did with the other one. We knew your boy Gensler there wanted nothing to do with any cryptocurrencies and made it almost impossible to launch anything. And
how did that work out for you?
Yeah, I know. Now he doesn't have a job.
Yeah, right.
So, see ya.
Well,
but in any event, no, for real though. So we've got a new incoming administration who feels entirely different. So I don't know if we whiffle and waffle for that long. Who knows? Who knows? Time will tell, baby.
And with the reserve as well, too. Like,
Pardon
again, with the reserve, Donald wants to create that reserve as well, too. So, yeah.
All right, so let's talk about some of the positions we got in right now. We got one winner on here on Rich Tech Robotics. Shout out to Joseph for bringing this to my attention. Let's see if this one keeps going. 40% or going 40% in the clear. Just what the beak there at 35s, waiting at 40s, layering the orders. I should probably layer another order on this bad boy here at 45. So we'll sit there at 45s. The one that ain't going my way right now is RIVN. We are about 15 pennies out of the money here. I've got to hold at 16 bucks. It's going to have to hold 16. Otherwise, I want no smoke. If it does give up the ghost at 16, I'm looking at the volume weighted average price for another entry. I'm going to be looking at Rivian today just because I think it's in play. $15.50 is where the volume weighted average price right now is on my chart on Rivian. So if the 10 gives up, I'll be looking at 15 3/4 because that's where the 20 exponential is hanging out. If it wants to bounce off there, I'm all ears and eyes, whatever. Otherwise, we're going to wait for the VWAP. And now, KITT. So I was about to punch in right at the beginning of the show, but I'm like, Sharif, don't punch into a volatile name when you're doing the lesson. It doesn't usually work out well for you. So I packed my patience, and by the time I was done the lesson, this thing had taken 3 and then some. Now, we're going to see if this one wants to bull flag and hold generally this 2 2/3 area. We're break even on it right now. We're in at 70. It's trading at 70, layering my orders for a pop. Now, this thing really got a pop under it right now. Right at 11 o'clock, it started shooting up. It's not continuing in the way that I thought it would. And also, it's a $2 name with a 3-penny spread. That displeases me because, well, it should definitely be a bit of a tighter spread there. So keep an eye out on that. Yeah, I'm good, Fabian, brother. What's going on over there? All right, so we're going to keep an eye out on KITT as well as our Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs, though, Rich Tech Robotic, excuse me, coming into that 40 penny area. We'll see if we can get the print in and around there. All right, I see you guys yelling about Stresla. Stresla is going. So Tesla is on one right now. It is by far the strongest looking of the Mag 7 names. It may not be that percentage-wise, or is it? Let me find out. It is. It's up almost 4 1/5 right now. It's ahead of Nvidia. Nvidia's at 3 1/4. But the chart pattern that looks the most bullish to me is right now the Cybertruck about to take out 395. To go into yesterday's pre-market consolidation area before we absolutely tanked. Sorry, that's not the it was pre-market. It was right before we got the deliveries number. We got the delivery number right at 9. To move up there, we're going into about 408. 408 is the consolidation area bottom. That's where we kind of bottomed out, or the bottom dropped off from around that 408. So this is looking awfully rounded bottom here, with especially the pre-market lows this morning holding above the lows from yesterday. So that's kind of what you want to see, higher lows on the day. So TSLA up 4 1/5, Joseph, and it's looking like it's on one right now, baby. 400 might be in sight.
Yeah, absolutely. On Tesla, I mean, I'm just reading something from Joseph Birch Music.
Going.
No, it's all right. Some Tesla perma bears are roasting on still an Elon right now. I mean,
good.
Exactly. We know that the deliveries were slightly weak, but again, I think this could just be a liquidity grab in order for this thing to recover and continue to move higher. We know that that Tesla gets volatile at times, right? And now it's breaking out extremely strong. So let's actually pull the underlying asset out here and not use this leverage derivative. But yeah, Tesla trading really well, up about 4% on the session, almost 4.5% per session there. So 4.5% there, on the session. So just keep that in mind, guys. Let's pull up on here and see what, from a percentage metric, how far off those all-time highs we are. So let's pull up some Tesla, TSLA. Okay, why are you doing that to me? 1 second there, folks. TSLA, okay. So let's just take a look here. We're going to zoom out and see what we got from a percentage metric off those all-time highs. Is this a potential turnaround signal with that gap down day? I think so. I think we can continue to the top side here, especially what we know what Elon got going on. So we're about just under 20% here from those all-time highs on Tesla. Or the year-to-date highs anyway. So, I mean, hey, I think it's time for this thing to start recovering. There's a lot of tailwinds for Tesla in the future. So I like Tesla, and I like the recovery that it's going to have. Because, I mean, I thought that it was going to recover regardless just due to the deliveries announcement and reports. So that's what you usually get. You get that aggressive selling, and then in the coming days, you get that recovery. And sure enough, we're getting that right now, and it's fairly strong. I mean, we're still in a secondary downtrend. The primary trend is still to the top side. So just keep that in mind. So we'll continue to move it, but this is what you want to see. This is the type of recovery and strength that you want to see from these types of stocks. And sure enough, Tesla's putting in a fantastic session so far. Now, guys, I was looking at RCAT, and my good buddy Greg V told me to look at RCAT this morning as well, too. So, yeah, this thing, it's Puerto Rico drone company trading extremely well. Let's zoom out here. And yeah, sure enough, I mentioned that it's up like 250% from mid-November or something along those lines. So again, trading extremely well. And some of these small cap streep are starting to become a lot more lucrative. But yeah, we're going to send it off to Adara real quick for Sector Watch.
Take a look here at some of these outperforming names to the upside and downside on the market, as we always do around this time of day. Make sure to vote in the poll for the tickers you want to see in the rundown. Today, once at 11, the second time at 1 p.m. And then at 12 p.m., we have a special Playmaker poll. So tune in then to vote if you think that the guys should go long or short the SPY in the sim. So we're going to take a look here at the S&P 500. One sector, though, that's been really strong here and was also pretty strong yesterday, going to be that utilities and non-energy space. So we're going to start here with VST up. This is up a cool 7.5%. This is at day's highs. Only catalyst here seems to be a price target increase from UBS, with a $174 price target, and they're maintaining their buy rating. But the sector has mostly been on watch because of the massive move in CEG yesterday. Constellation Energy Group, our second name on watch here. UBS actually lowering its price target on CEG, despite the fact that the company yesterday announced that they're actually receiving over $1 billion in government grants. So that was the catalyst that sent these groups to the upside. We also, though, did have a price target increase here from Evercore ISI and a maintaining of a rating there from KeyBank. Last but not least, NRG, another name in the sector. There's no catalyst on NRG, but basically, if you're looking in this kind of energy or utility space, there will probably be some winners to the upside, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. You have any?
Well, no, I was just saying to you, I think Bitcoin hits that 100K. I know we were just talking about it, but just with the strength in it, when you see it have these strong days and these strong sessions, it's nothing for this thing to put in a 10K day, an 8K day. So, I mean, we haven't put in one of those in quite some time, other than to the selling side. But again, like look at this session here. We go from 78,000 all the way up to about 88,000, so just under 88,000. So that's a 10K session right there, and we haven't put in one of those for almost over a month. That is, so I do think that it's due. It's primed for one of these sessions. I really thought that those support systems were going to break on this thing. And sure enough, it's been holding extremely strong. So I think if we break some of these key resistance levels at that 100K price target, sure enough, I think we're going to go and test that all-time high in the near future. That is. So I'm really bullish on this thing. It's looking like we touch 100K today, Sharif.
Yes, sir. All right. Just weaseling into some positions over here. All right, let's talk about this one, KITT. Look, this is worrying me a little bit here because it's holding up above VWAP, but it's putting more aggressively lower highs than it is putting in higher lows. So I may have to work my way out of this one. I've already put my stop below the $0.50. I don't want to paper hand this trade because I do feel it's at a good area at the volume weighted average price, good area to enter. But again, I want to mention that the continuity on these small cap gappers during the midday is fading. And that's something that I noticed this week. You know, last week or in the week before that, we had continued strength during the midday. You're not necessarily seeing that anymore. So if that's going to be the case, we're going to have to either, stop trading them because there's a lack of continuity, or we're going to have to definitely look and be more choosy. Like case in point, CRNC continues to put in higher highs and higher lows during the midday. But, some of the other ones, not so much. So I'm a little concerned with KITT right now. We'll pack our patience. We'll see what comes of that. Now, this one as well. Our Rivian, I'm fine with. If this breaks 16, that's fine. I'm looking at 15.50 for Rivian there. That one I'm packing my patience on. RR, what are we doing here? We got one quick print at that 35s, and then, we don't make a newer high. So that's my concern here. Like the consistency of these patterns during the midday is a little bit weaker. And if I don't want to be too conservative in how I trade this. Like I can always keep my stop between the previous area low. That's easy. Okay, fine. But that may not be the right move. And that's what, always has me be like, no, keep it at VWAP. VWAP's the right level. I'm just thinking out loud here for where I want to place my stop here for R if I want to move it up below that 310 consolidation area and move it up to the prior bar low on the 5, which would be around 319, 320-ish or so. Keeping an eye on that. BDMD's breaking out, guys, so it's not just CRNC that's moving. BDMD consistently higher lows here. This is spready, though. For a $7 name, it's awfully spready, so you're going to have to manage risk accordingly with this one, but it is giving you the right pattern. Now, this one, the bottom can drop off in a hurry. Look what it did here, 742, 1 second, 592 the other. So it can definitely turn on you in a hurry, so manage your risk accordingly with that one. So those are the ones I'm keeping my eye on, Joseph. We'll see what comes of these bad boys.
Yeah, nice look there, my friend. Someone in the chat asked me to look at NITO, and sure enough, we can do just that. So yeah, let's pull up NITO here. From a daily perspective, that's absolutely phenomenal. Let's get into what they do. The market cap's a little small on this one, 31 million there. NITO, is the company specializes in eco crop protection that helps reduce food waste and ensure food safety while reducing the use of pesticides. Okay, that's interesting. Really, really interesting. But let's zoom out here a little bit here, folks, and see what we got going. So it looks like it IPO'd. Yeah, a couple years ago, that is. So yeah, I mean, it went all the way up to $16 and then just continued to the sell side, selling really, really heavy, but now starting to gap up. I'm getting in that volatility kind of skew to the top side, which is really, really nice here. That volume is supporting this breakout. By all means, hopefully you're not holding the bag from the top, but this is something extremely positive that you want to see. So something must be going on. There must be a catalyst along the lines in order for the past couple of days for it to kind of have this price action. So we'll keep an eye out on NITO. Really nice, the volume supporting the breakout, and then you have the gap up. Again, the market capitalization is really small on this one, so again, not overly familiar with the ticker, but as of right now, if you're in off the bottoms, then congratulations to you. You're up a couple 100% on that one, but we're going to send it off to Adara.
So we're going to take a look here at TSLA is on watch. And I guess also keep an eye maybe on that DXYZ because we have a SpaceX related catalyst. SpaceX announcing that its 7th flight test of the Starship is preparing to launch, and they're going to be deploying Starlink simulators in space. So keep an eye here on TSLA and DXYZ, which is the Destiny Tech 100 ETF. That does hold a good portion there of SpaceX. We also have that NITO. I did find a story there for N2 off. Basically, a couple days ago announcing their joint venture with Solterra Renewable Energy, and they obtained an approval through that joint venture for 111 megawatt power solar PV project in Germany. So solar-related catalyst here, it looks like, for NITO. Back to you.
All right, Joseph. Look, I totally forgot to mention that we're in Meta. Got into Meta 599.63. Get it, Adara. Now, and now we wet our beak 3 times over here. Let's see if we can weasel on up. The next profit taker, I'm waiting at the $0.75. We've been having issues with the $0.50. Look at the level 2 right there on the ask, a $0.50 seller, and they've been hanging out there for a hot minute. I did get the print above 55s, but it was a quick wick above it and then right back down. Like, look, the only reason I took Meta at this level is because I felt it had the most to gain off the bottom into VWAP. It's one of the only ones that's not above VWAP. In fact, I'm looking at my Mag 7 right now. It is the only one south of VWAP. So I was like, okay, if the market's catching a bid, because Joseph was yelling, I'm like, hey, the market's pumping. And I looked and I absolutely agreed with that. So I was like, okay, which one has the most opportunity to the high side here, or at least into a key area of technical resistance? I gauged Meta to be of that, but it is having trouble breaking through and holding above that 600 to 600.5. So de-risked along the way, waiting again at the $0.75. Then we're waiting at the lofty area over here of 601. And then 3/4. So we'll see if the market wants to continue catching a bid. Meta is dead on the day. I was calling Apple the dead one. Well, maybe they're competing now. Which one is more dead? 0.18 for Meta, 0.14 for Meta, and then 0.06 for Apple. All right, let's look at some of the other ones. Rivian seems to be holding 16. So it did dip into 16, and then it caught a bit of a bid, still out of the money on this one by about 7 cents or so. As it comes back into that 16 mid-teens, we'll pack our patience and see what we get there. Doing well on Kit. Took out 4. This is a bit of a bigger position for me, but look, we're not getting that break and take of 3, Joseph, so I am still concerned about this one, putting more aggressively lower highs than it is putting in higher lows. So you always want to look to see the nature of that compression pattern, which side of the compression pattern seems to be dominating, that lower high or that higher low situation. I gauge it right now to be that lower high situation in control more than the higher low. So we'll pack our patience there. I know I pack my patience a lot.
Yeah, packing it,
that.
man.
I didn't notice.
But the bag must be getting full.
Whoo! The suitcase.
Yeah.
You should have come out with the suitcase. Yeah, I feel you though. I got the joke there. Rich Tech doing bupkis. We're break even on that. We had a quick beak wetter, but this one really slowing down now. The volume really dropping off, and definitely not as aggressive as it was earlier on. So this one might be short-lived. I've moved up my stop on this bad boy so that I don't encounter too much of a drawdown if it does continue to move down. I see Meta moving up here. Here comes that 3/4 bang. So we're $1 in the money now on Meta. Let's let this one run, baby. We're gonna let this one see if it can take that 601. I'm waiting at 601. You know where I'm sitting.
Bang.
601.69, baby. Let's see if that prints.
Hey, love it. Hey, guys, I really want to point this out because I go on about it just day after day, and it's just from just screen time when I'm at home. I just have the laptop going, just watching these signals, and I really want to show you guys this here right now, okay? And it's on so many tickers. Sharif, you ready for this?
Ooh, I'm listening.
Okay, look. So PLTR, right?
Okay.
Look at this candle right here. I act as VWAP as kind of an elastic band, but you have that indecision hammer right there with the volume candle right there, and then sure enough, you punch higher, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so now let's look at AMD.
AMD.
Same thing, right? The exact same candle right there, that indecision hammer candle. Didn't fully close, but again, an inability to test any of these lows, price starting to turn around. So now we got AMD and we got PLTR. Now let's take a look at the Qs. Same thing on the Qs. You have this consolidation phase, breakthrough VWAP, inability to create any new lows with that indecision hammer candle. These are the type of signals that I'm looking for day in and day out, and the market will present them more often than not. You can find them at extreme lows. You can find them at extreme highs. You can find them when the overall market is strong, and then they want to continue in the direction of the opening drives. These are key levels and key signals that I'm constantly looking out for, and sure enough, we have it on the SPY as well too. SPY, and here we are. The same thing, these same prints. Look out for these prints around VWAP at extreme highs and extreme lows, and the more comfortable you get with them, I think the more you'll have the ability to take advantage of those signals. I think maybe next week we go over volume price analysis one more time, just so we can touch base on it and just really catch a grasp and understanding that these signals are there and they present themselves. And I really like having the ability to take advantage of them. And that's why I'm in the TQs as well too, guys. I wasn't in exactly when I wanted to be in, but that's fine. We caught part of the trend. This market is absolutely strong today. There's no questioning that whatsoever. So I think it's been a stellar day, and I do think that we continue. And Nvidia is now going to go test the highest of day, Sharif. So I think that with the momentum in the market, it's going to break and then make a new high of day as well.
I'm pleased as dang punch, Joseph. Appreciate you. Look at this. Okay, so we weasel in the kit. And we got the big boy breakout.
Oh,
so
wow.
I was concerned about this one. Really, definitely not. I was waxing poetic, to use an Adair term, that this one was putting aggressively lower highs than it was putting in higher lows. So shows how much I know. So we ended up taking out there at 3 1/3. I'm happy with this trade. We'll look to do a little bit better next up by having more size. And I took a 2-banger here on Meta, as this one took that 601.5. So we take a $2 winner here on META. Guys, there's still room for Meta to go here. I just took it prematurely. Adair's like, oh yeah, 602. Let's see, 602 and a fifth. That's where VWAP is. That doesn't mean that that's the only area where it can hang out or it can move back to. Meta has a high of the day of 609 and a half. So, I'm not saying we're going back to highs of days, of course, but if we do, well, that's a pretty $8 from here. So yeah, keep your eye out on the Zuck train. It was definitely anemic to start the day. It has picked up a little bit over here now, what am I trying to say? It's up 0.5% while it was essentially flat before. So the Zuck train is headed back to the high side over here. Keep your eye out on that, okay? So that's what we're going to keep an eye out on. Kit coming right back down into 3. Now, I added into positions yesterday that I regretted adding into. I don't want to be quick to add into Kit because I like the $3 level. That hurt me yesterday. I don't want to get hurt again today. Adara is at the big desk.
Just be aware of NOTE fiscal note holdings. Other small cap name, though, it's worth noting they don't have a lot of volume. We got this 500,000 candle volume spike, 500,000 share volume spike, but other than that, we've dropped a little bit here. We do have about 2 million shares traded on the day for fiscal note. NOTE is the ticker. Float of about 88 million shares, market cap of almost $161 million, and a short float of 6.8% for new small cap contender. NOTE. I'm also seeing IRBT moving a little bit here. So we'll pull up IRBT as well. iRobot Corporation. We've seen a lot of these robotics names running. Rich Tech has been on watch here. Rich Tech Robotics and ARBE. So another one here, IRBT, with a 10.5% short float and a float of about 26.5 million shares. Back to you.
Wow, this market is absolutely ripping, my friend. It's extremely strong. Nice recovery here. on this session. I'm just trying to pull up my NVDA chart here and continuing. Yeah, I got to take a little bit more off the top here, folks.
Get it?
Yeah. I mean, look at this session. This is fantastic. And guys, look, and I was talking about this earlier. This is why you get out. You get the better entry, and then sure enough, you can just get that nice trending play here on the TQs, and the same with NVDA. So, I mean, catching the bottom of that range with that bullish opening drive, the first hour of the session, or first half hour of the session, extremely strong, putting in that consolidation phase, holding the volume weighted average price, breaking through key resistance zones, and then now creating those new highs of days. So up 4% on the session with NVDA. Havana Winnie press confirmation and risk of protest Monday. Ooh. Okay, yeah, I'm not too sure what he's talking about. He said Monday and Tuesday are big days, and he thinks volatility is going to step in, so he's curious about a straddle for those days. So I just pulled up the economic reports and calendar here, and I don't see too much here for next week other than some Fed Governor Christopher Waller speaks, Richmond Fed President speaks, and then the U.S. trade deficit on Tuesday, 8:30, ISM services and job openings. But as for Monday, we only got Fed Governor Lisa Cook speech and then factory orders. So I don't know if that's going to bring in a lot of volatility. Havana, maybe you're seeing something that I'm not, but just, again, let me know what that is. Hey, guys, thanks for the show. $5 super chat.
Okay.
Thanks for the show. What about SOFI? No problem. We got you on that. Sophie. Yeah, Sophie. Yeah, Sophie.
Outs on Nvidia, dog.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate you.
What? Say something.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Look at that.
Hey, yeah. It's nice. I told you the market. Yeah,
bro.
Man, I mean the market's trading really nice, man. So again, just looking for the continuation in the trend there, Sharif.
Okay.
And same with the TQs. If everything's strong, I'm not going to.
That entry.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
At the bottom of, well, close to it right here. It's in 5 minutes. So, but yeah, got the bottom of the range there. That's what we were looking for. So yeah. So sorry. And America, we're gonna go back to SoFi there for you, my friend, and see what we got going on. See, I mean, like, look at the overall market here, and then look at SoFi. And ask yourself, is this something you necessarily want to be participating in? Because this is a grinder, right? And you're sitting over here, palms are sweating, you're scratching your head, you're like, come on, are you gonna join the overall market? And sure enough, you have everything else trading significantly higher, right? So again, let's zoom out here on SoFi because I know it has been trading significantly well. I wanna zoom out a little bit more here and go from a weekly perspective. And yeah, thanks. I appreciate that for freezing on me. So we'll pull up one more chart here on SoFi and see what we got going on here, folks. SOFI, Sophie. Yeah, I like Sophie. Okay, go to the weekly. Don't do it to me again. It does it again. All right, so sorry, guys, on that about SoFi. We'll pull it up from a daily standpoint. Why does it do that, man? We'll pull up one more time, and there we go. Okay, so yeah, here we are, folks. Trading extremely well. Off these bottoms here, let's take a look and see what we have been off these August lows. Okay, there we are. So, wow, okay, trading extremely well, up by 188% at those highs, but now 144%. Trading really well on the year. So, good look on SoFi. Really good look there on SoFi, but again, there's so many other things trading extremely well. Do you really want to be in that type of grinder like SoFi? Just find something that you want to participate, makes your life a little bit easier and mine easier because I know you're stressing out. So I'm like, oh, I hope you're doing well. But again, so just look for those trends. I know we are slightly extended right now, and that's totally fine. Wait for those pullbacks. If the strength is going to be continued in the market, you'll be able to tell that. If those pullbacks aren't deep, then you can look to participate on that front. Buy those pullbacks in strong markets and just look to participate in those strong trends.
Joseph.
Wow, oh, whoa, what do you got slapping over there?
We'll talk about
just
that in a second.
This
This is more important right here. So I was trading Kit, right, Joseph?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not very bright, which is kind of one of my problems. But thankfully, Neil is.
What is this thing here?
You don't recognize that?
No.
Come on, Joe. Well, this is before your time. I didn't watch the show.
Okay, so how am I going to recognize?
Well, it's before Dara's time. She always
look at the look Neil's giving me.
Yeah, Neil's not happy.
Oh, is this Back to the Future?
No, Joseph. Neil's coming.
No.
Get a slipper, Neil.
He left.
Bring a slipper with you.
He left. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
All right, so this is...
Oh, no.
This is Kit, right? Yeah, I wish I had more hands. So I give out them, you know what? 2 thumbs down.
David Hasselhoff.
There we go.
David.
Knight Rider. Bro.
Fire.
All right, hold on. We're going to show it like this.
Okay, when is
Let
Knight
me throw
Rider?
that on there. Does that help?
Yeah, well,
Does this
I
help
would
a
still
little
have
bit?
said that was Back to the Future. I have no idea what this is.
This is Knight Rider. It's an 80s show. To be
Okay,
fair,
so I was born in
know.
90s.
There's reruns, Joseph.
All right, reruns. Okay.
Right? Okay, so this is.
I was a
man.
Y&R type guy.
Why not? Grandma with your grandma?
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
why
dude.
not?
Oh my God. My grandma was all my children.
Victor Newman, yeah.
Oh,
Victor Newman was
man.
my guy growing up. Yeah.
When my grandma was poor woman, man. She had to babysit me. I was a disaster.
That's all
Anyway.
right.
All
So
right,
what is going on with this Knight Rider?
Guys, we're killing it on RR right here.
Oh,
But
okay.
forget about that for a second. This is Knight Rider. Joseph, this is like, you know, was my dream when I was young. Look at the vision though.
Yeah.
They had a yoke steering wheel.
Yeah.
50 years before
let's go.
Elon threw that into the
Bang,
flag.
bang.
50 years before. They were visionaries, these people.
All
They
right.
got buttons, they got lights, Joseph. They got everything a kid wants.
So what was this show? It was just
I think he was just like a superhero, you know. He had a car that talked to him. It had autonomous drive.
All right.
Excuse me, this is like Tesla before Tesla knew it was Tesla. Autonomous driving.
So
a
Elon
yoke
got
steering wheel.
it from Knight Rider.
I'm assuming Elon got a little bit of inspiration from this. Come on.
But I mean, hey, I was close with Back to the Future. No, it's
Yeah,
kinda,
you're good.
You know what I mean? Somewhat close. We'll give
I don't
it a little
know. I'm
credit.
gonna go with it. I don't want to make you feel bad or anything. All right, guys, we're printing up a storm here on RR, baby. This is breaking out. It just took the $50. I've layered my orders like every 5 or 6 pennies to account. Small outs here to account for the appreciation. It's really catching a bid. This current 5-minute candle has about 2 million shares. I'm waiting at 63s next. There's big size here at 60, about 2,000 lots, give or take, that we can see. Obviously, there could be a lot more hidden as an iceberg order, but 60 acting as resistance right now. It's going to go 50%. It took out 60 on the ask. Let's see if it can cross it on the bid. Not yet. It's not forthcoming. We'll pack our patience. Again, I'm waiting at 63s, 62s now on the ask, 61 on the bid. This should be able to squeeze here. Let's go. I don't see any size posted, but new size coming in. Bang! We take it out there, Joseph. Let's see if we can get where, you know where I'm waiting. Now, if I'm waiting in the 60s, you know where I'm waiting. I'm waiting at 69 now. Let's see if this one wants to appreciate to the high side. As I see it, your boy Rivian is back from the dead over here. So we were out of the money for a hot minute on this one, and now I'm really lamenting not having added to the position at 16 because I could have kept the out like a couple of pennies below 16, 15.98, 15.95, whatever, right? It didn't break 16, and now I'm up here with the same position like a schmuck at that $0.25. We'll see if this one wants to squeeze. Bang, we get the first position out there on Rivian. Let's see if we can get 35s next here on RIVN. It's up 23% on good news. Put some dang respect on this one's name. Shout out to the Spiled one. Knight Rider is more proof Elon Dust has never had an original idea. Why are you such an Elon hater, bro? Yeah, he hates the market when it goes up.
Did you see his super chat before that?
Yeah. I told him. I responded to him. I love when he does that. I want to read it. Hold on.
Yeah, read it.
Just go back up there. People were responding to him. If someone assassinates Musk, what happens to Tesla? Yeah, that's a really good question.
It is a
bro.
really good question.
That is a good question. No, but seriously, if he's gone, who's going to steer that ship? I mean, who's going to steer that car, says Adara. Pun.
Well, you don't even need it.
executed.
You don't even need anybody to steer the car these days.
Oh, another piece of the puzzle falls into place there.
Maybe he'll get an Optimus to replace him.
Oh boy, we're getting real bleak over here. No, but seriously though, like what is the succession plan? I think shareholders have been asking that for a hot minute. It's not like he's old though. He's in his 50s, right? He's got years and years before he probably retires. These guys work into their 70s, some of these CEOs. Yeah, but the question always has been posed, the succession plan, obviously, after Musk, in the same way that people were asking about Apple after Steve Jobs. And we know what happened there. Creativity dropped.
Yeah.
Okay? So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. I'm obviously not excited for that to happen or anything like that, being a shareholder and genuinely liking the guy. Yeah, so that's the situation. So we'll keep an eye out on Rivian. We'll keep an eye out on Rich Tech finding a bit of a top right now at that 64 penny area. Let's see if this one wants to continue to the high side. And I'm loving, guys, the contribution you guys have been dropping there in the chat. Been seeing so many new names lately, and the comments are fantastic. And I disagree with like 50% of the stuff being said, but I couldn't respect it more, because it's just different ideas being bounced off, one another, and and it's a good dialogue to have. So I always love it. Keep it in the chat. Keep bringing it in the chat, but keep it clean and keep it respectful. Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. Keep it positive in the chat. I'm not going to go any further into that. But yeah, guys, we're continuing to trade extremely well, slowly starting to pull back. But I just was referring to these micro pullbacks when the market is extremely strong, kind of like it is now, and you see this really strong volume by time profile with Nvidia. Sure enough, we continue to the top side, slowly pulling back now with that volume starting to dwindle. So that's a positive signal for the longs, especially if we want to continue in that direction, all right? So just keep that in mind. I'm pretty sure Elon has uploaded his conscious to a Neuralink, which will just connect to one of his Optimus robots. No, on the blockchain. I like that, and I was going to actually refer to that on the blockchain. I really like what you just said right there, because there's this show called Altered Carbon that does exactly that, and it's like you can upload your subconscious to like a chip, and then just use it like another skin, like another human body, and just upload that.
Isn't that called the singularity or something?
I have no idea, but there's a show called Altered Carbon about it, and it's actually pretty sick. It's actually a good show. So
nice.
Yeah, I mean, eventually that's what he's getting at with Neuralink. So I mean, this guy's gonna fly his SpaceX with an Optimus bot, and sure enough. So I mean, we're gonna send it off to Adara, guys. Really good conversation, and thanks for chiming in, as Sharif said before. But we're gonna send it off to Adara and then to Neil with his lesson of the day.
Sir.
What a day for the market. We have the S&P 500 up 1%. The NASDAQ up about 1% as well here. And I mean, look at the way we've kind of just rocketed off of these lows around 12 p.m. yesterday. Great look, but we are looking to form a little bit of a topping tail potentially here for the SPY, and NASDAQ looking pretty similar here as well. So the NASDAQ, interestingly enough, actually was able to reject its previous resistance. S&P 500 hasn't quite gotten there yet on the 15-minute chart. A little bit of Fed speak here from Fed's Barkin, talking about demand here for housing versus supply. Do have Fed's daily speaking twice over the weekend, so maybe some more Fed speak to digest when we come back on Monday. But other than that, it's been a fairly light day for economic data. It has not been a light day, though, for these small cap movers and for these catalysts. NOTE on the move, CRNC on the move. And let's take a look at some of these other movers today, including X. This is U.S. Steel. I mean, so many catalysts for this one today. Last night, we had U.S. Steel announcing via a press release that if they get acquired by Nippon, they want to basically start this work program in Pennsylvania. Then they basically have Reuters reporting that Biden is going to be blocking the deal, which we kind of expected. Then we have Nippon coming out and basically saying, we disapprove, we disagree, we think this decision is unlawful. And if that wasn't enough, then we get Nikkei reporting that Nippon is going to be suing the U.S. government with regards to the deal. And last but not least here, these comments just coming up now. The White House's Kirby here, Secretary of the Press, basically saying that this decision for U.S. Steel had to do with security risks and the fact that U.S. Steel has a critical role in America's supply chain. So interesting note there. I'm sure the story is not over, so we will continue to update it as we find out more. And we also have CVNA, this one actually at pretty much day's lows here near the bottom, getting a short report from Hindenburg yesterday. The JPM has basically said that they're not really sure all of these concerns are accurate based on their own research. Either way, though, CVNA and X definitely names to watch going forward. But also make sure you watch our polls. We have a couple throughout the midday. Make sure you participate in that chat. Like, subscribe, and check out Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. Lesson of the day is going to be, oddly enough, you were just talking about Carvana. I'm going to talk a little bit about Carvana and short seller reports. But I have to acknowledge that Joe with the big redemption of himself with the Altered Carbon reference, because that is a brilliant sci-fi set of novels and a fantastic show if you haven't checked it out. And of course, at some point, I feel like Elon Musk and Neuralink is going to get us there. So we've seen short seller reports before. And obviously, look, everybody has their own different way of making money. It's not about judging or hating on these guys like Hindenburg or Citron or whoever they might be. But the thing is, traders, you can't necessarily ignore the volatility and trading opportunities that come when these get launched. Now, first things first, and we said this before, when I've yet to see an instance of a short seller report being dropped when a stock is at basically just chilling out at an all-time high. It almost always, in most cases, you're going to have something like this on Carvana, where it's already dropped. In this particular case, you're going to see this like top. It's already lost a bit of support. You see consolidation under. This is where you need to be careful because it's got a secondary move down that's already testing a major consolidation support level. You can see what happened at this 187. On the daily chart, zoom back out. And so the first thing you want to look for is if it's going to continue to the downside, you've got a nice little anchor at that 187. If you were short in the pre-market, okay, fine, fair enough. But once volume comes in at the open, you're above the 187 mark, kind of flushes back in. I don't mind anybody that would take a 187 break in here. And it gave you a good trade. You probably, if you're quick, you're scalping a couple of dollars out of it. But the second this wick happens, and you've got this kind of volume and this kind of a rejection wick, you need to be out. And whether you're out is a couple of bucks in here, that's reasonable risk on Carvana or $1. I'm not saying you got to be long, but we've seen it way too many times on these short seller reports that they happen to get launched when a stock is already trended down into a major support level, and then you get some exit liquidity because there's going to be extra volume in and around that price, which gives them a little bit of out. And lo and behold, look what's happening at the 87 level again, right? I got this idea when we saw this. I didn't even realize this was happening until I just looked at it now. You could literally have just looked at the exact same level what we found on the daily where it did the curl earlier. There's a trend down. There's your trend reversion right off 87, 86 stop. You're already $2 in the money. And I'm not saying Carvana's a long in the long term or that it's a good company. Frankly, it doesn't necessarily matter. It's about the pattern that we observe. But there's another one which I've seen work before. And that is simply if after a short seller report, I'm going to go to the 15-minute here, you've got a bottom once at that 87. If it holds again, and today's Friday, so that'll have to be on Monday. If it holds again at that 87 or higher, then the next available trade to me is once it's got at least a double bottom, is a breakout through prior resistance, which will be this 200 level. So all I know is when you make a temporary bottom, sometimes it's a couple of days after, sometimes it's a week after, where you never break that low. Look, if it breaks that low, all bets off at 200. But if it holds that low a couple of days, maybe some higher lows in there as well, a 200 breakout is going to set up. It's so easy to want to catch this, it's going to flush 20, 30%. It can happen. There's no question about it. But you've always got to be extra careful in a general sense punching lows, especially when it's a multi-time frame support level. It's nothing wrong with taking that breakdown trade. As I said, if you took an 87 break this morning or shorted into Carvana right off of the open, like these are 90s in here. This is 88, 89. If you took an 87 break, that bottom is legitimately 83. There's a lot of opportunity to have won on that trade. But you've got to do a few things. Once it makes that wick, if you're adding into a short when it makes a wick bottom, especially after a short seller report's has come out and it's starting to bounce, like it's a crazy trap to get put in where your risk to reward is not favoring you at all. So as long as you're not reloading it, I'm not saying you got to go long, although a lot of times that is the better opportunity risk to reward. At least either get out or do not reload that trade. You got to be careful, and you can see what again happens at that same price level. There's buyers down there, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was Hindenburg themselves. Clearly, they've made money on this short. They can't lose on it at this point. So you got to be careful when these reports come out. They can provide you with extra downside if you're playing the short trade, but do not get trapped at a big support level on the daily chart trying to short underneath it unless it shows you the continuation. You got to be able to get out of Dodge and wait for the next opportunity, because the modus operandi is they are getting out at least something of a short they were already in. Not that they're putting one on at these prices. So that's your lesson of the day. Lots of opportunity when these reports come out, but you got to play it right.
Here he is, Neil's lesson of the day. Informative, eloquent, just awesome, all around awesome.
As always.
Yes.
As always. And even more so today because he said I recovered myself.
you got back in his good books
I'm
there.
in the good books.
I like that. Yeah,
I'm in the good I'm in the
something I aspire to be.
Yeah.
People's good books.
In the good books.
Necessarily want to be in
well,
their bad books. You know,
well.
like I don't think that's really the move, right? Despite even if I don't care what they think.
Yeah,
you
but
know,
I was just
who
about
needs
to
that
say
vitriol,
that. Like,
right? Like
sometimes, I mean, if it's mutual, we like each other. Other than
Yeah.
that,
yeah, that's fair.
You can't please everybody, unfortunately.
No,
So, yeah. But I mean, hey, Sharif, we ran out of shares here on both our trades. Pull up my chart here, please, and thank you. Yeah, out of shares on NVDA. Traded extremely nice there for us. Yeah, just had no more outs. Traded this one nice. Played that consolidation phase, that bull flag, whatever you would like to call it, on NVDA. And then as well on the TQs as well too, guys. So playing those signals. I didn't get this. This was the entry that I actually wanted to get. Didn't get it, so I waited for the pullback. I thought we were going to break up here and then go and test the high day, as I mentioned before. And then that's just why I just stopped out of the position. If it wanted to trade higher and make a new high of day, I was confident that it was going to hold the volume weighted average price, and those turnaround signals would be displayed. And sure enough, just being patient. Again, you're not going to get them all the time. Sometimes it's hit or miss, but just with more screen time, more experience, you have the ability to take advantage of these opportunities. So yeah, I know my good buddy Greg had a good trade as well today, was pointing out some good things, and my other buddy Dan F as well too. So maybe we'll pull those up for you guys and see what they got cooking up, because Greg and I have been trading together for a long time, for years now, I think over 3 years now. So shout out to him. I don't know if he's still in the chat or anything like that, but yeah, appreciate you, my friend. And the market is just slowly starting to grind. I mean, we're putting in this consolidation phase here on the Qs as well too. Really nice run up, as I mentioned previously before. Broke those highs of days. Nice leg up. Didn't put in a red 5-minute candle for about over a half an hour, 45 minutes or so. And then now we're just trading in this range, holding it extremely well. So what was once resistance, let's see if this comes up and holds as support now, and then maybe we make an additional leg higher, because I mean we're trading fantastic on the session. So just continue to look for those plays in strength, unless there's those signals that tell you, hey, Sharif, price action is absolutely ready to turn around. So,
Oh, it always is. So Elon has just announced that he's gonna. I don't know who this woman is. Alice Weidel. I'm not butchering her name, but yeah, interesting conversation here. It's all going to be about SpaceX. And yeah, I'm all about that life. Obviously, that's going to be January 9th, that day that the market is closed.
Nice.
We'll be here. Obviously, we're going to do a special talking about the entire year coming up, some longer term plays that we're all looking at. So if you guys don't have anything to do that day, because the 9th is obviously off for the late President Jimmy Carter. And, Elon looking like he wants to do some stuff on X as well. So, yeah, all the Elon fans, you've been, I've let you know. All right, guys, here's the deal. What's up?
I was going to say,
Yeah.
did you, my grandma was telling me, and I also seen it on X too, that JP and Pierre did an interview.
Oh yeah, that's going to be.
Did you watch
I've seen snippets of it. Elon reposted it on, on X.
That's where I've seen it.
So Jordan Peterson, obviously, I don't know if you guys know who he is. He's Canadian. I think he's a psychologist, right?
Well, he's
a psychology professor.
He had to go through he had to be re-educated.
Of course he did. Of course he did. We're not going to go down that road because I've got very strong feelings. But the point is, he's Canadian, and he's well respected. He's very controversial. It's very polarizing. He did a special with Pierre Poilievre. You guys don't know who that is. Likely the next prime minister of this country, if not in March, then by the fall at the latest. So if you guys want to see, where Canada's headed, it looks like as if we're going to have a marked change in government, and Jordan jumping on with him, getting the lead there. So anybody who's interested, it's on X, obviously, with that. So what I wanted to mention, Andre, was Meta. So we were talking about VWAP on Meta, and boy, oh boy, did we talk about VWAP. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candle holdup all at the volume weighted average price. It's not making lower lows or higher highs. It's kind of waffling between that $650 area to $602. So I want to see if we can break and take VWAP. I'm absolutely interested in getting back long on Meta. I'm neither going to short it nor take it as a long now because I feel like we're in an area of indecision. So I'm going to pack my patience, see what we can get on this bad boy. META could be headed back to the upside over here. I'm quite happy with how we did with Rich Tech Robotics. I'm going to talk about my position in NITO in a second, but Rich Tech Robotics is right back into that high of the day. Again, we got that print at 79. So I'm still holding a position on this one. I want to see if we can get back above 75. It did double top on the 1 minute at 75 and right back down we go. We'll talk more about that when we get back to Madeira at the big desk.
This is the NASDAQ. We're going to take a look at the market here as we do have comments from Fed's Barkin continuing to come in. And not all of these are going to be very dovish. We do have Fed's Barkin saying that he is, quote, in the camp of staying restrictive for longer, given the possible upside inflation risks, adding that he expects 12-month inflation to decline, though, in the coming months, particularly given base effects over the prior year. So saying that he actually does expect a decline in inflation, but he still wants to remain restrictive. That's pretty much what we've expected here. We know that they're going to be a little bit more restrictive this year. Fed Chair Powell said that, and a lot of the Fed speakers we've heard since that December 18th meeting have said the same thing. Also adding that the message from businesses is, quote, loud and clear that consumers are becoming more price sensitive. So this is not a very rosy picture being painted by Fed's Barkin right now as the NASDAQ makes a bit of a triple top. Back to you. Or double top.
No, Nitto. You're going to double bottom? Okay, if you're going to double bottom, that's fine. But anything below the $0.50 on NITO is going to be our loser of the day. 2.5 is where this is going to have to hold up, Joseph. I'm in NITO for the VWAP hold. So if VWAP doesn't hold, then I shouldn't be in it, right? That really is the logic behind that. So I'm in NITO here. It is my newer position. We've layered out the orders. I've taken nothing out. I'm holding the full position at 69s. It's down into 50s, a break of 50, and that's the end of the story on this one. Now, I'm giving it a few pennies below VWAP because VWAP isn't at 50s. In fact, it's at like 59s or 60s. So I'm already giving it room by having it south of the $0.50. If NITO wants to hold up, fantastic. It's got a 2-candle hold up generally right now at the volume weighted average price. Rivian is dropping, guys. It is broken 16. It was holding $16 for a long time. I just got stopped out of that. So that's the first L of the day here on RIVN. Again, as I said, I'm interested in Rivian at that 15.5, 15 2/3, or wherever the hell VWAP is hanging out at the time. We're about 30 pennies higher than where VWAP is at the moment. So I'm throwing out an alert. Because if I'm not keeping my eye out on Rivian, I want to know when it comes into that 50 penny area. In fact, I'm going to front run it, putting it at 60. We have the human algo, though, back at the big desk.
Thank you for that, Sharif. We have even more comments coming in from Fed's Barkin himself, basically saying that we, meaning the Fed, must see inflation at 2% or weakening in demand to cut rates. So you either need to see weakening demand, which we already know they're not seeing based on earlier Fed Barkin comments from today, or 2% inflation, which we know is going to be a little bit longer. Fed Chair Powell made that very clear at the last FOMC meeting, to the point where we actually had some reporters asking, is that even the neutral rate anymore? So things looking a little bit dicey here when it comes to some of these hawkish remarks coming from Barkin. Barkin also saying, and this is pretty interesting here as we head into the inauguration on January 20th, that there is, quote, too much uncertainty to factor any potential policies from Donald Trump into their current economic outlook. That also echoes what we've heard from the Fed in the past. Basically, Fed Chair Powell saying that they're considering the potential outlooks of this policy, but because we don't know the policies yet, it's really hard to tell. That's more Fed comments. If I see anything else, I'll be right back with you.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, yeah, did you have something? Oh, you just were woofing? You were woofing and waffling over there. But yeah, this is my buddy Greg sent me this here. Beautiful stuff from him. Nice trade, nice short there. But again, not too much continuation on that front, so we got out right at the right time. Nice work, my guy. Jaspreet Singh is saying, anything on Hood, Joe? Everything is moving just apart from Hood. So this is kind of what I was touching on before with Sophie themselves, is that you don't want to participate in this stuff. And I know you kind of, and I trust me, we've all been there. You get attached to positions, totally understandable. But the quicker you can just detach and just be like, hey, this isn't doing what I want it to do, it's lagging the overall market. hold on to your thesis. Just have your exit plan. If it gets hit, if your stop gets hit, it gets hit. So be it. If your profit target gets hit, so be it. But again, don't get too attached. Give yourself a limited amount of entries, 1, 2, 3 entries, whatever you're comfortable and whatever's in your risk parameters. But also just have the ability to forget the stock, because unfortunately this market does not care about what we do or who we are. So just keep that in mind. If things aren't moving the way that you expect them to or you would like them to, go find something that is moving how you like it to, all right? So just, again, eliminate yourself from those these kind of toxic relationships, we'll say here, and look to find something that is positive, all right? So it's the same thing with SoFi and Hood. The market has been trading significantly higher, and these are lagging its peers. So just keep in mind, look for something with relative strength on that front, and just avoid things that are slightly weak and or lagging, because they're lagging for a reason. We may not know what it is, but again, the street has a reason, and sure enough, things are going to move when they want to move, and if they don't want to increase price or decrease it, then it's going to do absolutely nothing. So just keep that in mind. Guys, we got the TQs. I'm waiting for an entry. I don't want to short this market. I want to find a pullback and then look to get involved on that pullback. We had all our outs on this one, so that was 2 nice trades, 2 for 3 on that front. Really nice. And I mentioned just before, exactly. So I just mentioned before, just getting out and then getting that better entry, increasing that risk to reward. And sure enough, it worked out really, really nice for us. So guys, continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. I'm curious to see what you're looking at as well too. So and one thing I want to touch on that I think Obi and Neil were talking about it, and I know people in the chat were talking about it. Our guy over across seas, ADL, was as well too. He just gave a list of his indicators that he uses, and that's fine. And he gave a perfect example of like, okay, this is just what I've been doing for 10 years. This is what I'm comfortable with over that extended period of time, and this is how I run my system. So just find a way to run your system. Find things that really catch your eye, things that you're comfortable with, and things that you think that indicators that you think are going to benefit your trading. I use very little. The volume weighted average price, volume by time, and price action are my 3 main metrics. In the morning on the train, I'll run through the Camarilla pivot points as we went through before on a previous lesson. But other than that, volume by time, price action, and the volume weighted average price are my key metrics, and I just tried to refine those and try to become as efficient as I possibly could by using those.
All right. I'm keeping my eye now on a couple of things here. So Rivian didn't quite make it down into VWAP. Now it's catching a bit of a bid. It seems to be more of a price action support area at a previous area trough. So this is what I'm talking about over here. This hold up that we got at 1045. It dipped into 1580, and it clearly held up there with all the closing prints north of 1580. It looks like we're holding up at that same level because VWAP is around 1555. We bottomed out there at 1580, and now we're back at 16. Now, we haven't taken 16 yet, and I want to see exactly how we deal with 16, because 16 was a hot support level for a while. And that's where I had my stop below, and you can see that once it dipped below 16, I got stopped out, but it spent a lot of time holding 16. So if it spent a lot of time holding 16, it now may reject 16. Support flips to resistance and vice versa. So that's what I'm looking at right now with RIVN. And it does look like it is rejecting 16, at least initially, down into the 15 high to mid 80s we go. So I'm looking at this one, definitely still very interested on a VWAP entry. But if it doesn't give me the VWAP entry, if it keeps bouncing off 1580, well then I'll have to rethink that whole thing. Now, the other one is KITT. So this one is doing yet another compression pattern. It did one before, from 1055 to the breakout that we got at 1140, and now it's been doing another compression pattern from 1140 till now. So we've got higher lows, but we also have lower highs. We're above VWAP, we're above the 10, we're 98% on the day. So if I had to take a shot about which way this resolves, whether up or down, I'm taking my shot to the high side today. That's by no means a hard and fast rule, but keep your eye on it. 13.25 right now. It's on the way up. It's been holding the 10. It's been holding 3. It's got a 347 HOD, but something tells me KITT destined for more than $3.47 today as its high. We'll see where it closes. I don't really care where it closes. I'm probably not going to look at the stock again. It's around for a good time, not a long time. So we'll hang out and we'll see if we can get something here. Something tells me the money fills are in and around 3. You have a bit of a double bottom there at 3, which made sense because we used 3 as resistance before. So KITT in focus. Here we go with 3 1/3. We know that the high of the day is 347, but when we look at the closing prints, it's 3 1/3. 3 1/3 is the real resistance level if your move is to gauge the closing print as opposed to the wicks, which is kind of my thing. So I'm keeping my eye out on that. I'd like to be able to work into that some way, somehow. Now, another really strong name, and that's, I think, one of the only ones, KITT and CRNC are the only 2 names in small cap gapper world that are up triple digits today. Okay, and I have to CRNC kit and another one, and NITO. But I got stopped at a NITO. Those are the 3 triple digit winners. Now, CRNC looks really good here. You have a 2 candle hold up off the 10 exponential, but what you're getting is lower highs, but you're not necessarily getting higher lows. So that's obviously a little concerning. We are extended away from VWAP. 14.5, actually 14 1/3 is where VWAP is. We're printing right now 17 2/3. So I don't want to be quick to jump into this one, quite frankly, especially with the volume dwindling. Let's see what it does. If it has another candle hold up above the 10 exponential moving average, which is where it's at right now, then we'll give this one the old community college try and work into it. 17 2/3 right now, CRNC, big boy mover on their day. But I'm also keeping my eye on some of these non-small cap gapper names. I'm seeing ARM here, 6% in the clear, trading above $136, a few pennies away from day's highs. I'm talking about ARM. I don't know why it's moving up. Let me just look over here. Spotlight ARM Holdings. No catalyst today for ARM, but we do know that CES is coming up, and they could have something in the hopper there that could get things moving. I don't know, but it's up 6%, possibly a relief rally. Your boy SMCI also up 6%, 6.1%. So the chips are certainly in play. I'm looking at the chips right now. It looks like AVGO is taking the day off, though. It's up 1/3%. Compare that to AMD 3, Nvidia 4. So Broadcom is actually down 0.25% since 9:30. Since we rang the bell, we're down 0.25% on AVGO. So I'm just keeping my eye on those ones. They're not necessarily going to be part of my trading plan, but definitely if the small cap gappers start giving up the ghost and fading, we'll have to figure something else out. So right now I'm only in Rich Tech Robotics. I'm holding this one at 330 where I don't have too much of a position left. If it wants to take out that 375, I'll hold it for the dream. Otherwise, I'm just chilling. Rivian is continuing to reject 16. It's coming back down into that 1580 area. Sorry to keep jumping, guys, but we're managing multiple positions. 1580 is coming right back into that level. It's giving up the level right now at 1580. So this one does look like it may reject 16 and work its way at least into the volume weighted average price, or maybe even the $0.50. I'm not going to have a resting order on Rivian at VWAP to take advantage of the VWAP drop. I'm red on it already because of the stop out below 16. So I don't want to keep taking hits on it. If it comes into VWAP, holds up, I'll participate. But it's going to have to prove that it holds up there. By definition, that gives me a worse or a less advantageous entry price, which is fine by me. You're going to have to kind of make that trade-off there. Lastly, before we send to Joseph, I was waxing poetic about BDMD and the strength of BDMD. Well, it's back at VWAP. And so now it's put a symphony of lower highs, and it looks awfully flat bottom breakish through that 660 area, Joseph. But equally as possible is a hold up at VWAP and a break back through 7. So despite the fact that I haven't traded BDMD today, I'm still keeping it on the side chart because it's setting up and it's above VWAP. Adara is at the big desk.
Let's look into ARM. ARM is going to be attending CES, so I'm going to give you guys some of the info on that. At 3 p.m. Pacific, so I guess about 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be getting comment on January 6th. So on Monday, we're going to be getting comments from the Chief Marketing Officer of ARM, Ami Badani. Then on Wednesday at around, it looks like 5:20 Eastern time, so none of these are going to be during market hours. We're going to be getting comments from Dipti Vashani, who is the Senior VP and general manager here of the automotive area of ARMS. We're going to be hearing comments from the chief marketing officer and their automotive chief at this event. So keep an eye on ARM next week, guys. I'm going to be probably putting together a post for TTV Research, which you can check us out on X at TTV Research, on all of these companies that are going to be attending that event. Back to you.
Yeah, by the way, Adara dropped some great infographics on Trader TV Research. If you're not following that account,
follow her on X.
Yeah, exactly. It's dropping great stuff there. She's at the big desk. She's got all the different platforms that we use for data and news. So get on there, give it a follow. Excellent stuff. I know that I'm keeping an eye on it every day.
Nice, yeah, good stuff. I always see what Adara's up to, like her trades and everything like that. So yeah, follow her on X.
Joseph, I want to mention KITT's breaking out here. So here we go again, coming into that high of the day. We got the big boy breakthrough, that 3.25, 347 HOD. We're at 47s right now. There is a seller, a bit of an iceberg because there's no size posted at 47s, but we are rejecting 47s over and over. This is a triple-digit winner, 114 plus. There it goes. 48's now high a day. Can we take 50? Let's wait over here on 50. I was trying to punch in at the third of a dollar. I missed it. And then Joseph's like, punch. I'm like, no, I suck, right? So here we go. Took out 50s, Joseph. 53 HOD, KITT, continuing the bull flag setup. A great hold up off VWAP. A great hold up at 3. And here we go, taking out that HOD on KITT.
Oh, all right then. Cool J, man. Spin lines there. But no, we had a question in the chat and someone said, Joe, what is volume by time? So it's essentially what you see here on the x-axis, right? So again, it's just the volume prints, but you got to think that it is by a time base, right? That's how it's calculated. So here we have the 1 minute print, so every 1 minute you'll get a new volume signature, and so on with the 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. I just refer to it as volume by time because we know, and if you're new or for experienced traders, we have volume by price that is on the opposite axis, which is on the y-axis, okay? So that will show you where volume is most traded at by per price, okay? By per price, at which the most volume is traded at. But I refer to volume by time because that can display from a time perspective how much volume is traded in each interval that you set your charts to, okay? So just keep that in mind. So when I refer to volume by time, it is this here on the X, okay? So guys, I think I'm gonna have to punch. I'm gonna get out of here on the TQQs. Just because I was looking for the continuation, but I think it's relatively weak. I think we're going to get a better price on that one. So we're out of dodge on that front. Hopefully that answered your questions on the volume by time. Because, yeah, this is what I referred to. And I told you we're going to go over the CAMs, or not the CAMs, volume price analysis again next week. I think that's really important. It's really key for me. How you refer to it is again, subjective. It's just the method that I learned early in my studies. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, TQQ is trading really well, guys. Let's take a look at some of the top volume stocks on the session because we haven't done that yet today. So RGTI, it's NVDA usually at the top of its class, but RGTI continuing to sit at one of the highest volume traded stocks on these sessions, all right? So 5 minute doesn't look that pretty, but why is it continuously up here? Look at this run that RGTI has been on. They talk about it on the big show. We talk about it on the midday. Just day after day, this stock has been in play for the past month and a half. So again, look for stocks that are in play. Look at the volatility step in on these stocks. So therefore, the average true range in these sessions are starting to grow more vastly as the stock starts to appreciate in price, okay? So look for these types of stocks that are in play and have those large volume sessions because that can give you more confidence within your trades and shows you that a lot more people are participating, especially retail as well too. So keep that in mind. Really nice on RGTI. And then we got CRNC. Have you been trading CRNC today?
I'm looking. I was just about to punch.
You were just about to punch. Okay, all right.
Here we go. It's doing it again. Dipped. It broke the 10. Bounces off the 20, forms a hammer candle off the 20, dip and pop. But most crucially, the current 5 minute candle that we're on has not made a new high. It's still lower than the previous candle. So let me just show you the 5 minute on this one.
Oh, I love that 1 minute print there.
This one? Where are you looking? Oh, yeah, that's
I
the
love
hammer
that.
candle.
Yeah, I
so
love
this
that
is
right
kind of
there.
like what it looks the same thing, same beef here on the 5. And this is the candle I'm talking about. It didn't make a new high above its preceding candle. So when you see a hammer candle like this, sure, it shows you buyer exuberance between that certain range, right? But is there continuation? That's the question. I don't want to be fooled into a bull trap. And so far, that's kind of what we're getting. We're still getting lower highs. We haven't gotten necessarily a lower low because this candle is a hammer candle and we haven't gotten down there yet. But I'm on the lookout for it. It's going to have to curl up. Neil calls this getting it on the back end, right? It prints a green candle. And then, maybe another green candle of indecision where it's sideways movement. And then what I want to see is incrementally higher lows and higher highs showing me that the buyers are starting to take over. If I don't see that, then I'm kind of it's too risky for me to do that, right? So we're going to keep an eye out here. Good call out, Joseph. CRNC certainly in focus. Adara's at the big desk.
We're going to take a look here at these small caps as we do. We do a little bit of a lightning round small cap recap during the midday because there's so many on watch. But also on watch is the SPY poll. It's the Playmaker poll. So make sure you vote in the chat right now. You have until 1 p.m. to do so. And you make sure you have that vote. If you think the SPY should be long or short, then that trade will be taken by the Bash Brothers themselves here live. You'll be able to follow that. So check that out. We'll take a look now at the IWM, which is certainly, it looks like it's running into a bit of resistance here, that 223 thirds level, currently just above 223, up about almost 1% here for the IWM. But as I mentioned earlier, this trend of higher lows from that base we made yesterday at around power hour has really continuing. So maybe some recovery for IWM. Next level of resistance appears to be that top of around 224 halves, which we actually made around 945 yesterday morning. Now let's go through all these small cap runners, shall we? NKLA, Nikola. This one looks like it could be running in sympathy with a lot of these EV names. Rivian's been really strong today. TSLA been pretty strong. I checked. I'm not seeing any delivery numbers for Nikola themselves, but 25.7% short float, pretty significant here for NKLA. Then we have LTBR. I'm seeing this one trying to break out right now as well. It's running the past light bridge up about 25% with a float of about 13.5 million shares and a 10.2% short float. There's KITT, which congrats to Sharif. I know he's been covering this one, but KITT, if you just want the details on this one again, really small float, 5.4 million shares, 8% of it's going to be sold short, and $20.32 million market cap for this ticker. Last but not least, we'll go over CRNC. This one here, definitely removed from highs. Look at that topping tail candle on the 15 at the $20 level, so be aware of $20. But Sarens here, this one's also a previous runner, with a short float of 18.2%. Back to the Bash Brothers.
There goes RR Joseph. We get the print at 82s. All right, Rich Tech Robotics is on one, my man. Thank you for pointing out.
What a trade, man.
Yeah,
Wow.
I wouldn't even had eyes on this if it wasn't for you.
I'm like, dude, I'm like, Sharif, man. I'm like, I really want to get on one of these humanoid players. He's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, RR. He pulls up RR. He's like, oh, I really like it.
Yeah,
he trades it. I don't even pay any mind to it after that fact. And what is it up? 60% on the day? Oh, my.
When you mentioned, by the way, it was about 23%.
Weird. So, yeah, all right. Well,
it's going, Joseph.
Fumble.
All right,
Bag
HOD on RR, 390 incoming. Let's see if we can take out that 90 penny level. We were just at 80s. We had size at 80s. There goes 90s on the ask, not on the bid, though. So we still haven't crossed. There we go. Now we're going to move into 4. I mean, we're at 93s. We're up 63%. I don't know what the short float on this is. I'm taking it out at 4 or near 4. We're going to finish with this trade. Let's see if we can weasel up a little bit more. 64%, 95s now showing on the ask. A tight spread of 1 penny. And here we go, eating up that 95 size. Let's sit at 98s. I'm just going to finish my trade at 98s, come what may. 97s now on the ask. Can we cross into 98s? Let's go. No. Rejection into 88.
Man, highly dude, you're cheesed about not getting a fill. I'm looking at this thing from a daily perspective. Like, man, I'm like, Sharif, man, I really like this thing. I think I'm going to put a little bit of cash into it. And sure enough, it's just been absolutely trading fantastic on the session, up 61% now on the day. And I'm just like over here like, man, oh my days.
You're good, bro. You had that Nvidia monster trade.
Yeah, well, I want this for a longer term play, and I would have liked the price here because I told you what the game plan was. right?
Yeah, of
right.
course.
So like $1,000, 1,000%, hit me up.
That's it.
Let me know. So.
What's that 10 bagger, baby? There you go.
Exactly. CRNC doing as Sharif says, bubkis. So we might have to get out. Get out of that one. Yeah, but I'm gonna hold on to it, Sharif. We break 1650, I'm at a dodge. There's no doubt about this. So let's just keep in mind here, IBIT as well too. We kind of double topped here, slightly alarming. We break 55.86. I'm at a dodge as well too on that one. We can get a better price if we break those levels, and then we'll just look to reassess the situation and get back in on that as well too. So yeah, Tesla sideways for an hour. I mean, yeah, it's been consolidating, but look at this. Look at the run that it's been on. Sure enough, we can't just go up all the time, but this is positive. At least the pullback isn't deep, right? So look at it from that type of standpoint. A really strong 5-minute opening range for all those 5-minute orb traders. A really nice 5-minute orb as well there. Having the inability to break that 5-minute range low, putting in that hammer doji that I pointed out on across multiple tickers. So you've seen that on the face of multiple tickers on the session. So that is really strong signal there. Consolidation phase, and then we push through the high a day with extreme momentum on the 5-minute, and then now this pullback, the volume is dwindling. That is extremely positive. Are we going to take that third leg higher? I don't know. Usually that third leg is a little more tricky. So again, but holding these levels is extremely key with a base around $393.46. Let's see if it can continue to hold that base, because these indecision prints can determine some possible weakness on the sell side, and that buyers are in control here. And as we go to continue to push, holding that bottom of the range, I think Tesla may make another run for the high of day on the session. So what is NVDA doing? Sure, we can take a look at NVDA for you. And it's the exact same thing. Really strong opening 45 minutes here, half an hour on NVDA. Consolidation phase. Then we break it, go and test the high day. But now we have double topped here. So one thing that I want to point out is that in order for us to break these levels, as displayed here, there's no real demand above the high of day as of right now. So we're going to need the volume to step in, and then we can push for that high of day break. But just the way the overall market is moving today, I think that it's only a matter of time until another buy program steps in, and then we can take that second leg higher, because we have been trading phenomenal. And one thing I wanted to point out as well too, we did this a while ago. I mentioned these key support levels holding, and then when I seen this candle, I'm like, okay, I think that NVDA, because it was lagging the peers, we had Tesla making all-time highs, we had Apple making all-time highs, Meta, Amazon, and and Google as well too. A lot of the mega cap tech stocks. It's a tongue twister to me, man, for some reason. Yeah, it is. So anyways, they were making all-time highs. Well, NVDA was lagging. Now we're getting a little bit of rotation. You're seeing the semis being a little bit stronger on in their sessions. And now NVDA starting to pick up that momentum and picking up strength, moving for those all-time highs. And I think it's only a matter of time until Jensen and company, only down about 6%, from those all-time highs, eventually go and push for those. So, I mean, looking for those trades around 126.57. If you're grabbing those dips on NVDA and the overall market, I think you're doing fairly well for yourself.
Absolutely. I'm just keeping my eye here on some of the social media posts. Guys, I want to talk about Meta for a second, because, you know, we had a good trade on it, but let me tell you, I got it wrong with respect to the VWAP break, or maybe I didn't. We'll see. So I was watching this one, whiffled and waffled between 11:45 and 12:20 south of VWAP. Then the bid came in, and it came in quite aggressively, taking out VWAP. So is this one of those cases where VWAP, previous area of resistance, now acts as support? That's what I was inclined to think initially. I'm like, okay, look, it cleared it, and now it's kind of using it as a base, as support. But then we started putting in a 4-candle lower high formation. So that kind of confused me a little bit. Now I don't want to take a higher risk trade by putting an entry above the candle, above the high of the 1225 candle, say at like 603.5, because that's where it topped out. It topped out at 603.38. It's essentially the $0.50 on a $600 name. So I'm concerned that these lower highs right now on Meta might mean a reversion back below VWAP, and essentially, I don't want to call it a flat bottom break, but the failure of a VWAP hold. So there's a couple of ways I see to trade this. Get in on the lower end at around 602, where VWAP essentially is. You're going to have to risk about 601.50. So 50 penny risk. That's one way to do it. Look for that previous area of resistance to act as support. So that's number one. Number two, what I see as a bit of a higher risk trade, but that actually gets confirmation, is to place my order, a resting entry above the high of this candle over here at 603.5. Let me know what you think about that strategy on Meta, if you guys would play it the same way, or whether you have a different way to weasel into Meta, or if you wouldn't get into Meta at all because you think that maybe there's nothing doing around here. So tag Joe or I in the chat. I'd love to know what you think about this entry over here on MET. I haven't been trading the MAG lately, the last couple of months, but you know, there's muscle memory in there somewhere. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Get it, Adara. So we'll keep an eye out on Meta. Kashif. Sharif. When you have VWAP with pre-market data and without, the VWAP is on different levels, absolutely accurate. So what's the right way, with or without pre-market data? Look, brother, it's all about the volume. If the small cap gapper or whatever you're trading was doing volume in the pre-market, it really behooves you to anchor the VWAP from 4 a.m. or from wherever. So I'll give you a case in point. Our platform here, P Pro 8, Neil, VWAP starts generating on P Pro 8 around 7 or 6? 6-ish, okay? So sometimes my VWAP settings on my execution platform at work here is different than on my actual brokerage platform because the brokerage starts generating from 4 a.m. So it's a fantastic question. The short answer is keep your eye on the pre-market volume. If there is a significant amount of volume or whatever significant means for that stock, everyone is going to be different. Yes, absolutely included. I include it by default, okay? Now, that may not be the right thing to do, but I always include my VWAP settings from 4 a.m. onwards. I want to see what things, especially because I trade these small cap gappers, and most of them, not all, most of them do actually have a significant amount of volume done in the pre-market. So it makes sense for me to have it that way. Let me know what you think. All right, let's see what else people are saying here in the chat. Just looking over here. Okay, I guess nobody's chimed in on the Meta entry. Okay, so then no ideas there. I'm going to stay put.
Did you have your Meta trade up there?
I didn't, but I asked exactly like, would you guys get in at a 602 entry to kind of take that previous area of resistance, now support at VWAP? Is that the move, the dip trade, or are you looking for the breakout trade at around 603.5? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Shout out to Kashif, no problem, brother. Anytime you have any question, tag Joe or I. That's kind of the easiest way we can answer, because then we see the tag in the chat. Otherwise, you know, we're going to have to read every single one. All right, you guys have been talking about sound for a long time here.
Yeah, it's been trading really well, actually.
Yeah, we'll have to look. What's going on with Apple, Big Spile? Why is he yelling about Apple? Apple breaking into the low of days, not quite. It's back at that 242.5, though. It's had support at 242.5, Big Spile. So I think maybe that's why you're looking at it there. Apple's been awfully range bound, 244 to the high side. I want to say 242.5 to the low side. It seems like it's very range bound today. I don't want to trade Apple. I hate trading Apple. So I'm just going to leave that out there. Let's have a look at SOUN, though. No, it isn't.
No,
OB.
it's not. It is not OB. Yeah, it is not OB.
Maybe for you, brother, but I don't find it fun. What did Adara say there? That area just above 602. Adara saying 602.13 was wild resistance on Meta. Could flip to support. Shout out to the human algo. She's been keeping an eye out on Meta. Keep your eye on Adara's levels in the chat. She's always, telling us what she's trading and what the levels she's seeing are. Shout out to her. So here's SOUN, Joseph. Let's have a look at this one and see what the situation is. We're up 7.25% on it off the highs, 22.25 HOD. We're back down now. We've been straddling for whatever reason here the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. That is a yellow line on my black charts. We've been, yes, holding up at the 20, a bit of a compression pattern right now where we have umpteen amount of lower highs, but we also have marginally higher lows. it seems to me that we may be using this area crest over here at 945 when we topped out into that 21.5. Looks like we're using 21.5, give or take, generally as support. So I'm kind of, yeah, I'm not going to trade this one. I didn't have a plan on this one, and I just don't want to jump into it super quick. I will put it on the side chart, though. If it catches a bid, definitely could be interested in this one. One of the biggest movers of the year last year.
Yeah, Soundhound.
Nvidia throwing their weight behind this name. So
totally. I totally agree with you. One thing that I'm noticing, Sharif, in the chat is that we're getting a lot more people talking about options.
Okay.
All right. Hey.
Surprise.
Yeah, surprise. I love this. All right. So I'm curious. I know you guys are buying lots of calls, are buying puts, but I'm curious, what other strategies are you implementing in your day-to-day trading? Are you a spread trader? So are you kind of defining that downside risk a little bit more while capping your gains? Are you a condor trader, like a market neutral trader? Or are you a options trader? Please put it in the chat. And be a little more descriptive in your strategy. So I see just people buying outright calls. So when you say those calls, just put your strike and the expiration date on them as well too, and the value of those contracts, because I'm always really, really curious to see what's going on. For those who have been in the chat for a while, know that I prefer to write options. Why do I prefer to write options? Because, excuse me, because now I have theta working in my favor. Are they a little bit more risk adverse? Absolutely, because we know that we can get squeezy on when you're shorting calls, and things can happen like really, really quick, and you get those gamma squeezes when you're writing puts and you're writing calls, all right? So just really, so here we go. We got a 45-day bull put spread, selling premium on verticals. I love it. Poor man, 1T ghetto spread, so a poor man's there. Yeah, just really good stuff there. Like, and let me know, do you guys, like, it seems like a lot of people are bullish, and I'm thinking to myself always just when I go over the chain on the weekends, and I'm looking for strategies to employ, like, okay, what am I going to do here? Am I going to do a bull put? Am I going to do a bear call just for the weeklies? And sure enough, I like seeing what everybody else is up to, seeing them. We're getting mostly leaps as well, too, which is fantastic. So longer duration options. Look at everybody chiming in here, man. That's absolutely fantastic. Because I want to know the wheel strategy for the W. Absolutely, Mikey. We do that lesson as well, too. We do verticals as well. We do calendars, ETF options, mostly 0 DTE, IRBT calls. Options is all Greek to me. Yeah, exactly. It's all about the Greeks, but I'm assuming you're saying it's a foreign language. Joe, I'm selling put spread under support. Beautiful. Miss Lucia, and this is what we went over. I really like that you said that. You're selling put spreads under support. So that's exactly what I would look to do, and this is how I implement deltas into my options trading. I am looking for those high percentage of expiration, right? Out the money expiration, sorry, I should say. So I'm looking for those deltas of 0.1, 90% chance of expiring out the money, and that's what you want to look for in options writing, all right? You're not going to collect the most premium, that's understandable, but understand that you have that high probability of profit, the POP, okay? And that's what I'm looking for. So if, for example, someone said in the chat, writing the puts, so this is how I would look at this. I would find a definitive support base. I would pull up my options chain and look for that 10 delta put closest to the bottom of that support system. So I would pull up the chain, a weekly expiration, and say, okay, what are the 509s offering with a $5 put spread? A bull put spread, right? And that's what I would look for. And so I'm glad that you guys are chiming in and what kind of option strategies you're employing, because that's exactly what I would look to do here. Play a bull put spread in a strong market, and if you continuously rinse and repeat, those work as amazing passive incomes. You just really need to be risk adverse, all right? Those losses can be extremely large if you don't have those stop losses, because you can squeeze, you can get caught in those gamma squeeze and volatility onslaughts, all right? So for options writers, it's always best to write options in high volatility and then cover on the way down, and then you want to buy in low volatility. with an increase of volatility to the top side. So yeah, I'm really glad. Look at all the people chime in on the
Bro, you got a
calls.
ridiculous amount of comments. You have a lot to go through there.
I don't know if I can go through all of them.
I'll wax poetic about Meta while you read.
Here we go.
Meta's breaking out. Here we go. 604 breakout on Meta right now. It's a great 602 hold up. I'm really lamenting not having gotten back into this position. It was a flip from resistance to support. Resistance was at 602, shadowing where VWAP was at the time. It then broke and took it at around 1230, then basically used the same area that it was resisting as this time as support. 604 now, we just wicked off. Keep in mind though, it is a 609.50 high of day. So if we get anything close near the high day, well, that presents us with a great movement, upward movement opportunity, maybe into 7s, maybe into 8s, whatever it is. It's a good look right now on META. Headed to the high side, looks awfully good. Nvidia looks good right now as well. So does Tesla. Tesla has a great rounded bottom off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Nvidia is at the high of the day at 144. 48 is about to take out that $0.50. So great strength there. Meta continues to move up. And if you don't want to chase any of these, let me tell you about one that's at an area of what I perceive to be support. Don't know why it's not participating right now, but the Zon came right back into that 223.5 where the volume weighted average price is. It's a 2-candle hold up at that level. By way of precedent, at 1040, we did work right into that 223.5 where VWAP is, and we rejected. So there, it's not just a white line on the chart over here that we're basing trades off and on. There is price action resistance there to make the case for now possibly support. So AMZN at the volume weighted average price. There goes Meta through 604. It is now breaking out. I feel like a dang idiot over here with having no trade on Meta, but there it is. 604 broken took. I think we got into about $0.25. Looks like it's continuing to go here on META. Now up 0.4% on the day, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop. Now, another Mag 7 name, AAPL. Someone was telling me, look, bro, Apple broke that 242.5. Well, brother, maybe in a strict sense, in the sense that, wicked into the 40s or 30s, but that isn't what I mean when I'm saying 242.5 area support. You can't look at a $200-300 name and get nitpicky with the pennies. What I mean about 242.5 is a general area. And I'm also a little bit more inclined to want to base my analysis on the closing prints rather than the wicks, right? So when you look here on Apple on the day, I would say a great majority of the closing prints, for the exception of the 1030 candle that was a doji, closed above 242.5. So unless Apple gives up the ghost, and it absolutely could, there's no hard and fast rule that says we defended 242.5, therefore we're going to defend it in the future. There is no rule, but it just puts the odds more in your favor. The way I see it, we're still generally defending that area low, the consolidation area low on Apple, despite the fact that we are below the $0.50 right now. Nothing for me. I don't want to trade Apple. I'm not going to trade it. Nvidia's continuing to go here, Joseph. So 144 2/3 right now on the monster Nvidia as it looks to go into 145 land. It's already up 4.5%. The chips are killing it today. You have Nvidia up 4.5%. You have AMD slightly below 3%. SPCE also at about 6%. ARM 6% as well. So you've got a lot of strength with these chips. It's just about trading them, I guess, well and accurately. So I'll keep my eye out on those. Back to the small cap gappers. Anything afoot over here. Rivian doing bupkis, but it is defending volume weighted average price, but nothing for me to do on Rivian over here. We're going to keep my eye out also on CRNC. Joseph was involved in that. It seems to be defending 17, but putting a ridiculous amount of lower highs, Joseph. So I want to pack my patience.
Doing a lot of bupkis on that, too. Man, I said in the chat, like the feedback on that question was absolutely insane. I was not expecting to see that many people chiming in. So again, it's absolutely fantastic. But Luis Martinez, one really stood out to me, and I want to answer this. So Luis, hopefully you're listening right now. So I am negative on my leaps on Tesla. I bought 5 for 46 calls with an expiry of January 2027. for $14 options terms, $140.22. Right now, they are worth about $99.37. Is there a way I can do something to limit my potential loss? Well, Lewis, I just want to tell you have these leaps, fantastic, all right? You have so much time. Like, you have 2 years until expiration. So I don't think it's time to hit the panic button just yet, but what you can do, and I was talking to Wayner about this as well too, and something that I used to implement when I would buy them is just use a ratio spread. So you have 5 calls. It doesn't mean you need to fully hedge that position. You can buy 2 or 3, you can sell 2 or 3 calls against that in the short term, right? So you have those leaps, and if you want to buy a call against, or sell a call against Tesla that's dated a month out, a couple weeks out, and collect that premium as passive income, that will slowly mitigate those losses. It won't cover it fully, but even if you do a ratio spread, you're now partially hedged, and that can slowly pick away at those losses. But I think you have so much time that you don't necessarily need to do that, but you can look to implement that, especially on a shorter term basis, all right? So if you want to go a month out, or even the same expiration cycle that you bought those leaps. But again, you don't need to hold on to those positions. If Tesla decides that it wants to turn around, kind of like in the session today, you don't want to be selling those calls. I think you're sitting fine. You did buy at a higher price near the peak. We'll pull up Tesla here real quick for you. Just kind of assess the situation from that standpoint. But I think that you're fine. We mentioned this on the show multiple times, Sharif and I, that we're bullish Tesla for this, especially in the next coming years. He's working alongside Donald himself with Doge and everything. But for Tesla, I think Elon is sitting in the right place. He bet large on Donald. So again, you're going to catch that volatility in the stock because since the election has been trading extremely well. This pullback is totally justifiable, but you're up here at 460 with those leaps. Again, you can decide if you want to sell some calls against that position and collect some passive income on that front, but just be wary. I think that you're sitting just fine. Accept the volatility in this underlying asset. You have plenty of extrinsic value on those contracts, so you have enough time value. Hold on to those. If you do want to sell those calls, that's totally fine. But I think you're sitting in a good spot right now. I think from what I see here, it does look like price is slowly starting to turn around. That is a healthy pullback here. So just be patient. If we decide that we want to break some of these key support and resistance levels, then reassess the situation and look to mitigate risk on that front. Then you can start hedging your position fully 75%, 50%, or however you feel comfortable with. But as of right now, I think you're good. If you want to talk about it more, about selling calls against that position, just feel free to tag me in the chat. But I think you're sitting in a good position right now on Tesla.
Did you hear about Dua Lipa?
No, what'd she do?
She got engaged.
Oh, yeah. I seen the ring, too. It was like people were chirping the guy about the ring.
Yeah, it's $5,000.
Yeah, well.
Well, I mean, that's good for us.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I think.
But yeah, we're talking about Dua Lipa.
Tiffany and Co. But I mean, she's happy, man.
Of course, I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on,
wow,
Dua. Come on, Dua.
Come on. I mean, hey. Maybe I can build a case for you or something.
Reach out to Dua.
Yeah, reach out to Dua. But yeah, hey.
It was a sad morning.
That was a sad. When you seen that on Daily Mail,
it was a sad morning for me.
Yeah.
For Ram, of course, had to ruin my morning.
Oh, she sent it to you.
Yeah.
Like first thing in the morning, eh?
She was pumped to let me know about that. Yeah,
yeah, I mean, man, what is she? She's not. Is she Armenian or something along those lines?
I think she's Albanian.
Albanian,
yeah. And then she's British.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure her family. Dara, fact check. Albanian. Dara, fact check me on that.
Okay, yeah. So one kiss is all it takes, and that's it. And then it was over for you after she sang it. You fell in love.
Joseph, it's a tough day, bro.
It's tough. Yeah, well, hey, we've been down that boat, man.
Oh, Big Spile, for God's sake, bro. For goodness sake, stop dropping the cash and the goodness, Big Spile. What are we gonna do with you, bro?
What do you say this time?
He's a liability, bro. He's an absolute liability.
This guy is
Of course he's a liability.
This guy is absolutely
He gets away with a lot. We love him. We give him a lot of room, obviously, but Oh, Big Spal, love you anyway, bro. I'm not reading that.
You can't read it.
But thank you for the super chat.
You can't
Thank
read
there,
it.
Big
So
Spal.
you can't read that one.
Isn't she from Kosovo? I don't know, Eddie. I'm not 100% sure. I know she is from that general area. You can definitely fact check me on that, brother. Harry Lou. Joe being Sharif's wingman. Yeah, I'm telling you, Joe is solid, bro. Shout out to him. What do we got? Rigetti's moving. Jimmy Donnelly says Rigetti. My hands are sweaty. Starting to move. Let's find out over here. Rigetti is on the way down. It looks like it's a multiple VWAP rejection today for Rigetti. This one can't seem to catch a bid. So 19 and change. Yeah, Rigetti's definitely going to stay on the sidelines for me today. Definitely not interested in trading that. I don't usually take the small cap gappers south. There are people that make that their bread and butter, right? There was a trader up on the floor over here. That was kind of his move. He'd wait for these small cap gappers to run, 80, 90, 100%, and then he'd look for the kind of what Obi looks like. Obi looks for on the large cappers, the reversion, right? And usually you get them. Now, it's obviously a bit of a higher risk trade when you're trading a small float short. You're taking it short because of the parabolic nature that can happen given the smaller float, and obviously given sometimes these small cap gappers, they have a heavier short float as well, which can complicate things even further. Okay, speaking of trade that we were involved in earlier, Rivian back into 16. Okay, so this didn't quite make it down to VWAP, nor did it trigger my alert. So I had this alert shadowing the volume weighted average price. This one did dip in to 15, mid 60s there. And here we go again, back into 16, 15.99s now showing up here on the ask. We know that there was an area rejection on 16 once we broke it. We defended 16 for a while. It was about a 6-7 candle hold up on the 5-minute chart around 16. And then we gave up the ghost. Notably though, we didn't break down below VWAP, so we kept that bullish sentiment. If it's your practice, as it is mine, to use VWAP as kind of that line in the stand between bullish and bearish. Anyway, it's above 16 right now. This may be an entry here for Rivian. I am still looking at the lower highs. So if I use this high day as an area crest, and this is an obvious area crest as well, this triple top, this 3-candle hold up here on the 5 from 11.55 to 12.05. That's another area crest. So we're still lower than those bad boys. So we hold up at VWAP, but we don't necessarily continue with the upward trend of higher highs and higher lows. I've been watching all these small cap gappers. I haven't changed any of the ones that I put on to start the day. None of them are to my liking, including the ones that I'm involved in with right now, which is only RR. It's holding up here at the $0.50, a little bit above the $0.50. It looks like it's holding up the 20 exponential. I've been keeping my eye firmly on CRNC because it's 100% winner over, and it's been zigging and zagging with 17. So I'm very interested in that. I'm also interested in BDMD, despite the fact that that one's a bit more spready. And I'd rather not trade that if I had a choice. I'd rather stick with the ones that have a bit of a tighter spread. But nothing is to my liking right now with respect to any of these small cap gappers. So I'm going to stay put. I don't need to trade at these levels. And if they catch a bid, they start moving and, get out of this consolidative phase that they're all in at the moment, then we'll get involved. Until then, stay put. Adair's at the big desk.
Look here at crypto here. Actually, starting with is pretty interesting. I was reading some comments here from Deng Chao, who's the CEO of Hashkey Capital. It's an institutional asset manager, saying that apparently it's very likely that in 2025 you're going to get more institutional investors and venture capitalists interested in these crypto-related projects, specifically in the venture capital space. This graphic is from, I believe, Q2 2024, so it's a little bit older. This is from Silicon Valley Bank that I found here on Cointelegraph, and you can see here these venture capitalists' investment in crypto reached kind of a low in Q4 2023. Then as of Q2 2024, it really increased. So there are some chances here. Deng Chao, again, CEO of Hashkey Capital, saying that stablecoins are most likely to get some of this VC interest because VCs are increasingly looking into the stablecoins, especially with the fact that it's become the most proven, apparently, use case for crypto in 2024. So here's some, I guess, larger crypto players' views on what we can see in terms of themes for the space going forward in 2025. Let's take a look at the weekly chart of Bitcoin because this is a new year, new weekly chart of Bitcoin. This was quite the run we had here. Green for 4 straight weeks after the election. Then we had 2 weeks of selling. As of right now, though, I've been saying that 100,000 level key area of resistance on the daily chart, also in the weekly chart for BTC. So let's see if we're able to eclipse this 100,000 level. That would be huge potentially for Bitcoin. So certainly a level to be aware of that. Of course, the key $100,000 level. But then also in the weekly, we see that same kind of support we were seeing, that high 90,000 level. So I think as long as we continue to bat around between that 90,000 and 100,000, maybe not a bad look, but watch out if we break below that 90,000. Back to you.
Stuff there.
Love it.
As always. Harry Lou asked a quick question. Joe, have you guys already done a show on straddles for earnings? Yes. Go to the archives of the channel and you will find there's an extremely interesting picture of Sharif on that one, so I don't think you can miss the straddles lesson. Yeah.
We'll have to find out what that looks like.
Yeah.
She's giggling back there. That means there's trouble.
Yeah.
So straddles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the way we do it is we go on to the Trader TV YouTube homepage, and there's that magnifying glass there, obviously.
There we go.
You hit that. Strangles and straddles?
I think it was just straddles, yeah.
Straddles.
Both of them.
There it is.
There it is.
Option straddles?
Yep, yes,
Well, what's
sir.
wrong with my picture?
Well, no, remember it was the one you were on the bull and I was pushing it?
So where's that one
Well,
at?
I don't know. I thought it would have that on there, but it didn't. So.
Okay, unlocking big gains with it, straddles and strangles.
Yeah, that's
explained.
it.
That was when? What
There
day
you go.
was that? That was 7 days ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I think she threw that in the lesson.
In the lesson,
Yeah, she put that in the lesson.
Yes,
I think
so
she
there
kept
you go.
because Brendo likes this.
Yeah. So,
We got to keep it like that, right? So yeah, that's the look there. Okay.
there you go.
Hey, but great opportunity to let everybody know that
you
the
go.
YouTube channel is really good for using the search function to search what Joseph and I talk about. If you're a newer trader and you always hear us referring to the exponential moving average or to VWAP or any of the other terminology that we use that may not be within your vocabulary, just go onto the YouTube homepage again. Type in VWAP, for example, as a volume weighted average price, and then this great looking gentleman by the name of Neil Roberts shows up here trading VWAP for huge profits on Plug Power. Probably to the south side now, taking Plug Power to the south. Oh, there it is.
We got it now.
You were pumped about your glutes.
I was
there.
there. Nice glutes
You were
there.
all pumped about the glutes
hockey
there.
glutes there. Okay, if we can pull up my screen.
Andre, if we can, he's doing it. He's doing it.
Yeah.
There it is.
I'm a little jelly here though because you have more definition in the arm than I do.
Well, you can't have it all, bro.
I can't have. Yeah, you're right. I can't have it all.
Who's that in the background
Who's
there
that?
on the left?
That's
Is that
Brendo.
anybody we
That's
know?
Brendo there. Right
That's
there.
Brendo?
No, it's not. It's not. But again, we got Wayner over here, and then we got and then Sean and the boys back there.
Oh my God, Sean's got a firearm.
Yeah, he's got a What's up with that? We got a firearm in.
What's that, Fabian? It's a ray gun, my man Fabian.
Ray gun. Not ray gun, not the ray gun from Australia, not the breakdancer ray gun. But there we are. A lot more definition in the arm, in the bicep there than what I got going on. So.
Corey Pratt.
Yeah.
Look, Corey Pratt, obviously, you guys probably know this, but Corey Pratt's giving a good piece of suggestion here. ChatGPT helped me understand a lot of trading ideas, like what certain patterns mean. Obviously, that is a great source as well. If you're looking for, specific to us or looking for a video rather than text, the YouTube homepage for Trader TV, a great source. It's one that I used to use often when I was a viewer on the show, and I still do when we're looking for certain segments that we're looking for that I couldn't find. So just wanted to let you know about that. Rivian back above 16. Now it's not a decisive break at all by any means above 16, but here's the look. It's putting in higher lows, especially off that dip into the 15 mid 60s, which kind of glanced off VWAP. So above 16 we go here on Rivian, supported by umpteen amount of higher lows. Again, you're not getting that parabolic effect that we had in the earlier trading day, like 9:30 onwards, but you are getting that break and take of 16. Now, it's really making me wonder if I should be entering here and then placing my stop below the previous area low. That is exactly what I'm going to do here. We're going to get into Rivian and give this one the old community college try. And what I'm placing my low below is 1594. So it's going to have to hold that level. Otherwise, I want no smoke. The reason I'm placing it there is that is the previous 5-minute bar low. So it's a way of managing risk and riding the trend. So if we get something here with Rivian, fantastic. We're already 0 for 1 on it. Maybe we can go for 1 for 1 on the day today on RIV. And Havana Woody, Sharif, Joe, how do you chart relative volume and what is a significant deviation on different time scales and floats? So I keep my eye on RVol for the small cap gappers. I know Obi uses it for a lot other reasons. He keeps his eye on it for some of the large caps as well. I don't use RVol when I'm trading the Mag 7. If it's got a catalyst, fine. If the technicals are setting up, fine. But RVol, I keep my eye on for the small cap gappers because I want to see how many times float we've done. Now, with respect to the second part of your question over here, what is a significant deviation on different time scales and floats? I'm not really sure I understand what you mean by that. Explain a little bit more. I'd love to answer your question. Havana, you're one of the OGs, to let me know exactly what you mean by that there. Check out RR. I'm keeping my eye on RR drops trades. I'm going to let this either come in to my entry or I'm gonzino. We're going to wet our beak, hopefully there on Rivian on some profits as this one moves up. There we go. We'll take this one. Corey Pratt goes on to say, absolutely, you can just put your question in and it spits out nice layman's terms of stuff. Yeah, that's what these LLMs are for, baby. That's kind of what we're using them for over here. So that is the look. Joseph, what do you got?
Sharif, I got the Playmaker poll up here, my guy. It is that time. We almost forgot here, folks. I think this is going to be a key time to get in, Sharif. So are you ready? Let's get this data.
Hold on. Let me get this. I gotta load this up over here.
All right, load it up for the people. Okay, guys, so those who are new, we have now been collecting this data for almost 18. This is going to be the 18th session. We keep our metrics the same. We're in at 1 o'clock, and then we close the trade, whether we've hit profit target or whatever it may be at 2 o'clock, just to see if this strategy is profitable and just how to collect data for the longer term. So Sharif, as you can see, these are all the metrics that we have for those who are new, and this is our cumulative P&L here, and this is our equity curve that I apologize, I will get that fixed here. But again, we are on a 3-day red streak. I think it's only a matter of time until we turn it around because we have never been on a 3-day red streak, all right? So keep that in mind, folks. Let's get our entry price here quick, Sharif, because I know the market is moving and we want to get back involved here.
590.75.
590.75, boom. And our target price being?
592.
592.75, love it.
580.
580.
89. 89. Excuse me.
580. Whoa, that would have been a hefty loss there. That would have been a hefty loss on that one. And I'm assuming we're going long. I don't need to have to look at that one. And then
we are 75% long, 25% short.
There we go. 114, guys. And also just to keep in mind, we always keep it at a 2-to-1, right? So we're going 100 shares with a $1 stop loss and then $2 profit target. So we're always going for that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Here is our accuracy. Here we're on a 3-day here, but again, we're still net positive on this strategy, guys. Good look there on the Playmaker poll, and thank you all for participating on this because it is fun. And next week,
and thank
we're
you
going
for
to do the contract.
bringing it up, man. Because not only is it like fun to do every day, we kind of gauge it, but it's really teaching, I think, a lot of people to track their data and to be able to actually look. Because I mean, this is kind of what backtesting your strategy is all about.
Exactly.
Not backtesting, but keeping yourself honest.
And your data, right? And also eliminating the factor of like, okay, is it a profitable system or is it not, as we touched on before?
There you go.
Who was it in the chat that said they implemented into ChatGPT and then collect the data themselves?
I forget.
Yeah, I forget, but somebody in the chat, so you know who you are. I'm sorry that we forget your name, but yeah, thank you for doing that. And I know a lot of people have been doing it as well too, so nice work.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we're in Rivian right now. I'm setting up some profit takers at the $0.25. Let's see if we can get printed here. I'm waiting at 24s. I always front run the size there, the $0.25, $0.5, $0.75. Let's see if this one continues then to the high side. But you guys were telling me about Tesla in the chat, and you rightfully are. So I yelled to the boys on my right, Obi and Neil, that Tesla's moving. Tesla is on its way to $400, $399.27. What a flat top break. I don't even want to call call this a flat top break through break of 97. Obviously, it had issues with 97, dips back down, has a big move, well, not a big move down, a decent move down, holds a 10 exponential moving average like a dang glove. Very respectful of that 10 EMA, then rounds up, putting incrementally higher lows, higher highs, and there goes the break through 397, 399.33 HOD. Again, just to get back into that pre-market consolidation area that we were in yesterday before the delivery numbers, the weaker than expected delivery numbers came out. We were ranging about 408. That was the low end of the range. I'm not saying we're going to go back into 408, but certainly an area of expected resistance. If we do get into 408, I'd be looking for possible rejection there. It looks like 400 is a foregone conclusion. 399.66 now. HOD on TSLA. Fantastic recovery, brother. I mean, look, they missed a little bit. I don't want to say the market expected that, but we had been seeing weakness in the EV sector. There is an issue in North America now where the North American consumer is really not, you're so inclined to want to buy these BEVs. They're more interested in hybrids because of the range anxiety, this, that, and the other. That's not the same story everywhere else in the world, though. Okay? And just keep going on here about the MAG. Apple continuing to hold that 242.5 on a closing basis as a level of support. Here comes 243 again. If you're into range trading, Apple has an established range on the day with 244 essentially to the high side and 242.5 to the low side there right now. We just took the print there on Rivian at the $0.25. So let's set up now the third of a dollar. We're going to sit at 33s, and I just added to the position. Bro, why do I do that? That's so frustrating. I got to put my keys a little bit separate from each other, so I just added to the position there. I'm just going to take it out. I added to it. I'll just take it out there. All right, so let's take out, some at 33s. Let's put it there and see what is going on. So Apple's breaking above the volume weighted average price right now. Don't know what's going on there. Meta continues to whiffle and waffle sideways at 604, but above the volume weighted average price. Most notably, Google just got a nice little break there. This is also putting in that rounded bottom off the 20 exponential. It's coming into that 192.25. Good look there for goggles. All the while, Nvidia pulls off that 144.75 HOD. It's looking like it wants to bounce off that 144. It's also been respectful of the 20 exponential on the retracements. Let's see if it catches a bid at the whole dollar at 144. NVDA off the highs, about 75 pennies now off the highs there. So keep your eye out for the MAG. They're moving, baby. But we're still involved in RR and RIVN.
Hey, good look there, my friend. I got out of CRNC. That thing was not trading well at all. So I'm like, yeah, see you later, Gator, on that one. CRNC. Yeah, it just wasn't working out, just too slow of a grind, and then going to break those key levels that I was looking at. But sure enough, starting to recover now. But it dropped through there and tested that low of that candle. So I don't really want to participate on that front. So let's see what's going on with IBIT. Took another entry here, folks. Looking for the continuation in strength. Only up about 1.1% on the session. Totally fine. But again, like the overall market just trending to the top side and trading extremely well. Looking to participate in the strength and buy any of these dips that are there that are plausible. So again, took a little bit larger of a loss on this one that I would have liked, and then I didn't get back in when I should have. So I got a little bit better of a price, but nothing too outstandish. So, but sure enough, we are now creeping higher. I mentioned today, just with the earlier price action and the momentum to the top side, that I think that Bitcoin goes to 100K on this session, and how we touched on it puts in 10K days. Yeah, I know, Harmon. It's how it is, man. Unfortunately, you can't be 100% all the time. Oh, wow. Oh, my days. It really turned around, Harmon. Wow, okay. That is extremely frustrating. Sharif, you know those ones all too well there, my brother. So, again, yeah, would have been in the money now. Get out at the break, and then sure enough, that volume is really starting to step in right now. Oh, okay. Do we? Okay, yeah, I think we do participate in this here, folks, because that volume is really stepping in. We're breaking through some of these key resistance levels, so we're gonna dabble in this a little bit. See if we can go and test those highs of days. You can see the strength within the time and sales as well too. So keep that in mind. Nice. See, there you go. Above the bid.
Boom.
Oh, sorry, above the ask. Above the ask.
74.
You're in too. All right. Let's see. What am I in at? 86. How do you get it? Oh, wow. You got it way better. All right, man. Wow. Okay. Anyways, yeah, you can see the strength within the tape here, covering now and then really above the ask. But Sharif, tell them what you got in and how you got in.
Well, I saw it breaking on the side, bro. The rounded bottom is kind of it's a dead giveaway. The rounded bottom, the incrementally higher highs and higher lows. Look, I've put my stop below the $0.50. How much am I out of? I've got 2 outs left. Okay, so I'm waiting at the $0.25, and if the $0.25 gets filled, I'm going to be waiting at the $0.50. I'm going to allow this to go against me by about 25 pennies. I'm in at the $0.75, but I've de-risked now enough that I can give it to below the $0.50. This is a bamboozler, and look, it had a specialist breakdown. Before the specialist breakout happened, the specialist breakdown happened. Now I have to monitor the trade because the bottom can drop off, but I do want to talk about this in a second because there was a hammer candle that probably pushed everybody out before it rocketed back up. And if you're looking at the 5-minute chart, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I can't take my eyes off it right now because I have to manage it. It's very volatile, so I don't want to sit there and do the lesson and then have this one drop off. I've given about a 15 penny spread on my exit. What does that mean? So I gave it to the $0.50, but at the same time, I gave it all the way down to about 35 pennies. Why? Because what ends up happening sometimes is the selling is so aggressive as it moves down that it eats up all those levels and there's nothing left for you there, so your stop doesn't get triggered. And that's a lot of trouble. So let's keep an eye out on this one over here as it zigs and zags, Joseph. This could be a bit of a problem because it's right now south of $18 and it's got a topping tail candle, at least for now, on the 5-minute chart. So we'll see if this one comes down south of the $0.50. That's going to be the end of it for me. I'm not going to give this one much room south of the half, but it's going to have to hold this general area. So I'll send it to you for now.
Yeah. Send it to me. I mean, that's a tough one there. Those are the ones that kind of just grind your gears a little bit. But again, I'm gonna get out of this thing. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of this thing here. That volume just stepped off. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with it really, to be honest with you guys. So I'm gonna pop out on this trade. I was looking for a little bit more continuation on that front. Another 50-cent. L there. So again, now it's going to turn around. Oh my days. Okay, but that's all right, guys. We'll focus here on IBIT, things that are working for us, and just try to put that on the back burner, in the back of the mind, and not worry too much about what's going on. But SoundHound is really trading nice. We put in this really long consolidation phase here, folks. So let's see if we're going to break it to the top side, forming lower highs, putting in that kind of bear flag pattern. So as you can see, we have this definitive base on SoundHound, and then we have those lower highs with the inability to crack them. So if the volume steps in and we push through some of these levels, then I think we're going to go and test the high day on the session. So that's my look on SoundHound, trading really well. Maybe we'll look to participate on this one if that volume steps in and we break through that level. And a lot of people in the chat are talking about Meta as well too. Sharif, we are now trading above the volume weighted average price on Meta, trading half decently, recovering some of the losses that I put in earlier in the session. Sold off aggressively, and the overall market held fairly well considering Meta was selling. But we had Nvidia, Tesla, and the likes of others trading significantly well. So sure enough, that compensated for what was going on. With these ones selling, price action isn't the best. A little expensive for my liking, and it is spready, which I know Adara likes. So again, yeah, we'll see what's going on with Meta. We've been trading below the volume weighted average price for the majority of the session. So is this a little bit of a rubber band effect on it? Are we going to snap it and continue to the top side, or are we going to pull back through and make that second leg and go for that lower day on Meta? I don't think the lower day is in play today, but anything can happen. Volume can step in at any given moment, and sure enough, we sell. But as of right now, I think prices turn around here on Meta, and we do continue to the top side, my guy.
All right, so we got stopped out for the remaining amount there. It gave back the entire move. So here's the look. This is what I want to talk about, the specialist breakdown. So I'm very interested in getting back into this if it can get its footing under it with respect to trend. So this candle over here. So why is this candle important? Well, it's a hammer candle, right? But the hammer candle signifies
buyer exuberance. But before buyer exuberance came in there was obviously seller exuberance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had this wick breach all these levels. In fact, this level as well, it made a newer low. So why do we call this a specialist breakdown? Because it's exactly that. It's a specialist or whoever trading who pushes everybody who was holding the longs off 17, thinking that the 17 was the area support. It pushes everybody out. Everybody gets stopped out, and then what you end up doing is you have that same person with the big account who pushed everybody out, buy at the lows at around 16 2/3, 16 and a half, only to work his way right back above 18, take all the profits there, and then leave us holding the bag. We're coming right back into that 17 area though. So this is the same area we were defending. So a lot of bamboozlement on CRNC. Let's see if 17 holds. If 17 holds, we may have a consistent trend on our hands, wick or otherwise. It doesn't really matter because we chart off the closing prints. The wicks get you in, they get you out because they trigger stops, obviously. But when we do an ex post facto analysis, we're certainly looking at that the closing print. So here we go, back to the high side again. I'm going to sit at 17.20s, okay? If I can get a dip trade in and around 17.20, that's fantastic. And I can base my exit off 17. So we'll see exactly what we get there. If it wants to give me a 17.20 dip, it just held 17, it just held the 20 exponential, and it's trying to make another attempt at 17.5 to 18. Sorry, I'm looking at my side chart over here because I chart on the 5-minute, execute on the 1. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I do see RR coming back into VWAP. It doesn't concern me as much because I've got very small position left on that one, but I definitely want to work my way in here to CRNC because the volume is picking up, and by extension of that, the volatility also picking up. So if I do get triggered here at 20, my stop goes below 17. I will not give it any more than 17. So we're going to risk 20 pennies on the last remaining amount here if we can get filled. Low 30s we go. We're printing 32s. There does seem to be a buyer of note holding this above 32, kind of a random area to find a buyer in any event. Let's see exactly what the deal here is. Joseph, here it comes into 30s. We could get filled here if it continues down a little bit. A 3-penny spread, mind you, on a $17 name. Not too bad. Not the greatest, but not too bad. Something we can definitely manage over here on CRNC.
Hey, good luck there. A lot of people talking about MSRT, Mr. as Obi would like to call it. Mr. I like that one, or MicroStrategy as it was earlier in the last week, that is. But guys, chime in the chat. I want you guys to chime in the chat and make it this simple. We're talking about Bitcoin. Just write if you're a bull or a bear. That's it. That's it. Just type in bull or bear on Bitcoin, and that's it. That's all I want to know. Are you a bull on Bitcoin, or are you bearish? Do you believe in it, or do you not? That's all I want to know, because we know here around the desk, a lot of us, Sharif and I, including myself, Neil, Sean as well too, have a little bit of crypto exposure. So let's see, a bull. So as of right now, the bulls are dominating, which they typically do in, okay, here we go now.
You asked
now
for it,
we
you
go,
got
now
it.
we ask it,
You asked
get
for it,
it.
you got it,
Let's
baby.
go. That's what I want to see, folks. Love it. And it looks like the bulls neither. Okay, so you're neutral. Yeah, a lot of bulls. Yeah, wow, look at that. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, bull. We're loving it here, guys. Man, yeah, thanks for chiming in. Goats. Okay, a lot of goats going on. All right, does that mean greatest of all time? Is that how you're referring it to? So you got the goat?
I don't have it. There's a Brendan Goat one there, but I don't have it. I don't have it.
You don't have it. We'll just throw the money storm up.
Oh, hold on. They just did it.
They just did. Do it again.
Get it. Yay. Hey, there he is. He's a sheep, but we're going to pretend that's a goat. It's not a big deal.
All right, that's good stuff there. Yeah, good stuff. XRP, someone says, love my fellow D-Gens at Darwin. I mean, hey, man, people believe in the technology, so do we. Thanks for chiming in. That was fantastic. It does look like bulls took that one. Bitcoin 300K. Doge $5.
Wow.
Says Stan O.
What's it at right now? What is Doge?
Dogecoin? I think it's like 20 cents or 25 cents or something along those lines. Fact check me, chat, and let me know what Dogecoin is sitting at. But I mean, we were dabbling in crypto, but I remember when back in the day, me and my friends, we were just sitting around during COVID, and my one buddy told me about Doge. So a bunch of us just tried to get, like, how can we buy this thing? So sure enough, we had the CoinSquare app, And then me and a group of my buddies, we all just put a bunch of money into Doge at like 3 cents and then rode it all the way to 85 cents.
That's crazy.
The chat went, like our group chat was absolutely insane. There's a couple of my buddies, there's 5 of us, we're like, just relax. We're gonna just ride this out to $1. And then the other half are just like, take it out now, freaking out,
there's two
freaking out.
different types of people.
Oh yeah,
That's
they were freaking out.
consistently that way,
Exactly.
right?
We're just like, yeah, take it easy. But sure enough, we ended up paying a bunch of our
Can I mention something?
Yeah.
So my cousin, she was involved in XRP. It's kind of one of the things that she's involved in. She's involved in some Bitcoin. So she opened up a Coinbase account. Now, we're not affiliated with Coinbase, nor am I vouching for them, but there was something really interesting she told me. She's like, if you do these lessons in the app, they give you crypto in exchange. Now, it depends on what kind of crypto you want, but you get the crypto in exchange for doing these lessons. And then, so say you get, I don't know, Doge or whatever.
Can you pick your crypto?
Yes. No, you don't. It's like there's ones that will like, they sponsor the lessons, so they will give you that crypto. But the move here is you can exchange that crypto within Coinbase for Bitcoin or ETH or anything like that. So you do the lessons, get the crypto for free just because you did the lessons, and then buy Bitcoin, even if it's not the coin that you want, which I thought to be really cool. It's a nice way to weasel into crypto for free.
I like that.
Is that accurate, guys? I mean, like that's what she tells. She's like doing that all the time on the blockchain. Yes, but it was a pretty small amount. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
fraction
That's what I did, says Jimmy Donnelly. Shout out to you, Jimmy. Yup, helps educate you on crypto, then trade them, says Random Samaritan. Yeah, look, I mean,
Interesting.
yeah, it's an interesting, especially if you don't want to, drop any money, if you're kind of hesitant about the whole thing, it's a nice way to get educated and work your way into the position. So interesting stuff there, Joseph. I mean, obviously for those who want to be involved in crypto.
Yeah, well, and sorry, story too. I'm going to throw him under the bus because one of the friends in the group chat was like, here, give me my share that I want. And then he bought a bunch of XRP after that. And then,
you got what you wanted after all, right?
Yeah, and then he bought a bunch of XRP, and we know how that went.
Guys, the market is breaking out big boy right now. We got, I guess, a new high of the day on the NQ. We're moving up nicely here on Meta. We're moving up nicely here on what's it called? Nvidia as well. We had a nice move up on Microsoft. The future just printed day's high, 21,519, really being helped by Tesla and Nvidia. They're both at the day's high. As I mentioned, Meta as well, not definitely at the day's high, but it just got to 606. We were talking about 609 possibly over here. Google, not at day's high, obviously, but continuing to work up. Apple at the volume weighted average price. So the market catching a bit of a bid. We'll have to see, Joseph, if we're able to hold that 21,500. We did get 19 points above it, but who knows? This market be crazy.
Yeah.
So that's the situation right now. I'm still involved in CRNC here, trying to defend 17. It's whiffling, it's waffling, nothing doing, no prints, but not out of the money, not in the money either. Let's see how this resolves, Joseph.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, man. I just scrolled up and there was a lot of people chiming in on that bull and bear stuff. Yeah, so that was absolutely wicked. Guys, let's take a look at SPY here real quick. Yeah, sure enough, we have a really good entry here, folks. I'm proud of us on that front. We're starting to pull back a little bit. We did break those highs of days on the SPY and now going to test. Unfortunately, our profit target's somewhere up around here. I don't know if we're going to necessarily get to that in the next 22 minutes, but we'll see. Hopefully, we can lock in somewhat of a profit on the Playmaker pull, and that will end the losing streak that we are currently on. So that volume is stepping in on that breakout. As you know, I always look for that. So really nice look here. Now coming back in a little bit, totally fine. I know someone in the chat mentioned, why aren't we talking about CVNA? Sure enough, we'll pull it up and we will talk about it now. Carvana was really, really strong in the pre-market. I'm not too sure of the catalyst that it had on it. Pardon me? Short report on CVNA. So there we go. I mean, I remember this thing was down in the dumps not too long ago. A couple years ago anyways. Yeah, trading at $10. I thought this thing was written off, and then sure enough, what an absolute recovery here on CVNA. I thought it was going to get delisted. I think there was some talks about that along those lines, but sure enough, an absolute monstrous recovery here on CVNA. Let's see what the lows of 23. Let's see how much percent from a percentile aspect. Yeah, so almost 5,000% off those 23 lows. And now let's see how far off the all-time highs or the highs we are. year-to-date high, so about 31%. But again, short report coming out on CVNA. Thank you, Adara. And now trading lower on the intraday session as well, too, folks. So there you go. I would have to read into it a little bit to see what's actually going on, but here we have it from a 5-minute standpoint. One thing I'm going to point out is that you have this double doji here, essentially with that 5-minute hammer candle, you know, I'm always looking out for, and then a really, really strong, I guess this was somewhat of a short squeeze, just grabbing liquidity and then sure enough, just making new lows, going to go and test that low of the 5-minute range there. So again, really tough look there on CVNA unless you were trading within the first hour or so. You're good. Oh, we got a...
We're just going to get an e-signal.
Okay, we got an ad read. Sorry, I didn't hear anything about that in the old earpiece there. But okay, yeah, we're going to send off to Shreve with
Yes,
the e-signal
sir, absolutely. Guys, e-signal is that platform that helps you trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade now to that elite trading experience that helps you analyze, strategize, and then capitalize by foreseeing those profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. You get a bunch of stuff. You get infinite data. You get instant trading. You get to know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data and execution. And a lot of people compliment their charts. Some would say that they have charts that change the game by allowing you to customize and analyze the markets faster and in your specific way. And we all know a sound trading plan requires good backtesting. That's what you get here. You get better backtesting. You get better scanning. And it helps you predict the future by understanding the past, reliable, real-time data up to the second market information from hundreds of global markets. It's everything you need all in one place. So don't miss a beat, guys. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code in the link or in the description of this video, or scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen, or click the link in the description of this video. Shout out to the good folks there at e-signal.
Hey, e-signal. Yeah, guys, still sitting here in some IBIT trading really well. I know I mentioned this multiple times, but we'll go over it one more time here. With Bitcoin. We'll talk about Bitcoin, though, right after we get back from Madeira and the Super Chats.
I just wanted to go over that Carvana story again here. So CVNA, this is quite the 192 level we had today, breaking as of right now below that, I guess, previous double bottom of that 186 level. Let's talk, though, about the short report. The short report from Hindenburg actually came out yesterday morning. Stock initially dropped on the report, then came back. This report is called Carvana, a father-son accounting grift for the ages. So in case you're wondering why that name came to be, it's actually, and Sharif went over this morning, so you can check that out on our rundown around 9:20, I believe, in the morning. We did have basically Ernest Garcia, who is Ernest Garcia III. He is the father. The son, Ernie Garcia Jr., is the, I guess he's CEO of this company. Well, Ernest Garcia actually was involved in a fraud, actually convicted for fraud back in 1990. So that's part of the issue here. It's also worth knowing, apparently, basically, the main issue is they're saying that Carvana's whole thing at selling, that they're past their worst times. As Joe mentioned, there was a lot of strife at the company. Hindenburg saying that's, quote, a mirage, although a spokesperson for Carvana has called the report, quote, misleading and inaccurate. And JP Morgan has also said that they disagree with what's been said here in the Hindenburg report. So the accounting issue is apparently a concern here, and calling it a grift. But either way, CVNA, right now down in the day, but did recover pretty nicely as of yesterday, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
Thank you, Adara.
As always. But we got a couple super chats here, Sharif, that we need to cover. So, Iltech Surgeon LLC, $5 super chat. First of all, bang. I'm loving the channel and the chat community. Happy trading. I don't know. Again,
appreciate you.
Yeah, more than appreciate you. We can't say that anymore. And then we have another $5 super chat as well too from Cross Credit. I received 4,000 XLM. Do you know what XLM is?
Nope.
On average of 22 cents through the Coinbase debit card when they offered 4% back in XLM. Been holding since August 2021. Okay, that's really nice and interesting, Cross Credit. Not too familiar with XLM. We're going to take a look at it right now. Okay.
What is this, lumens? What is that?
What is that? What is it called?
It doesn't give the name.
Lumen.
Why is it?
Okay.
Why does it not give the name? XLM to USD. Here it is. All right, let's find out. Stellar.
Oh, is that Stellar?
Stellar
okay.
XLM.
All right.
I didn't even know what this was. Do you know this?
No, I've heard of it before though. So I get 44 cents American. Is that USD?
That's, yeah.
66
USD.
$2 Canadian.
I don't know why I'm laughing.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks.
You know.
But nice cross credit. Looks like you're over 100% on that front. So really nice trade there, my friend.
All right, guys. We got stopped out of our CRNC trade, so that's the end of that one. It's whiffling and waffling too much for me at 17. If it wants to resolve over here to one side or another, that's fine. But clearly, you know, it hasn't chosen a direction of where it wants to go. It's above the 20. It's above VWAP. It's below the 10, but above 17. I'm done dealing with this one. It looks like it may break out at any moment, but you know, I'm getting caught up on it. Right, we initially had a good trade on it on the breakout there, then we kind of gave it back, and now I'm flat on it. Actually, no, now I'm negative on it. So that's kind of annoying, but we'll keep an eye out on that. Rivian, there's a breakout. Okay, we get the third of a dollar there. Rivian holds on to 16. Joseph, finally, we got initially, what do we get there? 7s, and then we added at 10, so now we just got the third of a dollar. Rivian has a HOD of 52s, but it held VWAP quite well. It just broke away from that consolidation area below, I want to say below 30s, or it seems like the closing prints were at the $0.25. The wicks were in the 30s. 35s now showing up on the ask, up 23.5%. Let's see if this one can clear and stay above this area over here, 1650. That's where you're going to encounter resistance. You had an area trough all the way around for a hot minute there, but it did breach into 52. So it's not strictly 50, it's 52s, but you guys get it. The general area is 50. Keep your eye out on this one. It is breaking out now with decent volume. I don't want to say the volume is akin to anything that we had at the open, but just to give you an example, we've been in this 5-minute candle for 1 minute. We already have about 2/3 of a million shares printed on that 1 5-minute candle. So the volume's certainly picking up here. Definitely a good look. Let's pack our patience on Rivian. I've got a couple more outs on this bad boy, so I'm going to pack my patience and see if I can get that $0.50 bump and touch. Marty dropping cash in the chat. Shout out to my man Marty, $10 super chat. Tesla momentum unstoppable. Elon demands 420. Boom. My man, he got 420. He also got 469s. Both pleased him. Maybe he can get it a second time. Let's have a look at TSLA, see what the chart pattern is saying to us at the moment. Where's Tesla? Okay, we just took 400. So now, it's a real possibility that we go into that pre-market low-end consolidation yesterday that I kept talking about, 408. We just touched 401.82, so essentially a 402 touch and drop. We're at 401 right now. Tesla can absolutely get into 408 in a hurry. Guys, the low of the day on Tesla is 379, and we were below that in the pre. We had touched 377 on that dip at around 715. So TSLA definitely recovering a little bit. Well, I don't want to say a little bit, definitely recovering a lot from yesterday's lows. Just to give you some more context, 373 was the low yesterday during that 1 o'clock time slot when we really sold off in the market. Excellent recovery by Tesla, showing you that the market really does. I think they're really going to put their weight behind Elon and whatever he's got going on. Obviously, you mentioned it multiple times, the association with the Orange Man does not hurt. Guys, Microsoft, high day as well. 423.87. We just broke there. The IB high, the implied balance high was 423.74. We just printed 88. Great strength there from the soft one. Looking to take 424. So Microsoft catching a bid. The Fuge catching a bid. Meta catching a bid. Even Amazon. Apple, it's below VWAP. So, yeah. Context. Keep an eye out on those ones, Joseph.
Yes, sir. I was just sorry. Someone asked me to look at, MSTR. Absolutely parabolic here. Yeah, that is absolutely.
What the hell?
Yeah. What are you looking at? Are you looking at MSTR, Neil? Physio guy. It's Physio guy. Because I know it's Physio guys in some crypto, I'm pretty sure. So
crazy.
MSTR, absolutely fantastic right now, guys. Wow, yeah. Look at this chart. You get this consolidation phase, and then it essentially just doesn't even look back. So really nice trading, up about 36 and change on the session on MSTR. Let's go to the actual underlying. I know a lot of people we're talking about Michael Saylor in the chat earlier today, Sharif, and they think that his strategy is a little bit too risky. But by all means, you got to understand what the man is doing. He is all in. There's like, he's not bluffing or anything. He's showing you his cards and being like, I'm all in. I'm going to acquire as much of this as possible. So, I mean, he can't really buy it all because then who's he going to sell it? Well, I guess he can sell it to a bunch of people, but again, you can't just acquire everything and hoard it all. But again, we mentioned this. I mentioned it earlier as well, too. Bitcoin 100,000 on the day. I think it is going to head that way, especially with the session that it's putting in. Usually after hours, it usually picks up a little bit of steam as well, too. So Bitcoin looking extremely nice, holding those key support levels that I thought were going to be breached, and we head to the downside. But now IBIT being optionable, that volatility to the downside has definitely been hindered. There's no doubt about that. So again, holding those levels extremely well, looking to size up in this for sure. But one thing I want to point out here on Tesla, Sharif, as you mentioned earlier, as we were just talking about it, but one thing that I noticed was really key. So we have these post-market resistance here that we are now running into from a couple of days ago. Yeah. So again, we're knocking our head onto this here, but we're now breaking through it, heading into the middle of this range here in this consolidation phase. So possible resistance here on Tesla. So yeah, let's see if we can break that, because then I think that there is going to be a next level there. So Darth Buddha, I do have an X there. So I think Bear vs Bulls, can you drop the X thing for me? Because I know a couple people in the chat are asking me about X. So just drop the link there. You can add me, DM me, whatever ways. But again, we're going to send it off to Adara.
Take a look at money talks here. Look at this US dollar on the weekly chart, because, you know, it is first couple of days of 2025. To see where we might go, we have to see where we've been. Where we've been on the US dollar is certainly at the support area around 100,000, or sorry, 100. This is actually going back here, I guess slightly below it, July 2023. Then we bounce again, late September 2024. And that brings us to where we are today. This high of this weekly candle is at 109.2. Right now, currently trading around high 108s for the DXY. So interesting look here for the US dollar. Next potential level of resistance would be that 110 halves area on the weekly chart. That was a level that we rejected back in September 2022. Then again here in November 2022. So that's certainly going to be a level on watch. Also on watch were comments from Fed's Barkin today, basically echoing a lot of that hawkish sentiment that we heard coming out of the FOMC meeting. The market actually dropped a little bit as he said his remarks. So unsure if it's related, but certainly worth noting. Basically said that Fed Barkin still sees that underlying inflation is coming down nicely, specifically in the core space, but actually, and said that he expects 12-month inflation to decline in the coming months, but also, and here's where it gets hawkish, noted that he's actually in the camp of staying restrictive for longer because there are some potential upside risks to inflation. And if we are going to cut rates, basically what he wants to see is confidence in inflation returning to 2% or weakening demand. Well, the thing is, he did mention that demand has been pretty strong in the housing sector, so that might not be what we're looking for. We also know, though, that 2% is still what the Fed wants. Fed Chair Jerome Powell made that very clear during the December 18th FOMC meeting. They're still looking for 2%, but that 2% seems farther and farther away. So just be careful. These rates that we're not expecting to get cut might stay where they are for a little while longer. To you.
Well, Joseph, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So we all know Elon took Twitter private. Yep. Obviously, everybody knows that. Now
what was it, 42 billion later?
Yeah, I know, right? Does he take it public? Does he go back public and buy the ticker X from US Steel?
He can't take the ticker, can he?
He can.
Yeah.
He can buy it from like Meta.
Oh, yeah?
They bought like Meta before it was Facebook. The Meta ticker was like a metaverse ticker.
Oh, okay.
It was an ETF, sorry.
Oh, okay.
It was an ETF.
Yeah,
you just got to strike a deal.
You got to strike a deal, but is he going to drop more money into to Twitter? I mean, X, because it's essentially a net loss for him so far. Yeah.
But what my gauge on things is that the platform is just booming in popularity right now. I think usages are big, and a lot of the advertisers are back. Remember how they did that whole boycott?
They boycotted him
and
with
Bobby Iger.
Yeah, and he's like, if you want to boycott me, if you want to blackmail me with money, What did he say after that?
Yeah. We can't repeat it on the show.
We won't repeat it. Yeah. But what did he?
You should have seen
doesn't care.
Sorkin. He's just like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah,
What do I
he's
do?
like, what do I do? Right? Yeah. But I mean, what do you think? Do you think it would be beneficial for Elon to take it public or to stay private?
I think if there's a financial incentive for it, like if the revenues are there, and then you could start making the case that, hey, valuation for this is markedly higher than what he paid for it, I don't see why not. But the other side of that coin is he loses de facto control. Sure, Linda Yaccarino, CEO, but let's call a spade a spade.
Yep.
Elon owns a company. Right.
And I think I like that point too, Sharif, because that gives it the ability to kind of get on that Elon meme kind of craze, right? Because we know that Tesla can get memey as well too, 100%. Because of the type of figure, because of Elon. So I think X can definitely go into that type of projection. So yeah,
100%. I mean, we're talking about SpaceX possibly weaseling its way onto the public markets, and that's even if SpaceX brings Starlink with it. They could be two different companies, right?
Yeah.
Like, so there's
FedEx broke up not too long ago as well too. With FedEx.
Yeah.
Neil and I covered that on the aftermarket
Market
show.
recap.
So I mean, hey. One thing too that I found interesting, talking about Google, talking about fractions of companies, but apparently the valuations on YouTube, Waymo, etc., could be worth more if Google were to be broken up.
That is actually really interesting, especially with the new administration coming in. But again, I don't think there's a marked departure from the thinking of Lina Khan. And
well, she's out of the door.
She is.
Yeah, she's
but
out
I don't think there's a big difference between the incoming FTC chair and his disdain for big companies and wanting to break them up. I think that was a big overlap between the Republicans and the Dems here, that they didn't really want these companies growing much bigger. We'll have to see if that ends up being the case. But it should be super interesting there. And Adara was telling me off camera, I mean, one day, that there was actually like a contingent of people from that side that were quite, speaking well of Lina Khan, like in some of her philosophy. I don't think they like everything, right?
Of course.
But that should be really interesting, dude. I mean, I don't know. Do you think Google spins off Waymo if it becomes a huge success?
Maybe. I think so. I think if anything, if you're going to break anything up, maybe Waymo would be something. But again, we mentioned this before. I just think it's in America's best interest, considering we're kind of in this AI revolution, is that you want to keep your strongest companies stronger than your opponents, right? So I think it'd be in America's best interest to keep Google the potential leader in this AI arms race.
Hey, okay. Just don't hit any driving fridges, like those pizza delivery ones that we showed you the other day. All right, let's see what the chat is up to here. We got about 8 minutes left on the show. Any plans for the weekend before we weasel into the chat?
No, you know what? It's my little brother's birthday dinner. So we're gonna be doing that. Then we have a dinner as well this evening in Hamilton. And then, and then just relax, work on some stuff for the show.
Love it,
some
man.
lessons, and that's it. Hit the gym. Make sure we get those gym sessions in.
There it is.
Those will be happening without any question. So other than that, how about you, my friend?
Well, not much going on because the Christmas is 6 and 7, Christmas Eve. Then the 7th is Christmas, so just probably chilling. The sister's gone. The kids are gone. They're back in SoCal now. So it's funny, bro, when people stay with you and like you get used to your apartment being like a pigsty and like chaotic, and then they're gone all of a sudden. I don't know. It's a little bit of I don't know.
Eerie, eh?
Yeah, I don't like it too much. I like when they're around. I like when they're around.
There you go. Now that's why we got to hit up Dua Lipa to see if she can come in. Watch over.
Sadly, that's not going to happen anymore.
He's a Dua.
Yeah. So, well, I don't know if Neil was here for my little spiel about Dua Lipa. That's why he's like, what? But that's not going to happen now. It looks like she's secured the ring.
Oh,
he secured the bag.
He secured the bag.
She secured the $5,000 ring that she can buy 1,000,000 times over.
To quote Harry from Dumb and Dumber, you're telling me there's a chance. Even though you're
I would hold hope with that, brother. not my wildest dreams, but there it is. Is that you, Ram Ram? It is Ram Ram. They say just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you can't score. There it is.
Bang.
There it is.
Bang.
There it is. The comment du jour, baby. Okay. Everybody. Everybody's laughing at that.
That is crazy.
I don't know why I read that out loud, but it's been read and it can't be taken back anymore. Shout out to Ram doing the absolute most. Ramin wins everything for that, says Adara. She does. Bravo. Shout out to Jay Lee. Happy Orthodox Christmas. Thank you, brother. You and your family have many friends also that celebrate the old Julian calendar. Yes, I appreciate you, Jay Lee, one of the OGs there in the chat. Everybody loving Ram's comment. Okay. I see you there, Ram. Yeah. All right, guys. I am going to get out for the last remaining amount here on Rivian as it breaks down below my entry at 15. So that's the end there. With respect to RR, how we doing over here? Anything left on that one? Yeah, we got one more left. It's coming back in to south of the $0.50. I'm not going to nurse this while I'm at the big screen, so we're going to take it out here flat. Well, no, that's not flat. That's a 15 penny winner on the last remaining amount. So it'll be a decent day today. Let's just go over some of these small cap gappers, see which ones are still in play and which ones are no longer. NITO, no longer in play under my system, trading below VWAP. Rivian, as I mentioned, I just got out of that despite the fact that it is still above VWAP. Rocket Labs.
Dude, okay, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah,
but you're gonna absolutely love this.
You're
gonna love this. I know.
I can't see it. You're gonna have to zoom it
this
up.
is my boy.
Zoom in, control shift.
Is that how we do it?
Control, and then the mouse thing. There you go, yeah.
This is Greg V, my buddy Elon. I know you're gonna like this. His mom is apparently so.
Is she?
Yeah.
Is she a fan?
Oh, big fan. Well, what do you mean? Is she a fan?
Well,
you know what I mean? So come on, there we go.
That's amazing.
That is amazing. We're on the train.
It's an Elon Christmas.
Yeah, there's an Elon Christmas. There's no doubt about that. So yeah, that's joke.
I love that show. That's Greg.
That's funny. Yeah, good stuff.
Oh,
Greg.
money's being thrown around there, Joseph. Marty in the chat, $20. This is to buy Ram a drink as a former goalie. That was epic. We're spending the money for that. Absolutely. That is great there, Ram. No filter. We should call her no filter Ram because, you know, she's going to say what she wants if she wants. She was told that by someone. She wanted to use it. She's using it all the time now. It's a good one, Ram, as evidenced by the chat there. We love that. Crap stock. Ram has, no, that's not accurate. Okay, so let's keep going on there. Everyone loves Elon. Yes, absolutely, BNG. People do love Elon. That's the whole thing. But I think that he's got his, I don't want to say an equal amount of detractors as he does, people who love him. Yeah. Where would you fall
I would say
on
more people dislike him than.
Really,
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, because I got to tell you,
a lot of people don't like this.
No, because the Orange Man, he was at I think a Republican conference 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that, and he mentioned Elon's name, and I would say only about half the crowd started cheering. Yeah. Like a fair degree of Republicans still, they're
envious of the cash.
Right? Exactly.
So there you go.
All right, guys, that's jokes there. All right, Joseph, we got 2 minutes left on the show. Leave them with
a couple of thoughts there. Okay, guys, Bitcoin 100K. I think we hit that sometime today or in the near future. SoFi trading well on the session too. But guys, the SPY, I like the SPY. Our Playmaker poll is doing fantastic. I'm happy about that one. But first and or last, but most importantly, everybody have a safe weekend. Make sure you have those stops in place. You don't want to ruin your weekend having a bad day because you didn't follow your rules. Follow your rules. We're heading into the weekend, and we will be back same time, 11 on Monday.
We will be. I'm going to leave them with Uber.
Leave them with Uber.
Okay, guys. So Uber is at $65 minus 12 pennies. And this is now the 4th week, as you can see here on the weekly, that we have defended $60. And it's not an area that was novel for Uber. That was an area defend as well during Black Monday, during the yen unwind trade. The carry trade, the unwinding of the yen carry trade. And I mentioned this yesterday, and I'm going to mention it again. For a period of weeks back in early 2021 to, I want to say, early spring of 2021, we rejected $60 as an area of resistance. $60, an important area on Uber. It's not often that these companies are on sale. I haven't gone into the position yet, so I'm not talking up my own book here. But I think with this area defend, I will be getting into Uber, into the swing / long-term account. Uber, $65, 4 weeks defending that $60 area. So I just want to mention that to you guys because I think it's a good possible entry. Last one here, $20 super chat from my man Vasil. Happy New Year's, guys. We love you. No, Vasil, we love you, brother. And thank you very much for the kind words and for the super chat. Can't wait for, what's it called, next week. We're going to have the new show on the 9th when the market is closed. Yep. We're going to be talking about these positions like Uber and some of the other long-term trades that we've got in store. But Joseph,
yes, sir.
It is now 2 o'clock, and it is now time to send you to the Big Kahunas, a.k.a. Obi and Neil. Joseph and I see you same bad time, same bad channel on Monday. Take care.
Welcome, everybody.
How's it going?
I have one very important question. When is a dollar move on a $5 stock in your favor not a good thing? I'll tell you when. I'll tell you when it's not a good thing.
Oh, man.
A, when you didn't get full size, but that's okay. But B, when you have a resting order out and it tags right before this happens. So every now it just be like that on QSR. Like I was short this thing the whole time. And then I had a bid out in front of 450 and I had pretty much no chance to cancel that bid and end up with like 10% of my size when it halts to the downside. It's a little frustrating. Now, if you're able to, and it's obviously a big if you're ever able to in a situation like this and you see it starting to go on a flat bottom break, what you generally want to do is cancel that bid. Right? But once it's already happened, is just make sure you're not on the bid when it's cascading. I punched out on the halt on QSI because I didn't really know what was going on. I really didn't have much of anything left. So some of these names are starting to come back in. This is also a prior support level, yada, yada, yada. But the important thing, I think you guys don't care about QSI. Hopefully no one's caught. I hope no one's caught long in that thing. Tesla's up 6%. Recovery day on Tesla. I shorted it this morning and lost because obviously it only went up. But we did take the 400 break, which is still going. So thank you, Tesla. Thank you, Elon. And shout out and happy birthday to Joe's brother. I don't believe, you don't have to say his name or anything, but.
Yeah, his name is Nathan.
Nathan.
Yes.
So happy birthday, Nathan. Is his birthday is it this weekend?
No, it was last Friday. But
Okay.
Oh, it was last Friday.
You know how the new generation, they are extremely loud in anything
So-
they do. So
Basically, he's saying the new generation is very laggard in everything that they do. So therefore,
he
his
celebrates
birthday
it
was
a week
last
later?
Friday, but he's celebrating it a week later. But if it was last Friday, hold on a second, I gotta check. Let me check my calendar. That would mean that his birthday that's the 27th.
yeah.
So that's one day after my birthday, which is a fantastic time of year to be born. So shout out to. I was gonna say like Mini Joe, but I don't want to go there. So obviously the market's looking fantastic. I'm gonna guess the Playmaker poll had to have been a banger of a trade. It had to be because the market's 1.6 to the upside. The ES is 1.2 to the upside. So I don't know where you guys got in. Maybe you can let me know at some point, but I'm sure it must have been absolutely banging. The SPY is at 591.65, so I'm not. Usually you guys get in at 1 o'clock, right? So if you went long anywhere around the 1 o'clock hour, you could have 590.30, you could have 590.60. You're about a nice clean dollar in the money there. So okay, so Joe just sent it to me because I don't know. Did you guys review it? You probably didn't. Joseph, got to find Joseph in my chat. 590.70. So the Playmaker poll went long. I say that's a little bit late. You guys should have been long 15 minutes earlier. It's supposed to be tight to 1 o'clock, but a winner is a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Shout out to all you guys. West y'all just says, where do you see that news on RGTI? Rigetti has news? Is news on Rigetti? I'm in Rigetti. What news on Rigetti?
News on
technical breakdown. I don't know.
No, I think Rigetti just kind of failed. I was long Rigetti too, everybody, in the morning, and it was like I was going for that big breakout. Probably should have shorted it there. Then I shorted it off of VWAP. I don't see any news on Rigetti. Okay, so there's no news on Rigetti. I just short off of VWAP there, missed the reload, and we're hanging on to this one at like 19, or from like a 19 short, like 1893. So long Tesla, short Rigetti. We'll keep an eye on QSI, which just reopened and is bouncing to the upside. Yeah. Like I said, I'll be mildly disappointed in myself. I just couldn't cancel that bid. It is what it is. Like you have a bid sitting out there at an even number. Sometimes you get burned. Look at the bounce on QSI, already back at 430. Wow.
Yeah, no, this market's absolutely wild. We're continuing to get that push. We've reclaimed 21.5 on the Nasdaq, and a bit of a trade here. 400 push on Tesla, so we reclaimed 400, and oh boy, was that break very clean. And we're trading 403s right now, so it doesn't really look back that much below 400, and we got that continuation. Let's see what some of these other names are doing as well. Bitcoin 98.7s right now. Spider all the way back up at 591 halves. I've been trying some shorts, maybe fighting a little bit of the trend here, looking for potential selling to come back in, but there's no real sign of selling coming back in. We've been trending to the upside, and examples like Tesla are prime to see that some of these tickers are very directional on the day and continuing to the upside, and other tickers that may not be as related are some of the chips. Nvidia is at its highs, but take a look at ARM as well. ARM very, very strong on the day. Here we'll take a quick look at ARM right here. Look at that clean trend. Doesn't even look back at VWAP. SMCI, very similar story here on SMCI. So the market very, very directional. TSM again, of course, SMH. Here's one of the culprits as well. Straight to the upside, strong bid on a lot of these tech names here. Some of the quantum names though taking a serious pullback here. Again, IONQ not as much. We kind of talk about IONQ being a little bit of the leader of the space, but things like QSI and QUBT or even QBTS. Take a look at some of the action that's happening right here. I think QSI actually has some news right now. Look at that strong, aggressive volume to the downside right here. So just about a few, 6, 7. That's about 3. So about almost 9 minutes. 9 minutes ago, we got that, and then QBTS as well. A little bit of a reversion. Absolutely beautiful there off of 10. So failure to follow through of the $10 level gives us a strong push all the way down to day low. So lots of opportunity in this market. Apple as well. There's a bit of a trade on Apple that it false broke that 244 once again. So lots of opportunity if you're watching. Hopefully you guys are capturing some of these opportunities and learning along the way, because I definitely am as well. Let's go to Sharif with the rundown and see what's happening.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in, Vershawn, as you saw, the boys locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join Joe and I during that How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But it's a subs-only chat, so you got to be subscribed. All right, guys, let's have a look at the NQ trading at highs, up about 1 3/4 right now. The ES not far behind, up 1 1/5, and the Russell 2000 up 1 1/3, and the Dow lagging behind here for the 4 major indexes, up 3/4% on the day. All 4 major indexes, though, green on the day. Let's have a look at TSLA, up big, 6.5% after a bad day yesterday on the numbers release, but we did have some kind of retribution today with respect to the deliveries. Looks as if they are, the deliveries in China hit a record high, definitely above expected for the month of December. And that prompted several rating agencies, I should say, to increase their price target on the stock, guys. So Tesla recovering nicely, up 6.6%.
Rocket ship is Tesla today. It's just a huge move. It doesn't. I felt pretty convinced that we would at least make a test of the 50-period moving average, but I suppose when you're coming from 480, that down to 370 is close enough. You know, like maybe this was a bounce. I thought there was one more push to get us into this prior high. ended up being wrong about that. And if you're watching the morning show, then you know that means I went too far there. I know that you know that means, let me go to a 3-minute, that I was short it early. We're long now, but that's just on the breakout trade. And obviously, this was the time to short it was here. And oftentimes, like, you miss this trade. So it's trending to the upside, wait for it to get to 390. That's your short. You know, a lot of times you'll miss that, and then it comes back, and that price was about 387.75. So lo and behold, what do? I short 387.75. I know in my heart it's a bad decision, so I cover. But then I try a couple of pot shots at the high of the day to go red on the stock, like right in here and then right in here, like a couple of times. Just unnecessary, right? I should be flat on the stock or maybe slightly up because I decided to bail on that short. And then the 400 breakout speaks for itself. It's just 400 even dollar break. I had been scalping out. I was out of 2/3 of it on the initial push into 402, and then it consolidated. Next push up, just been covering along the way. I kind of feel like now it's on a different trend line where I don't want to connect this one. I want to look at the high of the day break here at 397, and it's just put this in. Like if it loses this trend, I feel like I should get out. Otherwise, maybe see what happens at the 405 level. But I feel like an all out if it loses the trend since the morning high breakout on Tesla. So, I mean, it speaks for itself how strong this has been today. But you got to kind of take a step back and remember when the delivery numbers came out, it broke down through $408. So in here, I think is a bit of a top. And if you can press through 405, I'd probably look to just get out altogether, trend or no trend, somewhere around that 408. So it's a good move. It is filling in that gap. But remember, it was that 408 that this chopped through or that stung through when we had the delivery miss.
Yeah, this is absolutely strong action. We talked about this morning that Tesla is a day 2 for delivery, so day 2 play. And you got to remember that Tesla, their deliveries catalyst is probably even bigger than some of their earnings catalysts. One of the biggest catalysts Tesla has is their deliveries, and I kind of learned that this past year as well with some of the action that we had off of some of their delivery numbers there. And you can see that day 2 we hold above this prior day's consolidation. We kind of reclaim this is the anchored right here. So I'll take off intraday anchored right here. So this red line, that's the anchored right there, and you can see right here. Now I missed this as well. You hold that anchored off of the open, and the pullback holds that as well. So you can kind of use a bit of a trend break reversion kind of execution to get long on the hold of that, or maybe even look at some of the reclaims of these highs. And you can see even if you leave it alone and be like, all right, well, if we break the morning session highs, then maybe I want to look for that continuation to come in, and that came in very cleanly with some strong volume as well. And we got that continuation through that 400. You can see the volume spike through the 400, and we continue to trade even higher. So it's pretty good. That's a strong sign for potential continuation as well. So let's see if we reclaim some of these prices that we got off of deliveries. That reference high is sitting at almost 411s right there. Let's check what that specifically is. 410.89 is the reference high for when that deliveries number came out right there. So we're not too far away, more than within range on a name like Tesla. Are we doing that much relative volume? Not really. We're doing just shy of 1 times here on a 5 period. Also remember that yesterday we were doing some significant volume as well, almost 2 times across the day. So Tesla, good name, very strong on the day, and you got that market tailwind helping you out for the longs as well.
4.5% with Nvidia. A couple of headlines today. So AI chips or AI stocks strong today, as well as the microchip sector. Separately, they did announce with Cerence a collaboration for a CALLM family of language models. We also know that CES starts on Monday with Jensen Huang going to give the keynote for that. So make sure to look out for that, because we are expecting product announcements specifically, guys, with robotics, chips, and LLM collaborations.
Yeah, always a good catalyst. I mean, CS is always a good catalyst. It's always good fun to see what comes out of it. We'll talk probably a lot about robotics, as Shreve and Joe were mentioning on the Midday show. So as far as Nvidia went, it was basically, here, we'll start outside in instead of just going over the trades. I don't think anybody that was trading yesterday failed to notice the strong bounce off this 134, like double bottom on Nvidia, and it carried right through to some resistance, pretty much ending up exactly where you'd want it to set up today's trade. Right? Like it hangs out at the highs without actually breaking 140, so that when it took out this 140 half, that set up a 141 breakout, and then the 142 was just a separate trade. Like 142 is this double top, going all the way back to prior to the Fed, the 10th, and then this double top here at 142. It was a 141 break, and then a 142 add. I played it into 144, and that was pretty much it. Like it reverted after that, and then moved on over to try to trade Tesla, which ended up, I mean, the short didn't work on Tesla. Eventually, the long did. So Nvidia, it's on the comeback trail. The other important thing for Nvidia is this daily chart, like where it's going to be sitting here. You're now broken back above the 50 period on the daily, and I feel pretty safe in saying you're going to close above the 50 period moving average on the daily chart for Nvidia. This consolidation is gone. I think you're looking longs back into $150 in the short term here for NVDA. So I love the look. I don't know how much I like it this afternoon. There's a lot moving already. I don't necessarily want to chase these highs. But like maybe if it were to pull back into like close to VWAP, maybe not all the way to VWAP, that 143 was good earlier. I think you have to preach a little bit of patience on the dips. There was a chip name that we missed today, and Obi and I were talking about this.
Oh, Intel. Oh,
Yeah, it was just an easy miss on Intel at $20.
Continuation.
Like so, Intel. We always talk about closing prices mattering more. So just go all the way back to the 30th, $20 resistance, and then the following day. Doesn't mean anything, the 20, until you close at $20. Then, fast forward to yesterday, you bounce exactly off 20 even at the low. Today, you bounce off 20.06, put in a higher low, and then just look at the trend. You're not going to find many opportunities where you can be long somewhere at like 2010 with an even dollar stop, and then you just get to hold it the entire day for an obvious trend trade. I think Intel has turned into, there's your higher low, consolidation break, let's go. That's about 21 change. If we get that at some point in the next couple of days, I'm going long on Intel, just very quickly. Rigetti's not on here, but I just trailed out of my Rigetti shorted VWAP. So Rigetti, VWAP, missed the retest. It just broke this trend line to get me out. We got it 19 to 18, but time to cover it. It's now double bottomed here at 17.8. For anybody paying attention on Rigetti, this was that afternoon area that it broke away from. So the fact that it supported this, actually a good sign. I know it's down 9%, but if it's going to hold this line, break the trend, maybe close back up above 19, it still has a chance. We've seen it do it before. I like where this has gone. Made money on the short today, but you got to be able to follow the trend.
Yeah, this you can see I'm looking at it over here on a 3-hour chart, so kind of looking at it from a higher time frame perspective there, and we've been in a bit of a sideways chop, kind of a consolidation range, all the way from 126s to 140s and some change, basically underneath 150. Okay, so there go the futures, some fresh highs printing on the futures there. So yeah, Nvidia very strong on the day. It's consolidating near its highs there. So that prior high I'm seeing on Nvidia from, when is this? This is, I gotta close that right here. So that's from December 5th. Okay, so December 5th high, 146.54. So coming into some of those levels here right now, looking at a 15-minute chart, you can see it's just been on a grind up there. So initial drive was aggressive through that 140. We talk about that 142 level that was prior highs. That thing broke and continued. The consolidation was quite nice as well, and that VWAP hold, multiple holds of that 143 level above VWAP. Now we're kind of pushing towards those highs. 144.90 is the high, and yeah, this market continues to go up, Neil. So where will it stop? I have no idea. But SPY now above 592. So aggressive name. Now there's a lot of names running in the market, and Nvidia definitely being one of the top constituents, helping that out a little bit.
Bitcoin, baby, 99,000. Let's go. I love an up market.
Good day for Palantir today, Neil. Up 6.12% south of that $80 area. It's coming real close. 79, 78 we're trading at. I looked for a headline. There's no real specific headline. Looks like just strength with these AI names on the day, coming close to that resistance level at the whole dollar.
buy the dip. I was going to do an acronym, but it's like, who cares? Buy the dip, apparently, on Palantir. The only problem is, oh, you got to be kidding me. There wasn't actually a dip today. It just broke out. Hindsight being 2020, sometimes the level is so obvious that if you think you're going to get it flushing through, you shouldn't only be married to that notion. I was like, wake me up when Palantir gives 71 buy. But I didn't have the long, and certainly when you look back at this, hindsight's always 2020, but we talk about the significance of closing prices specifically. Palantir had this close right here at like 75, 70, and then resistance at that same price yesterday in the morning, holds underneath, and then that's your breakout right in the morning. It was breakout of right in terms of this level, or you could just take a 76 break for an even dollar break off to the races. I did one trade on Palantir, which should shock nobody. It got to resistance at 80, which I think is pretty plain to see, and you can still see it chopping around the 80 level, and then just a mean reversion. So this is high of the day break, set the trend, break the trend, short, it couldn't break 79. Basically 79.6 into 79, and then a break-even stop. It's still chilling out at the 80 level. Palantir, continual rocket ship, it just didn't give you the dip that you would have wanted. But I think a lot of times when this has happened, I always when I look back at it, okay, great, there was this short opportunity in there, but it's like, okay, well, what's the obvious thing that you could have had? Well, look at this high of the day break. It's a double top, kind of tries to wick underneath, but then this nice little consolidation off of that high where it holds 78. Like there is a long in there where you can risk 20 to 30 cents to that 78 level. That's your opportunity to join Palantir. These ones are a little tricky. I think a lot of times if you're trying to get this, it's just as likely to bleed you and you lose way too much compared to when it does go. But there was an opportunity. Nice consolidation in here where your risk to reward is going to be fantastic because you know it's got room to the $80 level. I think a lot of times you just got to be looking at the stock when it happens. In this particular case, I wasn't looking at Palantir until it got to 80.
Yeah, Palantir, again, something I want to point out, which we talked about earlier on, was that multi-day trend break. We've been pulling back off of that 85 level here, so some strong selling coming in on Palantir, all the way down to 75s, goes down to 72. 42s coming in off of the open. You see that this kind of selling was pretty persistent over Friday. Again, aggressive selling off of the open, kind of consolidating, making lower highs. Next day comes in, makes another lower high. Next day comes in, makes a lower high. Same story on Thursday, yesterday. And look at that. Finally, we get a bit of that break. So again, if you kind of mark that trend out, which we did with this line over here, you can see that the bid comes in quite aggressively on the break of that trend, multi-day trend, to say the least, there off of a bigger picture, kind of a pullback off that 85 as well. So once that comes in, bid kind of steps back in and gives you that strong push, not only pushing us past prior day's highs, prior day's highs, and then week highs as well from breaking through Monday's, currently consolidating above Monday's high. So it's like it gives you a trend break, it gives you a weekly red to green move, it gives you a hold of that 75 level if you like psychological levels as well, a failure to follow through. So Palantir, absolutely beautiful price action that it's been giving us over the past few weeks, and pushing all-time highs, right? So it's like, let's see if this bigger picture trend continues on this ticker.
SoundHound up 6 2/3% with this headline. This headline is from yesterday. No specific one today, but a good catalyst nonetheless. Looks like they're partnering with Lucid to be able to give you voice control functions with the prompt, "Hey Lucid," something that we've seen SoundHound involved with before. But what I see here, guys, on the chart is a gnarly looking Head and Shoulders.
A gnarly looking Head and, oh yeah, inverse. Yes. He corrected himself to the inverse. Like it's there you go, head, shoulder. This is another reversion too. I mean, SoundHound's been in a bit of a down channel. Like there's your down, there's your flush bottom, right into 19 support. You can't have every trade. That's my answer to, but doesn't this look so obvious that it double bottomed and put in the higher low and then off to the races? Yeah, it's obvious in hindsight, but I mean, what's the reason for looking at SoundHound this morning? And we talk about this all the time. Like Like it was like Nike the other day was one of the easier technical shorts that you'll find. But why were you looking at Nike yesterday? You know, that's the other side of the coin. Like how many things can you try to go for? So I kind of like this, except for the fact that look at these lower lows and lower highs. It's now in a bit of a downward channel this afternoon, which there's a lot that's strong. I mean, look at Tesla. Tesla just, oh, by the way, Tesla, if it breaks 405, it's lost the trend line that I'm rocking on, and I'm going to get out of it. I just looked up and saw this on Tesla. So it doesn't matter which one you want to draw, but the one that now connects with this previous 402 level, if it loses 405, I'm jumping out of that trade. I think at this point, knowing 408's a resistance level, I'm just going to jump out. But SoundHound good if it can close above here. I think that would look a little bit better, and I'd be more inclined to look for a long on SOUN. I was asked about Carvana, and Carvana's on the New York. I get this wrong all the time on Carvana specifically, so I apologize in advance. Every time I pull up Carvana, I'm probably going to have to do it twice. So I was in this for the flat bottom when it lost at 187, but there was a capitulation candle down here that got me out. See this one right in there? It was a massive volume event down at 181, which was an easy punch out when you saw it starting to happen, and it's now double bottomed at the 181. So I missed out on, like all of the move, with the exception of that last like $4 at the end. So I got like here, like a buck change, and then $4. But should have been a short at VWAP. There's no question about it. I still maintain that anytime I see a short seller report, I'm just looking for any kind of a double bottom. So today it doesn't have a bottom. Wherever it holds today, I look for it to hold the same thing next week, and then we go from there. But yeah, not a good day for CVNA. And I just trailed out of Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, SoundHound, again, wasn't really watching it off of the open, but it seems like it had a pretty strong move off of this $20 level here, a bit of a shake and bake action, and then we break the morning session highs with a bit of consolidation, but continue to make lower highs as well, pulling back into the 21s. But yeah, I wasn't really on watch, but you can see it's kind of holding this bit of lower highs there. We're still technically making lower highs over the past couple, since last Thursday, it would seem, on SoundHound. But bigger picture, can't forget, this is a ticker that is a subsidiary of Nvidia. And you can see that since prior earnings right here on, November 12th of 2024 now, we've been catching a little bit of a bid. So we held that $6 mark, pushing through that 10 and gradually making higher highs and higher lows on this ticker, now finally claiming onto the $20 level. So a bit of a shake and bake on the intraday, but larger picture looking pretty clean to the upside here. And again, with some expanding volume as well. So curious to know how SoundHound is probably looking like by the end of 2025. We'll see.
As you heard the boys say, Bitcoin on its way to $100,000. Again, IBIT catching a bit as well, obviously up over 1.5%, looking to go 1.6, despite the fact that record outflows for some of these spot ETFs took place yesterday, Bitcoin spot ETFs, with BlackRock, guys, getting shellacked. $333 million found its way out of IBIT yesterday.
Yeah, it's a shame. Off to the races we go. Hi ho, off to 100,000 we go, and that's why you hodl. Who sells Bitcoin? Crazy people. No, just well, I mean, look, you don't make anything until you've actually banked a profit, right? Like there's certainly 100% truth in that. So I think Joe said we're going to get to 100,000. He said we're getting to 100,000 this afternoon.
Oh boy.
I'm going to preface that by saying I think 100,000 happens, but not during the open market. Well, I don't think it happens before 4 o'clock. I think if it's going to happen, it happens tonight or on Sunday. It's just my 2 cents on it. I feel like that's what the usual course of action is for Bitcoin. So not telling you anything you don't know. The next test is 100K. If we were to dip, 97.5, looks like a pretty good dip spot. The thing that probably most people are going to be interested in the crypto space for momentum is the absolute nonsensical move that MSTR has made today, straight off of 300. I know it's like, whenever you have a good day, you shouldn't complain. Like the stocks you're looking at are the stocks you're looking at, and if you follow your plan, you had a good day. And that's all you can ever ask for. But I do have to ask myself why MSTR wasn't in the plan at all today, given what it did holding a higher low right in here. Like it's sort of, there's your flush day, there's your higher low, and then it kind of set up this breakout. Like there's that 310. Like, are we kidding me? Like that, it really set up this higher prior day long incredibly well. Like, but just like Palantir, you got to be looking at the stock. So like Tesla was a focus today, Nvidia was a focus today. Those are my two best stocks. Those are the two stocks I wanted to trade. So you can't hate on it too much, but my goodness, that is a great setup on MSTR. MSTR from now on is on my list of, even if I don't find a trade on it, I'm going to be looking at it in the pre-market. You know, it deserves a spot because that's about as good as you're ever going to find in terms of a technical break, and very little reason to get out until here and then 340. That's insane. That's a 10% move with maybe one slight, not even break of trend for MSTR MicroStrategy. So we get 100,000. There's no telling what this could do here on MicroStrategy. Maybe a little bit of a mean reversion happening as we speak, like a little bit of a pullback, but I'm not shorting this thing.
Yeah, that thing. I mean, when you look at that, Neil, you're just like, oh yeah, there's just a buyer probably on the tape. I'm not even looking at MSTR just yet, or I kind of didn't really look at it today, anytime intraday, but we did watch it in the morning. But IBIT, you can see a bit of a base on this 52 consolidation. We talk about Bitcoin consolidating around 100. This is kind of reflecting that that kind of consolidation here. Again, it is the Bitcoin Trust there, so very similar kind of action to what Bitcoin is doing. So why don't we just take a look at Bitcoin itself, and we get a little bit more perspective because we see how it's been trading in the after hours or around the clock, right? So similar kind of consolidation here. Trying to reclaim that 100K as we speak right now. 98.8 almost, about 4 points away from $4 away from 98.8. But you can see that 100 mark is right there. We kind of break through this. Yeah, people are like, okay, well maybe head and shoulders because we attempted to push the 100. We got all the way to 108, and now we're kind of holding 100 as well. I don't know. All I'm seeing is a consolidation at the highs underneath somewhat of a key psychological level, that 100K mark there. So with Bitcoin getting strong into the weekend, and we have the market running as well, pretty strong. So let's see how much further this bid can kind of push us. Do we get back through that 100,000? I have no idea. Let's hear it in the chat if you guys think that Bitcoin will continue to push past that 100K. I definitely think it's well within range, so it's nothing out of the impossible for something like Bitcoin. But yeah, IBIT pushing to the upside currently alongside Bitcoin as the market continues to push higher. Let's see if that ES can get to that 6K mark. That's what I'll be watching for as well. Getting chopped up on these mini pullbacks fighting this trend, Neil. So I don't know. I got to wait for a significant sell, I guess.
Like a real trend break.
Like a real trend break.
Like I think maybe like some
Getting
kind of a
cuts.
well, the thing to keep in mind, and it's hindsight's going to be 2020, but I just covered Tesla at 405. It's trying to break back above 405 as we speak, so maybe we should still be in it. But when I look at the ES, like you do have 6K just sitting here. Like this is like the high here, 59.95 over here, 59.93. So you're still a few points away, definitely a lot of handles away. So you get a real test of that level. Sometimes it just has to get up there and try to break it before you get any kind of a pullback. It's just a strong market. You know, even when something sets up, like it looked like it was a mean revert on Tesla, boom, right back up and trying to retest these highs. I would have some concern with Nvidia though. Concern's not the right word. But see how we're just making higher highs on both the ES and the NASDAQ? Well, Nvidia has a bit of a head and not a head and shoulders, but here's that lower high. Made the top, couldn't break 145, lower high, kind of pulling back in there. So I think it's a little bit distinctly different. That leads me to AMD, which is I shorted AMD and got away with it this morning because, you know, obviously it put in a lower high. It's off of yesterday's highs. I know it looks kind of random, but yesterday's high failed and we shorted it. Eventually got the push back into 122 and then had a couple of tight stops on other shorts. It's okay to be wrong, just don't stay wrong. If you take that and it breaks out, just get out and don't fight the trend. but this one is super strong. Like all of a sudden AMD in the afternoon stronger than Nvidia. Who knew? That's all I can say about that. Oh, Nick Dubs in the chat with the super chat. Thank you, Nick W. Serve is the new SOUN. Well, it's the afternoon.
Wow, look at that.
I don't want to chase highs on anything. I want to look for dips that I can try to play some dip buys in. So why not look at Serve? That is Serve Robotics. And
look at what it's doing, Neil.
Yeah, that's it's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Looking like a lot of tickers in the market right now.
I mean, Nick, yes. Right now, it is much better than SOUN. Yeah. SOUN, there's nothing wrong about SOUN. Here's the best part. Look at this daily chart. Let's just do a little bit of
a trend.
Can we come to my chart for a second so we can all have this fun? You could connect it here. You could connect it there. I don't care where you want to draw. There's your bottom of the trend line. There's your top of the trend line. My only ever concern when I see something like this is I more or less, as a rule, never want to be day trading a top like this. I feel like that's so trappish. It doesn't mean go short because that's upward trending. So like the rule would be when it gets to the bottom of the trend line, as a day trade, look long. When it gets to the top, I'm not married to the notion of looking short. Like it's different with AMD. I'm going to hit save so that the next time I pull up a Serve chart, I don't have to redraw that top and bottom. With AMD, different story. Like when AMD was testing the top of the trend line, with the notable exception of how strong it is today, this is why I was shorting AMD in the morning. Now I think it's a little bit distinctly different. I want to give AMD a chance to break this out. Oh, the funny thing is next week on the holiday on Thursday, we're going to be coming in and doing our trades of, the theme is going to be, we're going to do a show, our trades of 2025. We're going to, Michael Noss is going to stop through, Raheem's going to stop through, the whole crew is going to be there and we'll give our ideas. I feel like AMD is not going to give us the opportunity to talk about this trend break because it's going to do it like the day before. And then I'll have already said it, and then I can't use it on Thursday. So spoiler alert, I'm probably going to talk about AMD on Thursday. The valuation's starting to look pretty good as well there. Another note before I throw it back to you will be this QSI, which I thought there was an offering. Mm-hmm. When you see a candle like this, the general assumption, is offering. I still have yet to see anything at all suggesting there was one. Dara hasn't seen it either. Now double topped at 440, which isn't necessarily a random level. So this is like yesterday's high was 440, right there at the end of the day. And then right here broke away in the pre-market. It is now double tapped this level. My first thought is if it can break 440, why not just take a cheeky little long break here? That's actually 442. So, I mean, I should be shorting this. Like really, if there was news, I'd probably be shorting it. But there wasn't news that I know of, so maybe a 442 break, give it a real